Stampy, what's going on, family? Much respect, much respect. We're gonna talk about is Karmelo Anthony out and about. Was it self-defense or not? I mean, we're gonna talk about other topics though, but we're gonna break down self-defense. You know what I'm saying? To all the people that been in, situation and know what self-defense is, or been around people that. That's what I'm saying, because there's a lot that was said in this and another said. We're gonna talk about that. Shout out to Buddy. Karmelo and Anthony, Austin McCall case. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna break it down. Yeah, give me a minute. All right, y'all. Yeah, hey, we gonna get into that, yo, because they said it was scam. That's why the bill went down like that. That's why the bill was reduced, because I don't know. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about a lot of stuff. But shout out to everybody though. You know what I mean? What's going on, Riyadh? Shout out to you. Shout out, buddy. Make sure y'all hit the like, subscribe, notification button. Yeah, everybody's welcome up on the channel. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, we're gonna talk about this case, man. We're gonna talk about the self-defense. Because, yeah, people know, you have to know what self-defense is and what, you know what I mean? But, damn, they said it, fam. But it's crazy because they said the lawyer didn't, that's crazy how they said that, because even when they downed the bail from 1 million to 250K, the family said they don't know why they reduced it because they what do you call it? They have the funds, like you know what I mean. Basically, they got their own money. They didn't need help. But yeah, I'm gonna talk about that and a lot of things. So you know, Austin McAuliffe and Carmelo Anthony. It's just crazy because the story is wild because I don't know, you know, if why he because you gotta self defense is crazy. As I said, we're gonna talk about that. People are, you know, welcome to hit the link when I drop. Well hit the link. Welcome to hit the panel when I drop the link. But here's this. There's a lot on this case because I'm thinking if he was scuffling, you know, did he grab something? Did he pick up something? Or did he bring something? You know what I mean? Because self-defense is, you know, is as I said, it's a food stamp and I are fighting and I pulled a knife on food stamp. And food stamp, you know, bam. You know what I mean? Took the knife, you know, hit the knife out of my hand, kicked me, then take the knife and poke me. That's self-defense because I tried to poke him first. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna get into that, you know, because people know, like, you know, that this is a very weird case. I don't know if people want a race war. I hear some people, the professor from the George, what kid was that? What was that kid again? The kid that got Trayvon Martin talking about, oh, if this was a white person, which is true. If this is a white person that did that, you know, it would have been like it's a whole race war thingy. But right before Easter, once again, food stamp, there's always something. There's always something. Last year they had you know, the people run into, I don't know what, something like that, run into the people, right? There's always something gotta get pumped up to boost up this Easter with some type of violence. You know what I mean? It's crazy to me. But I think this is it. This is gonna be the one where, you know, we're gonna let dude out and hope, you know. But yeah, people gotta know the self defense. You can't be out there and being ignorant and say, oh, you know, no. You know what I mean? Now, if I said, if, you know, if he found it, if it was just there, like, say you on the track and you pick, like, if it was a track tool, like, you know what I mean? There's scenarios out there that it could have been a track tool. It doesn't have to be a knife. And I was thinking, well, yeah, if there had to be something there that was placed, you know, at the track, but but I can't see anything that's going to be at a track meet that's going to stab, you know, physically you could get somebody hurt and stab them. That's kind of weird. So, I don't know, but yeah. But anyways, and you know, Anthony went over to Austin, and I guess they must have asked him, you know, to leave, and that's crazy because that story don't make no sense. Then he must have said, "Made me," and touched me, see what happened, and then bam, he touched him. You know what I mean? You know, but it wasn't that. That's what they're saying. You know, some people are saying that's not what happened. They, you know, they grabbed him, they threw him on the floor. There was a scuffle. You know, he pulled a knife out and stabbed him. Here, go, please. So that's kind of wild. That is kind of wild, but yeah. But they is trying to start. I guess what Hazy was talking about. They trying to start a race war low key. They is because stop, Jen. Yeah, I think it's them who start. I'm not thinking if they went over his thing or I think they went I know. I think he like the Anthony dude went over there and asked him to leave. You know, I went over there. You know, and I guess Jen, I can't do this. can't do
Well,
this.
you know what? Oh well. Let's go.
You know, they asked them. They must have, asked him to leave and whatever, or whatever. I don't know, whatever. He went over there. Some people say it was. I'm not saying it was. I'm not saying it was.
Stop screaming.
I'm not saying it was. There's some type of talk about robbery involved and all of that food stamp. So I don't know, but once again, it's black person robbery, whatever. It is what it is. Yeah. I guess he went over there. So he went over there. He went over there to, Anthony went over there to Austin. And then something happened. They're not saying what happened. And then they must have asked him to leave. And then he must have said, touch me and see what happens. And then the whole thing happened. But that's what I'm saying. That don't make no sense. Because I'm thinking what do you call it? That don't make no sense to me. Yeah. And the next thing too that's dumb about this is when Karmelo Anthony said, "Oh, is it self-defense?" And then when you it doesn't matter if you're guilty or not. Like that alone should keep you in, because that's why I think it's like they're trying to create a race war to cover up all what's going on with the trade war and all this other bullshit with with the terrorists and all that stuff, because I'm telling you, if you say something like this, like, yo, officer, this guy was trying to, annoy me, and then, I felt threatened. You think I could get off in a self-defense? Bro, like, that alone right there is like, you saying that right there, trust me, that right there is going to keep you in. And that's what I'm saying. It is something don't add up. Something don't add up. Somebody's not telling the truth, or the media is just too busy on trying to create a race war. But if he never brought no knife to the track and he just pick up something and just like decide to think about it. Just think about this. If you're fighting people and you're rolling around, you know what I mean? You're gonna have no, by the time you all right, send me something. You know what I mean? By the time you right, just send me something. Hold on. By the time you by the time you what do you call it? By the time you can't go in your bag and pick something out your bag, one, to poke somebody. You know what I mean? So you had to pick it up. I don't know if he picked something up or whatever, or I don't know if he picked something up or whatever he did. But the self-defense is, what do y'all think? Is it self-defense or not? Because as I said, self-defense is, like, it happens because it goes down. It could go to a second-degree murder, then manslaughter, aggravated assault, and then from aggravated assault to self-defense. So self-defense would be me, Riaz, food stamp chilling, right? And somebody comes up, and then we run over there, right? Somebody comes up with a what do you call it, a baseball bat, and start beating on somebody. No, me and Riaz and food stamp decided to, hey, we're gonna, you know what I mean, help out. So now in the process of that, we took the bat, and then we started beating on dude. Now he died, right? But here's where the self-defense comes. You know what I mean? Even though they're gonna drag it in the case and courts and break it down, it gonna come some, the person who tried to hit you with the baseball bat or whatever, the knife or whatever. So you disarm that person and then you start using on that person. That's self-defense but no, in this, Austin never had a knife. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It couldn't be just him fighting 1-on-1, or it couldn't be just him. Just some of it, the story don't add up. It don't make no sense. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, that's what's like, self-defense is that. So now I'm thinking, oh, leave this girl, let a girl out. So what I'm saying is, something's not, either they let him out to use him as a, because first, why, let me back up more. You got to remember, by you telling the court, the police, you're basically telling the court that, yes, I did it. You know what I mean? And can I get off of self-defense? Like, no, that's supposed to be something you explain to your lawyer. You don't say nothing until you get to the lawyer. So now when he says all that about telling the police and all that, yo, you done, right there, you done, sink yourself. And in real life, there's no bill because it's going to lay that out. I don't know how rich he is and how important his family is, but in real life, that's what it is. I mean, let me all know if look, as I said, I don't take law, but growing up, I've been with people that's been in trouble with the law, and I have personally have friends up to this day. You know what I mean? Fuck this. He just got like thing in his face at a party a couple weeks ago. You know what I mean? I personally beat cases like that of self-defense. You know what I mean? Even though they put all them things on you, but so was this self-defense or was this not? Because it's not like, Austin disarm Anthony. You know what I mean? Or not like Anthony took the knife from Austin, and then you know what? You see what I'm saying? So it's so many things. You know what I mean? So this is why I believe like the system, the media, the court is trying to start a race war, because there's no way y'all should give this kid bail. That's just me though, like, you know what I mean? Like personally, because it's like if I remember a couple of times I said some dumb stuff. And I ain't like, I can't say what it is, and I incriminated myself. I had to stay in. I couldn't, even though I had, I had the funds, I couldn't because of what I said. I had to wait it. No. The bail from 50K, from 1 million to 250K is kind of crazy. Now people are saying they're doing that because they don't want, people to, I don't know what's going on, but I'm not gonna bring that up because I don't want nobody to say, oh, yeah, whatever, the case is, but this is it, y'all. Like, y'all let me know what y'all think, because am I lying? That's what self-defense is, right? So is this, like as I said, I hear people, I hear voices, like not voices, but people out there like, yes, strongly saying if this was a white person, that's what it would have been. It would have been, basically saying if it would have been who analyzed somebody else, if it would have been a police officer who analyzed somebody, it would have been a big time it would have been a problem. And I'm not gonna lie, if it was a black person, real talk, people would have been out there protesting, making money off of it. But I'm saying the self-defense is, when you tell somebody, that's like you saying, yeah, I had a gun, and he was coming up to me, he looked scary, so I shot him. I'm scared for my life. You think I can get self-defense? You told that to the police, so the police is gonna tell that. So that right there alone, you incriminate yourself. You see what I'm saying? Because right there alone, is hey, what's going on? What's going on, Miss Kirkland? Yeah, Miss Kirkland, I had to change my name because you got people on YouTube who trying to connect my stuff with their stuff, and it's not. I don't like it. No, I look it up, I don't see it with their stuff. It's good. I had to do that, you know what I mean? And people are crazy. It's people from the playroom, not from YouTube. But yeah, y'all let me know. That's what, because Like I said, I think he incriminated himself when he told the police that, oh, you know, I didn't allege stabbed him, I stabbed him. Do you think I could get away with self-defense? That right there is, yo, you're putting yourself, right there alone. Even if you're gonna go to jail, I'm telling you. So either they're setting up for a waste war or setting them up for like a Easter beatdown or whatever. But come on, So it is. It's reminding me of the Trayvon Martin case, right? Something similar to it, right? I was just saying something similar to it. So I don't know, but this is crazy. But yeah, that's all it is. They're trying to set up a race war. People falling for it too. Like, no, y'all leave that shit alone. They're trying to like use this to sidetrack else what's going on with the trades and trying to make this the big story. That's why this guy got released. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why he got released. And so people could stop talking about Trump and the other stuff. So now you don't have to look at it. No, you could just look at this. Talk about this story. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe him should be out because he told the police that he didn't allege did it. He did it. And you think I could get self-defense. So right there, you're trying to just like, is that like you trying to buy the police or whatever those things are gonna pull up in court because like I said, court is different from social media. But the only thing court will do is push the racism. Or he did it because he was just what I'm saying, because this dude right here looked like he was, a promisable football star, movie star, this Austin kid here. Austin Metcalf. Hold on. He looked like, he was one of them, as I said, and he was a twin. He was a twin too, so listen. This ain't no race war. This is just this is just, and this ain't no, I want to say self-defense, but self-defense, it can't be self-defense when you're telling the police, you think I could get self-defense. When you say you think, that's what the crown is going to use because they're probably going to fire this prosecutor here in Texas. It's right now, he not like, But when you say you think, if that's like me saying, yo, I shoot this dude because you know what I'm saying? He was coming at me, was scared, or I shoot after them because they was trying to, which is true. People beat cases like this before. People have been fighting, police pull out, people been fighting people, and there's like 2 people are fighting police officers and they had to like discharge their firearm and shoot at the crowd. One person might got hit. And then they analyze. But I guess in Texas, everybody's allowed to defend themselves to the extreme, extreme of anything. Different over there. That's what I'm finding out. I had somebody tell me this. Somebody tell me this on TikTok. That's not. I'm pretty sure I say this all the time. Like the laws are different over there. But yeah, it's crazy how it happened. But I'm just trying to figure out what was the motive. Like I said, don't be surprised if you guys hear about the robbery because apparently, but why would this kid want to do any robbery when he's they have money? But they said they use it as the GoFund money for lawyer and whatever. Self-defense. I know people are gonna say yes, you could get self-defense or whatever. Probably saying that. You know what I mean? Whatever laws are different everywhere. What's going on, family? BD, what's going on, family? Much respect, much respect. You already know. You already know the code TMG. Is what I'm saying. Yeah, chilling, chilling, chilling. Yo, y'all gonna have to make me mod again in y'all life, because when I changed my name, I had to change my name because people over here, this one crazy dude, and I mean have my name on the next dude mixed up that I don't cooperate with, and this shit. And I figured it out. I typed it up, and when I went to go do something on Google, and it's crazy. That's what I said. People out here don't even see what's going on. Well, I do. I had to switch my name. Hopefully they won't find me. Yeah. But yeah, everybody has to make me, yeah. Because I ain't, it's crazy because I went in some live and people like, who? They're like, hi, TMG Black reactions. I'm like, it's Chef. They're like, oh. I did that to Miss Kirkland this morning. I did that, but I think it's crazy though. You know what I mean? I did that. I was a Money Boy and a couple more people. But yeah, I know some people be like, who the hell is this? I'm my friend, listen to this TMG with this TMG name. You know what I mean? But it don't either. I don't. People call me Chef or whatever. It don't matter. I just TMG. I mean, TMG is more of a thing that trending. Yeah, but this now. Back to what I was saying. This kid right here, Carmelo Anthony, he kind of killed himself when he told the police, that's what's gonna give him the time because of that statement. What he said, I didn't allegedly, I did not, without a lawyer too. I did not allegedly. This is what he said. I did not allegedly stab them. I did not allegedly kill. I did. I did not allege stab them or whatever. I don't know. I did. Do you think I could get self-defense? No. Once again, you said something like that without getting a lawyer and all that. You said, I'm saying you're making a deal by yourself, and that could go against you. That will go against you in trial down the line. You know what I mean? And they're probably gonna put some. You know what I mean? Because this is a race, regardless what this is, because they're trying to make it a race. And I think it's crazy because, like, I understand, like, people come here and become citizens. People come in North America, Canada, America, become citizens, right? But when you're a Caucasian person saying that everything based in this country and this world is on race, that's a fucking lie. Excuse my language. That's a lie. It's not based on race. Cause we don't base, you know what I mean? You're not based on race. I mean, you know what I mean? That's crazy to say. Something like that. So yeah, they're trying to make it into a race war. As I said, it's gonna be crazy because if this goes into a jury case, it's gonna be people on that. There's gonna be racist juries and all that stuff. This is what it's going to. You know what I mean? This is what this case is going to be like. It's going to be like that type of atmosphere. They're trying to make it like that type of atmosphere. But why would you bring a knife anyways? If maybe you felt scared. But they're gonna say if you tell a story that you brought a knife because you felt threatened, that when you went there it's gonna be a showdown, then it's already premeditated. They're gonna be like, why didn't you say anything? That's what I'm saying. You gotta watch how you call out self-defense, and and say and what that is and what it is and what it's not. Everybody knows. Somebody comes up. I could attack somebody with something because they running their mouth, whatever. You know what I mean? And I swing at them when I hit it, and I hit them with it, and I got them hit the wrong way. Hey, you see what I'm saying? That's not self-defense. That's me, and and if I continue doing it, unless he just stabbed him once in his heart, that means I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot. There's gonna be a lot at this trial, yo. There's gonna be a lot. it's gonna be a lot of people and a lot of questions because if you brought it there, that means it's not unless they had weapons too and nobody didn't say nothing about it. That's the only way I could see it being a self defense. If they had weapons too and they never said nothing about it, you know what I mean? And they hiding that story, and yeah, it's gonna be a major problem. Because that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, the hell is that? Hold on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Somebody, it's crazy how they do this right now. I'm trying to get this done, but yeah, it's gonna be a lot unless it's go. So I know for me, if I was my son, my 17-year-old kid, or anybody else 17-year-old kid, I didn't have that bread like that and go up. They're not getting bail like that. You know what I mean? They're not getting bail like that. And I'm gonna show you why people. I think people want a race war because people is literally going for a race war. You know? And there's a lot of mad faces, angry faces. Like when I say like there's a lot of faces on I see on TV with these reporters. I'm like, damn, y'all really trying to create this race war. That's what I said, man. This racist is low key still high because y'all the courts is trying to push it and the media is trying to push it. And the only reason why they're trying to push it because they're like, oh, you know what? This is a perfect time. This is a perfect time to hit this generation. Hit this generation. And you know what I mean? With some race. Because you know this generation is kind of low key. Hold on. I'm gonna have to say this in a minute. Give me a second.
On $1 million bond.
Hold on. Hazy, what's going on, family? I did my upgrade on it. My thing there. Hold on. Let me get into this. You know, but this generation, right? They always and there's a will, there's a way. So listen how corrupt they is, right? They so corrupt, right? That they know, you know, the white and the black community, they go everywhere. It's got, you know what I mean? There's more relationship with black and white than ever. And you see what I'm saying? So now this is like the perfect time to push a race war. You said the perfect time. When Hazy said it, I said, you know, but I didn't know it was so high. Like I'm like, damn, because you know, as soon as this dude as soon as he got bail, it was like breaking news all over in Canada, all over the stations. You know what I mean? People are saying it could be a possible race war in the US. I'm like, damn, they're really trying to push. I'm like, damn, Hazy wasn't lying. They're really trying to push a race war. They're really trying to. And then when I hear the professor, the dude that was in charge of the Trayvon Martin case, saying, if this was a black person and you guys know what a hostile like, I'm gonna let y'all hear him talk. Like him, and then people on Fox, the way they faces and the way sour they is and the way they hate, man, it's crazy. But I think it's crazy because a lot of people have got hung and like and so and stuff in like Texas and them places and where that one place that Mississippi and all them places. And I ain't seen no race war. I know black people was acting like this and said, oh, it should be a race war and all that. Or it should be but everything is based on everything's not based on race. People come here, they live. That's why certain people like you're kind of low key leaving the country because some of you guys trying to make everything about race. That's why some of these people are going elsewhere where they go. You know what I mean? Because they can make money. Because some people just want to come in your business based on race. when you go elsewhere in the other country and build your company and not make it on race. And, you know, everybody's welcome. So when you say stuff like that, I'm gonna play the dude. This is the Professor Dude off the Trayvon Martin and George Scissorman case. It's crazy to hear what he says that comes out of his mouth. Shout out to Hazy though. When Hazy was telling me about this, I'm like, you know what? It's not gonna be so. Dude gonna stay in there. But Hazy, when he got bail, bro, and you gotta think about self-defense is like if me and you here, bro, and you see what I'm saying? We're scruffling and somebody pulls out on us and they poke off of us, and we take it off them and poke. That's self-defense. You know what I mean? So it's crazy how this is. It's crazy, but yeah, I'm gonna just want you to hear what he's gonna say. I don't know why they're drilling right now. They're doing that. My neighbors, they're crazy. But I'm gonna play this and let you hear what this dude said. The professor that did I was oversee the whole thing of the Trayvon Martin case.
By the jury, if the racial factors were reversed, if a white man had killed an unarmed black man, everybody would be on the reverse side of this. We live in a society where everything is judged by race. You know, the Bible says.
No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. It's what? No, we don't. That's a straight racist right there. That's some straight to the racist shit right there.
To judges and prosecutors, don't recognize people, just do abstract justice. We're way, way, way beyond that. If the racial elements were reversed there, virtually all the people who are calling for him to be acquitted would be calling for him to be convicted, and vice versa. Let's not kid ourselves. We live in a race-conscious society, and jury selection, which of course,
I know y'all heard that. And as I said, these people, they want a race war. They want a race war. I'm gonna play it again. Hold on, because you know what I mean. And my people are acting. I'm play it again. Listen to what he says.
This will all be determined by the jury. If the racial factors.
That is lie right there. That hold on, let me get out of this. That is straight out lie right there, y'all. Let me tell y'all. Not everything is based on race. I don't know if y'all can hear me. And not everything is based on race. You know, I don't know what they're talking about or whatever, but everything is not based. You know, when he said the Bible and all that, I don't know when the Bible says where everything is based on race. You know, I don't know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is why people be mad. You know, and other people across the world be like, what the hell are they talking about? Like, you know, that's a lot. You can't say something. But when you see people like him trying to push, because you see what I'm saying, he was a big part of the whole Trayvon Martin case, and people were saying he's racist. That's why George walked. You know what I mean? So I don't know. You know, I think they're trying to push for a race war, which is stupid to me. Like, you know, all right, okay. So when the race war comes now, and you know, what are you gonna use that to try to build the economy or whatever? Because people are saying this this case is a totally scam. I don't want to. Some part, as I said, if this was a regular person, it wouldn't have been like this. You know, it wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been like they wouldn't have been out. I don't know if he got some ties. Well, they say he got strong ties to the community or whatever. But yeah. self-defense. Y'all gotta understand. If I run up on somebody with something and I try to, and they take it from me and pop me, self-defense. But if I pull something out of my bag and I went back to do somebody something, like it's not. It's kind of hard. And then if I tell the court or tell the police, which is the, they're gonna tell the prosecutor or whatever, because that's who they report to. That can you give me self defense? Yeah, it's this. You see what I'm saying? It's I don't know. So yeah. So it's kind of hard. It's gonna be hard. He might be going to jail. If you ask me, like, real talk. I don't know why they put him on bail, because they're trying to show some distraction, or maybe they're trying to push an agenda or start some type of race war, or maybe they're trying to push a race war. But really and truly, you know what I mean? So I'm saying, if y'all deny people like Diddy bail, y'all should deny him bail. Real talk. So I'm saying, y'all make no sense when y'all do certain things, because the evidence is right there. When y'all trying to push something, it's like, I swear to gosh, every Easter we come up or we try to push something or trying to create this type of, narrative of something that's gotta happen, and by the Easter weekend or something during the Easter week, something tragic always gotta happen. We always gotta bring some type of, as I said, this is wild. I don't know what this is, but real talk, they do Anthony or Carmelo. Anthony, he shouldn't have been out on bail though, because why? The only way he should have been out on bail, unless he never said nothing about, can I, I didn't. If they say he allegedly, if someone say, well, TMG allegedly stabbed, such and such, I'm not gonna say, I didn't allegedly do it. I did it, and he was coming at me. I was scared. So you think I could get self defense? Because I was scared for my life, so I had to, analyze it. No, that's not works in the court. Even if yeah, it's gonna die. And that right there is gonna be, yes, that's gonna be the point when they'll be like, he did say such and such, even though he did fight, they did what happened to him. They're gonna be like, well, he did tell us that if he could, get self defense. But obviously he don't know, he never been in trouble before, he's not from the streets. So he didn't know what he was doing wrong, but still they're not gonna look at that. But anybody else been in the street, been in problem, you pay your ticket, whatever the case is, not to say anything. Law is anything you say can use against you in the court of law. So the minute you said, "Kid, I didn't let stab them, I did it," that now you're in big trouble. You just brought more problems on yourself, because now you don't really have to do anything. I sit there, because we're gonna let you out and see what happens. But really, when the trial comes, that's what you're on. If you're on, and if you're on tape saying that to law enforcement, you're cooked. If you're on tape saying this to law enforcement, you are cooked. Real talk, you're cooked. Nobody can tell me that right there is the one that was what killed dude. Is when he said, "Can I get self defense?" And the reason why I, you know, stabbed him is because I felt threatened and such and such. Even if you're scared and whatever happened to you, they still gonna use that, because one thing about them, they want to prosecute people. They want, they rank up. They don't care about, they find any other way to bring, to put to put a case on you to figure out how to win. But even though it might look like, yes, he might be gonna be free, but yeah, he got bail, but you gotta anchor your mind in the base that you're not the captain of the track, the school captain no more. You're not the captain of the track team. Like, is what I'm saying? Like, all of that is gone. So now it's like, it's crazy. You know, that is wild to see that he did all that in this. That's what I'm saying. How did he get If he got up to his bag, if he got up, people, if there's no way I could get up if I'm fighting, and I'm gonna go to my bag, and the person's still there or they stop, they're gonna look at me watch because, like I said, you tell somebody gonna get a gun and come back, you're not gonna come back. They're not gonna let you do all that. They're gonna get you before you do it. So, did he pick something up from the track meet, or did he take something out of his bag? Which is it? You can't be in a big fight and take something out your bag. And we all know there's stuff at the track that you could. There's little stuff, you know what I mean, that you could trick people with, like little, little. As I said, there is what's at the track. There's that little thing that you could throw. There's them little dark things there. You know what I mean? Depends on where they was. There's, as I said, there's so much things there. There's a running team, there's a long jump team, them people that throw the stuff. There's so many stuff at the track that you can use as a weapon. Not saying that there's a weapon. I don't want people to say, well, there's what, he used a weapon because they're saying that he took. But did he or did he not? Did he bring a weapon there or not? Because if he did, then you shouldn't get no bail. Y'all already are here giving people bail. That's what I'm saying. Y'all got to make up your mind. Y'all like giving people, no bail, but then y'all like giving people bail. That's up. There them other people that did, Austin and them had a weapon too. You know what I mean? Or did he just took it from them and then decide to use it as a self-defense? So because even if he did that and he told what do you call it? He told the police that, and yeah, he could probably, you see what I'm saying? Because he could say, yo, look, you know what I mean, I had to defend myself, how to take it away from them. You know what I mean? Because, or him, and use it because, you know what I mean, it was getting out of hand. It was getting real violent. So there you go. So then, you know what I mean? There's the self-defense right there. That's the truth. That's what I don't see how all the other way it goes, and all the other stuff. Without, like, I don't know how. I wouldn't see all the other, they said, if you have a knife in your bag, because I think the media, they say you can't believe the media in the court. The media, they lie to help the courts out. Because, you know what I mean? Because even when they have no evidence, whatever. But I'm thinking, did that, you know what I mean? Did that other kid, did Austin have a um, weapon too? No, because I don't know. We need to stop making everything in a race thing and start running with the narrative. I'm saying, and what dude was saying is talking ish because it's been. I already hate. It's been so many people, so many black folks that's got analyzed by, Caucasian police officers, and, what I mean, and other people that, citizens. What do they say? Law-abiding citizens arrest or whatever that, and people. And nobody. So it's just crazy. It seems like a lot of people have wanted those protests, and now they want their protest, but I'm gonna tell you, they don't want that. You know, it's crazy for a race war. Listen, people, y'all don't do this. Don't get caught up into this race war stuff, because that's what they're trying to do. They trying to make this about a race war and all that other stuff. Don't do all that, because at first, because they see that ain't nobody care about what's going on. Ain't nobody went to the rallies, you know what I mean, and protest against who they want you to protest against. Now they're trying to corrupt these um, young kids. You see what I'm saying? Or what if it's all, you know what I mean? These people up in their 80s, 70s, oh, if this was a black person, if this was the other way around, and it would have been a race war. Don't they trying to corrupt these the younger generation, man. They see the younger generation once again. They do not have a problem with each other. They don't have a problem with black or white. You see what I'm saying? They go their way. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? You can see you can see it. You walk outside, you see it everywhere. You see what I'm saying? Everybody's got, you know what I mean? Everybody's got, you see what I'm saying? They don't really care what the media and nobody has to say, what their grandparents have to say. When you do something like this and you poison, you push a race war, and you try, it's like, you know, it won't work because nobody really listens to the older generation. Now you're trying to poison the younger generation. You see what I'm saying? And it's perfect. Yeah, I mean, to start a race war. A promisable, you know, white football star quarterback, right? And school captain, school team leader, the track leader, Anthony. You see what I'm saying? So it's crazy. So both, but it's, you know what I mean, both of them messed up. Both of them careless, because it's what I'm saying. Not a lot of kids have, when I say careless, they shouldn't have got to the situation because they both have wealth, both rich parents. You know what I mean? They shouldn't be even worrying about, and that's what it does. You see what I'm saying? They brainwash these kids and try to push their agenda. You know what I mean? Because, you know what I mean? Now is the time. As I said, giving this kid bail, you know what I mean, it's going to be some type of kid going after this kid. I don't think he should have got bail. That's just me though, because the evidence is all there. Y'all, why I said that? Because y'all don't give y'all in the society. Did he? If that's the case, y'all gotta let him off too, because the evidence is not, all the evidence is not there on him. You know what I mean? So it's like, and we can't say, well, that's different. No, we're both rich people. This kid rich, they're all rich. This white kid rich. Austin rich, Anthony rich. You know what I mean? So, um, like the evidence says that he took a knife out of his bag. That's what you guys are saying, right? Unless you guys are lying. You know what I mean? Because you guys are trying to push a race war, the media and the court. Because that's what you guys are trying to. You guys are basing this case on race. Because you guys once again trying to poison the younger generation mind. You know what I mean? So I'm saying, hopefully you guys have set something up and make somebody did something crazy, some type of racial, massacre, and what do you call it? What's coming up in thing, the 18th? What's the holiday called? Easter. My bad. That's messed up because I just bought some Easter stuff. But it's just crazy to me that it seems like every Easter you guys have a plan where something have to happen. Something have to happen. Somebody, some. But I wouldn't be surprised if somebody want to do some type of racist thing on Easter, and just to cause, I don't know, but I'm just saying, it's messed up for somebody to be a professor to be in a race case. That was a part of a race case that that a man that was supposed to be guilty walk, but you're gonna say, oh, if this was a black person, it would have been the other way around and da 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 da. No, it's old motherfuckers like y'all that, you know what I mean, that hanging on to stuff like this. You know what I mean? Real stuff. It's like y'all trying to keep this generation of racism before y'all die. You know what I mean? Y'all trying to paint a picture and make sure, like I said, now y'all are trying to paint the younger, the white younger generation. And you see what I'm saying? Because y'all trying to paint, because really and truly, it's y'all, oh, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Y'all really don't, y'all programs that y'all are running is not really up to date with the racism. You know what I mean? I'm talking about the people in the background that are trying to run the programs on these, young generation of Caucasian kids that don't care about racism, that just care about life. It's not mean they want to live. You know what I mean? And just believe in what they believe in, like freedom. You know what I mean? So now we got people out here, and then we got other, black people. I was saying, oh, I don't know why, because that no, the fact is the facts. You can't say, oh, it's been time for a nigga to get off a case like that because they've been killing us all the time. Rubbish. Y'all motherfuckers ignorant as fuck. You see what I'm saying? No, that's not the case. Y'all don't see what's going on here? You know what I mean? Real true. You see what I mean? Come on, yo. Motherfucker, you pop a next black person, your bill is $1 million. Any rapper shoot. You see what I'm saying? And no, you tell me this man right here goes up and stabs somebody. I know he's 17 as a kid, but still it doesn't matter. That his bill got dropped down to 250K. Y'all don't see what's going on right here. Y'all don't see the politics that they're trying to do. Y'all don't see it. This man should have never been out on bail. They should have let him stay in, but they're trying to create a race war because they're going to say, oh, well, they release it, no, the facts is there. So if y'all are saying the facts is there, unless he disarmed Austin, and you know what I mean, unless he just picked something up I was there and used it as his defense, then right now, yes, I'm gonna say 100% self-defense. But if he just stopped the fight, go in his bag, you know what I mean? Because I know a lot of us fight. You can't just pick up you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Even if you're in a crowd, someone's gonna be like, yo, it's coming with something. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He's coming with something. Watch it. Are you watching your back? So somebody's lying here and something's going on. But I already know what this is. I see in this, the media is trying to push a race war and the courthouse because the courthouse is making it evident about race. Y'all hear what they're saying? They're going to make it about race. You see what I'm saying? So it's going to be black versus white. And they're trying to push this in the younger generation. Right now, they're cooking up something for the younger generation. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to cook it up for the younger generation. Remember, 17-year-olds, 15-year-olds, they're easy to program. Yeah. Oh, they did? They did. That's what I'm saying. There we go right there. So, if you're thinking, and there we go. So how is that self-defense? You got to think about it, Hazy. Once again, somebody roll up at me and you. You know what I mean? We fight and they pull out a weapon. They put it on us. We kick the gun under their hand. We take it and put 2 in that motherfucker. You know what I mean? That's self-defense. You're going to go to a murder. It's going to start as a 2nd-degree murder, right? And then you're going to go into a manslaughter. And then it's going to go into aggravated assault. And then it's going to go into a self-defense. You see what I'm saying? It has to break down all, you know what I mean? As I said, I don't know. But I've been in, people, I had co-accused, you see what I'm saying? And going up in, back in my days, as I said, I was always, you see what I'm saying? Doing what I'm doing right now. So I know these things from firsthand. You know what I mean? Like, that's what that is. So even if you have your back turned, it's still you. That's still not self-defense. You know what I mean? How many times have you been in the streets and niggas got bit up and niggas had to go back and grab the gun and then pop them in their back? Yo, that's murder right there. That's not self-defense. So, and then not even that. You tell it. What you gotta understand how the court works. Whatever you use, I don't know. I know the same thing because the same law book is saying over here in America and in Canada. Whatever you use whatever you say can be used against you in the court of law. So when you tell the court, the police said, I did not allege, because the police said, well, he alleged stabbed him. You know what I mean? That's what the witnesses are saying. And you said, oh no, I did not allege. I did it. I stabbed that nigga. That nigga tried to kill me. You know what I mean? Fuck that. Boy. Oh my God. Even if you're innocent, you just put a whole bunch of stuff on you. A whole bunch of stuff on you that's, is that they could use against you. If they go and say, it's all, they're taking notes. And if they have a body cam, they're recording all the stuff what you say. So, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna bring all of that. It just messed up that he had to go down like that. But, I think there's people out there, there's people on both sides that's trying to poison this younger generation mind with this story right here, because they're trying to push a narrative where, you see what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. You know what I mean? for me, I don't think that was self-defense. You know what I mean? Because the fight was over. So if the fight was over and your back was turned, if the fight was over, the back's turned. If your back's turned to somebody, the fight is over. I mean, you think it's a fight, or you got an idea, but if you go back, you see what I'm saying? And because we got to think, we got to put ourselves in positions, especially if we are mad boys growing up. We always get into scuffles with our brothers, cousins, friends. You know what I mean? People are not our friends. You know what I mean? And you're like, all right, whatever. You have your back turned, you're watching. But if you go grab, people are going to be like, well, the fight was done. Why would you come back and stab him? Like, you see what I'm saying? That's what they're going to ask. So how is that self-defense? So that means you're thinking, you know what I mean? I stabbed him anyways. I'm just going to say self-defense. So you already premeditated, like, you kind of, in a way, trying to premeditate. You know what I mean? It's crazy, but yeah. It's crazy. And yes, they did, you're 17, but in Texas, once again, you get charged as an adult. You get charged as an adult. So, I don't know, I don't know, but this is crazy. This is crazy. All I'm saying is, that this right here, I really want to say, yo, if that was me, and I did that, any one of y'all kids, that wouldn't happen. Black on black, that wouldn't happen. This is trying to create a race war. Yo. They wouldn't get bailed. You know what I mean? Because anything that's like, it's just like, if you did something, you know what I mean? A kid steals something from the store and you say, oh, my kid didn't do it. The police have no evidence. And then the kid runs out and says, oh, mommy, yes, I did. I stole this right here. There it is. Right there. You know what I mean? So now you just lost your case. You lost your case. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell is going on. You know what I mean? Forget everything what they're talking about. Forget what people talking about. But end of the day, we're going by the courthouse right now. You know what I mean? We are court right now. We're talking about what's in the courthouse. We're not talking about what they're trying to fabricate, what they're trying to make up. And anybody knows. You know what I mean? Even if it's a self-defense, yes, you're gonna get charged. But I think this kid right here, his shit might go down too. If it's not second degree murder, attempted or aggravated assault, then self-defense. Because they have to break it down. They're not gonna be like, oh well, they're gonna try. That's the prosecutor's job, is to try to see if they could get you an aggravated assault, attempted murder. You know what I mean? Because as I said, once again, self-defense. Me and you are fighting. I bring the scissors to you, and I pull out the scissors. Not when the fight is over and I turn my back. It's when I'm fighting with you and I pull out the scissors. You disarm me. You know what I mean? And stab me with it. Self-defense, all the way. All the way. You know what I mean? Because I try to stab you. So now, when just someone, whatever, they gone, and you pick it up, and you say, you know what, you just walk over there and go pick it up. You know what I mean? When the fight's over, if you think the fight's over, because that's some people's problem. When you're fighting, the fight is never over, especially when you did somebody dirty. You know what I mean? So now, there we go. You see what I'm saying? That's not really self-defense, because it's not like they was holding you and you was getting punched, or you know what I mean? No. You see what I mean? Come on, yo. They trying to create a race war. That man shouldn't have been out of jail. If y'all trying to turn him as an adult, y'all should have kept him in bail and just say, you know what, come back down with certain things and come back at a certain time, and then, maybe give him bail after 6 months and say, you know what, after the that's why I said this is crazy, because the terrorist whole thing comes off on July 9th. That's when the bail should have been over there. So everything's gonna happen. That case is gonna go over or slid over there too, which I think this is crazy because he should not got bail. It's gonna start a race war because people gonna think that, oh, you know what I mean? Some crazy Caucasian person or white person, because not every Caucasian person is the same, not every black person is the same, is gonna think I need to do this on Easter. And this is set up for like something to happen on Easter. Something happened on Easter last year. Something happened on the year before last year on Easter, even over here. You know what I mean? Something happened that they talked about on the news. You know, or happened in the Easter weekend. You know the shit, you know what it goes. You know what I mean? Sacrifices, stuff. Not sacrifices, but certain things that everybody could see, you know, on the TV and said, all right, this happened. But this is either a distraction for the, you know, the trade or the tariffs, war or whatever, what's going on with China and America. You know, for what? How is it a distraction? By giving them bail. Because without the bail, you know what I mean? You have nothing to talk about. But when you bail him, then people go talk and switch the narrative instead of stop paying attention to the tariffs and all the trade war stuff that's going on. So now we talk about this. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, because it's a race war. So you don't want to talk about a trade war. Get it? Race war, trade war, same shit. So now you're trying to create diversion, and now we're trying to sidetrack the people by creating this race war, so we don't have to pay attention to the trade war. Simple. You know what I mean? Because I don't think, you know, Carmelo Anthony should got bail because now it's crazy. Motherfuckers gonna look at you no more like, oh, you got a white boyfriend or you got a white girlfriend. You know what I mean? Which all that shit was through the window. Even though some old people, you know what I mean? When I say old, like the younger generation, I'm talking about people, you know what I mean, in the 60s. Black people too. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all, because y'all be out there watching these kids, what they want to do with their life and how they operate. That have nothing to do with me. You know what I mean? That's how they want to live. My generation, my younger generation is over. This is their younger generation. Some of y'all black people do have a problem with that. It's like y'all rather them go the other way than being with a family or have a family or have some type of love. You know, y'all crazy. Y'all out there pushing it too because y'all want this agenda. Y'all want this, you know, race war. Well, y'all don't see they're trying to curb these young kids, these 17-year-olds. You know what I mean? These 15 and these 16-year-olds. Because they don't know what a race war is. They don't know what racism is. So now you're trying to create and, you know, make it all about race. You know what I mean? Which is crazy because it's going to be hard because not a lot of young people watch sport. You know what I mean? Not a lot of young, but the whole school will watch it. The football team and whoever, the cheerleaders, whoever that in their school or whoever in Texas will watch it. But not everybody's going to watch it. Not every kid is going to watch it. The court, you know, the court story. Because they're going to be shattered. They're going to be like, man, that shouldn't have happened like that anyway. You know what I mean? Because now they're going to be mad because they're going to be like, well, they're trying to make it into something that is not. You know what I mean? This was just Anthony and, you know what I mean, Austin, you know, Michael having, you know, a problem. You know what I mean? So now the media is trying to make it, you know, up in a race war scale where it's wrong. You know what I mean? It's wrong. That's what I'm saying, Rich, and it's crazy. Because if that was the other way around, that's what I'm saying. Is it what is this? What is really what is this? What is really? If somebody, I know for a fact, if somebody caught with a murder like that and they talk like that, you know what I mean? Because I know from experience. You could go for bail. You could have all them, you know, them people that has good record, whatever you want to do. You do something for the church for free, whatever you do. You know what I mean? You get free food. No one cares. You know what I'm saying? The fact, I'm telling you, in real life, the fact is the fact. So when you do that, ask my girl. She will tell you. She was at my court. She will tell you. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm making shit up. She will tell you these things. She's right beside me. So when you have, you know what I mean? Because there's something that I said, you know what I mean, that messed me up. You know what I mean? Because I was just being ignorant about it. And that's why I said certain points you can't be ignorant. Because you get yourself in trouble. And you also, that right there could come up in court, and they could use that, and that could be a problem. By him saying, I didn't allege I did not allege. I did not allege stabbed him. I did it. And I would fear for my life. And you think I could get off in self-defense? Whoa! You can't do all that. You gotta tell your lawyer all that. That's what you said to your lawyer. You let your lawyer figure it out. You don't do all that. You know what I mean? Once again, he's not a thin kid. They said he's a straight A kid, straight A kid. You know, he's smart, whatever. He's got a, but all that is out the window. You know what I mean? Regardless, even if he beat this case, he's done. He's done because you know, you killed somebody at the track meet, and a lot of people come up from there. Like I said, a lot of people go there. So, and it's sad. It's sad. You know what I mean? I don't know why rich kids is doing this, but they're both rich kids. If your parents got $1 million to get you out on a bond, you know what I mean? There shouldn't be no trouble. There should be no trouble. That means they got it like that. And you are out there causing problems. You guys are out there causing problems on the field fighting. You know what I mean? Like, come on, y'all. That right there is crazy. You know what I mean? What's wrong with y'all kids these days? So I'm saying, like, man, that's why I don't really, you know what I mean? Because it seems like the kids are crashing out at school. The kids have way more crash out at school than home. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what happened with them if they had, issues where they were too, like, some kids they really get offended real quick. Like, you know what I mean? They don't have that. But I'm just trying to say, why would you have a knife, bring a knife, to stab somebody? Hmm? Yeah, fear, but why would you go back when the fight's done and stab the person? You know what I mean? You only, sometimes you just gotta leave that alone. That's what the thing is. Get them back. You ain't gotta do that. You know what I mean? Like, no, you lost because that's what the case. Somebody wanted to break him, and they break him. You know what I mean? They break. How they break him? They made him turn into that. You know what I mean? He was a school captain, straight A. Yeah, he probably had a. You know what I mean? He probably had like. Yeah, yeah. He probably had a. And he was probably the. You know what I'm saying? And they probably didn't like him because they felt that. You know what I mean? They should have, been the school captain. They should have been as smart as he is. You know what I'm saying? They should have been, just the leader of the whole, the leader of everything. There's always going to be, and it's always going to be like that. There's always, and you know what I mean? Especially when there's black and white as the major, captain or the student pet, like what they'll say, it's going to be a problem. So I don't know. It just, they shouldn't be acting like that. Y'all parents got millions of dollars to get y'all through these schools and all these other stuff. You know what I mean? Y'all should just walk away, like, you know what I mean? Real talk. If he would have walked away, it would have been good for him, though. You see what I'm saying? It would have been good for him, though. It would have been, because they would have looked like, it would have been more of those kids that would have been in trouble. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's crazy. But it looked like, somebody set these kids on that. Man, yeah, that's the next thing, though. People got to control themselves. Going like that, put it on a knife on people like that and doing all that, you got to be careful. Because that's what people do. People, the devil, that's why they say the devil comes. You know what I mean? And they say the twins are like devils. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Real talk. That's what I'm saying. Twins are like devil's child. You know what I mean? So when you're fighting with two twins, there's always something going to happen. Especially every story that you hear about twins. When someone's fighting with a twin, there's always a tragic. There's always somebody end up analyzed or something. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? I'm not saying twin people. I don't want anybody think, oh, he said because no. I'm saying it's a sign of don't fight with twins because that's not. It's just like a thing it might be end up bad.
No.
Like, somebody might lose their life, or it might be just, you know what I mean? It's just like in every horror movie, there's always a twin. You know what I mean? Or there's like any action movie, there's always twins. So there's a thing for that. So you don't fight with twins, or don't, it's just always something. I just think there's a stage that was set up for something to happen like that at this trap meet right here, and it was just crazy. You know what I mean? We can't get caught up into this race war thing and sidetracked on this trade war and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? That's about to happen in the next 3 months. You know what I mean? We gotta talk it like we see it. Yes. You know what I mean? Police shoot innocent black people all the time. You know what I mean? There's a kid that was here, you know what I mean, 2 summers ago, back in Ontario, Canada, where, the police and this was in Barrie or Whitby or someplace like that. The police and his brother caught this kid walking around. And the kid was like at least 2 houses away from whatever. 5 houses away from his house. And they said that there was a car breaking in the neighborhood and people were breaking in. And they used a pipe iron and knocked this kid eye out of his socket. And they still got off. Nobody protested about it. Nobody said, "Oh, this is race or racial." That's what I hear when you hear these so-called professors and high tech, what do they call them? Professionals. And they, talk all these things about it. Everything is not based. You guys base everything about race. In your mind, everything is based on race. You know what I mean? In your mind. That's why a lot of you, people fuck up at, because you guys want to blame everything on race. Even black people too. This is why some black people is trying to push this agenda where, oh no, it doesn't matter if the evidence says, da 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 da, and no, this is a fight. This could have been anything. This could have been your child. You see what I'm saying? That's fighting, and they got poked. That's why we need to get out of that. Get out of that shell. I mean, that other you want to be ignorant, you be ignorant about it. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. But he gonna go, regardless if he was not, even if he didn't pull the knife out of his bag, or he just picked it up, or he just picked something up that was around. That would have make more sense than him going to his bag and pull the bag up. Because why would the bag be close to you when you're fighting? If you're fighting and you're going all over the place, that means you got to walk over. So that means you're gonna watch how that person walk. So if you watch that person walk, and you're gonna be like, all right, he's gone. That means you know what I mean. So you got your back to him. So you probably went somewhere. But if it's not, if he picks something up from that track, they're in problem too. They're in problem too. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Is that's the reason why y'all upload, in the bill from $1 million to $250K, because you know what I mean. The weapon that he used wasn't from the bag. Was at you guys was at the place at the track meet. Was what was you know what I mean? I'm just saying because if you guys are saying what the evidence, because we all know the media lies. You know what I mean? Everybody knows that they lie. They paint stories on people. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? This is what they do. So if they tell you that, you know what I mean, this story what they're saying, it doesn't read it because they're trying to sell. You know what I mean? That's like all of them. You know what I mean? Real shit. That's like when Black Lives Matter was going on, taking money off, the black stories and make millions, right? So now they do the same thing too, which is, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? They're not, that's why I said it's crazy because they do the same thing. They make money off these stories and they push these agendas, by race war. And, you see what I'm saying? Because now you could ask somebody and somebody gonna say something. This person gonna say something because they're all trying to be ignorant. Real talk. They're trying to put everybody brainwash everybody. Because they don't want everybody to see what's really going on. That is what they do.
Don't do
Real
it.
talk.
Wash your face.
Peanut butter. So I don't know what this is or whatever. But reality, y'all gotta understand. If somebody, tells the police that I did it without your lawyer around, and yes, you know what I mean? you shouldn't be out because I'm looking at like, damn, why would y'all let him out if he said that? He already gave himself, told on himself. Even if he's self-defense, he still told on himself. You know, because that's what it says. Anything that you said can be used against you in the court of law. That's plain old fact. That's why you don't. That's why we gotta tell these kids. No matter if they don't get in crime, no matter if they're not in the streets. You gotta tell them because that's what the law is. Even if your kids don't have to be in the streets. Your kids don't have to be a gangster, and the court will still, sidetrack them. It will still run program on them, still trick them, still get them caught up in the system. That's why you yourself gotta tell your kid like, yo, you know what I mean? Even if it's you even like go outside and you see a car accident, don't say nothing. And even if you're in the car accident, don't say nothing to the police. Just wait until you know what I mean? Even if you see, you see what I'm saying? You see something, you don't say nothing. You don't say nothing to that person. You gotta teach kids not to, even if they, because if his parents would teach him not to say anything, then you know what I mean? That's why I said they're letting them out right now, trying to set them up. They're trying to see who's gonna go after him. Because I don't understand why y'all gave the man bail. If y'all got so much evidence, I mean y'all lying about something. Are y'all lying about the weapon? It gotta be about the weapon. It gotta be the weapon. That's why the lawyer said we don't want to put everything else out there, but the truth will come up. So it's gonna be crazy. Remember this, it's gonna be crazy if there's no weapon there. If he never brought no weapon in his backpack. And if he just picked the weapon up, pick up a track tool. Because you guys know there's track tools. Y'all acting like y'all. I said, where y'all the people? Y'all never been to school? Y'all ain't never been to track and field? Y'all ain't never seen the track tools? Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. I'm pretty sure we have kids that go to these track meets. Some are running 100-meter relays, long jumps. They're throwing that arrow thing. I forgot what that shit is called. They're throwing that ball thing. So there's track tools. So the question is, if y'all lower his bail from $1 million to $250K, was it one of those track tools? Did he go in and get himself a track tool and came back and track dude up? That's the only way. I'm just saying, because if he did that, y'all in problem too. Y'all in problem. Y'all lawsuit gonna go on y'all too. You know what I mean? Because they're gonna be like, well, one of these tools from the track meet, this is what he used. Because you can't say who seed when he put the knife in his bag. You know what I mean? But I don't think it's a knife. I'm gonna be honest with you. Just because of the whole case, I don't think it's a knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. I'm gonna tell y'all.
Yeah, you're probably right because like what? A knife, but
you gotta be a track tool.
It has to be something.
You gotta be one of them tools that they have in it. Them tools that's around in the track and field thing. Gotta be. He probably went grabbed one of those.
He's such an A student.
Yeah. So why would he be walking with a knife in his back? Because y'all are trying to start a race war. Stop it. We don't know what y'all are doing.
He is walking with a knife in his bag.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Maybe those people
Or didn't he put it out before he started the fight, before he got beat up? Stop it. Make it make sense. Man went and got a track tool, and that's what he used. So now those people at the track meet are like, you see what I'm saying? Is they're going to be in some problems too.
Well, he's going to be carrying something to protect him if he's been bullied or something.
And I think it was one of them tools.
You better not be making a mess.
One of them track tools, because we know that we got all that. Y'all acting like they don't got them stuff, weapons there. You know what I mean? Them objects that could do something. You could pick that up and do something damage to it. Do some serious damage to somebody, one of those. So, we asking everybody,
No? Put it in the sink.
We asking everybody, what was that? Did he got a knife? Because, the media, the courts, they will see it and only bring it down to the end. The courts will know it's BS, right? And then it will tell you at the end of the trial, you know what I mean? You know much time I see them do that? You know much time I see them do stuff, but you hear real at the end of the trial, oh, this is what happened, and it was such a. Then you're like, damn, that's what happened. So it wasn't really a knife. Yeah, he probably went and got a track to it. You see what I'm saying? And then use it, and then you know what I mean? And just kind of like, you see what I'm saying? Bam. Real talk. Because I can't see him walking with no Michael Myers or no Ghostface knife. Like a buddy trying to walk, like the man is walking with a Ghostface or a Michael Myers knife. Come on. Real talk, really? So y'all are trying to do? You know, y'all are making it look like he is using Michael Myers or Ghostface knife. Come on, y'all. Cut it out. It gotta be a track too, man. Something from that area. I don't know, allegedly. I don't know. I'm just saying. Make it make sense. You know. Because they could say, they could tell us, and we always run with it. You know, I see some people have knife on their thumbnail. Think about it, bro. Think about it. What type of school captain? Somebody has a straight A. You know what I mean? And that's a scenario. He's black. I'm surprised they put a gun on him. You know what I mean? But anyways, why would somebody that has all that high Q, walk around with a knife in his backpack? Knowing he could get in trouble and lose all of that. Straight A, captain, the leader of everything. You see what I'm saying? He's above all those Caucasian kids. Think about it. That's what he feels like. And like, not saying he is above, I'm just saying the school, the way his education is, his IQ, like, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? And there's always going to be jealousy, even if it's girls or boys. When it comes to that type of situation, captain, the leader of the team, the football team, or the track team, there's always going to be jealousy. Especially there's always fights between the track team or the football captain, or you know what I mean. That them type of things are common. It happens a lot. You know what I mean? It happens a lot. But the whole taking a knife out the bag, that don't make no sense. I think you take something up and use it as a weapon. You know what I mean? Real talk. So they better hope. They better hope. They better hope because they better hope. That's why you see they trying to paint this story about them scamming and all this stuff. They better hope because the media and the court, that's the only way they're trying to paint this. Because this is the only thing right now. Is to build a case. Is to tell you that this kid got a knife. Not trying to tell you, you know, I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying, but in my eyes, I don't think he did all that. I don't think he went and got his bag. You know what I mean? Because if your bag is not gonna be close to you, that should be in a locker room or something. So you tell me he going on all the way back to the locker room, you know, where he changed and just used that? No, he used one of them track tools. You know what I'm saying? That makes way more sense. Way more sense than a knife. But that's not a knife. This is a knife. No, that's not a knife. Stop it. I mean, that's just me. Common sense. Like, you know, he's not gonna go all the way. You know, when you got, and don't tell me there's no tool that at the. Yeah, I know, but when you're going to a track, I get back. You're right because everybody got their bag. You're right. Everybody got their bag and whatever. But my thing is, he could have probably just picked one of them track tools up and used that. Yeah.
If that's what he asked the police, then he knows better. So why the hell?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If he asked the police, can I get?
Hey, no.
If real talk, my girl's right. If he asked the police, say, "Yo, you think I could get off? I was scared, and you know, you think I could get off? You know better. You know, you that means it's either you." So I'm saying, so there's something don't add up, and you know the court, you know the media,
I'm taking it.
you know the media. It tells you half and half. They only tell you the stuff that when you look at and you know to sidetrack people. With. But you guys gotta understand and listen to this. You guys gotta pay attention to it. You know? You guys gotta pay attention to what's going on. You know, some of it don't make no sense. Some of it don't make no sense, y'all. King Hazy the Don. Crazy. Does it
Yo,
make sense what I'm saying? Can it be a track tool though?
hold up. I just had to tap back in. I just tapped back in. Y'all had to handle something before I can come fuck with it. I kind of missed it.
No, but I'm saying like the bail went down from $1 million to 250K, right? And
Right.
I'm saying, you know, because as I said, you know, me and you, we talk about real stories. You see what I'm saying? And other people talk about their stories from the street growing up. And we know how self-defense is. You see now, a nigga, and like, you know, somebody try to rush up on the block, and, you know, like say a whole bunch of Chinese niggas trying to beat up somebody on the block. And me and you went over there, and then, you know, we took the bat. They try to hit us with the bat. We take the bat and hit that nigga, and that nigga died. That's self-defense. You see what I'm saying? Even though we had
Right.
no reason to get into the fight, because even though, you know what I mean, even though we were trying to butt in, it doesn't matter. It's still self-defense. But in this case, I'm thinking like the reason why they did all this to favor this kid, because to make it look like, oh, you know what I mean, he gotta pick something up, yo. I think it was a track tool, bro. I think it was one of them tools at the track that were just laying there, and dude, my nigga just grabbed it and said, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna use it. You see what I'm saying?
No, they showed the knife. They showed the knife.
Yeah? I don't
Yeah,
know.
they had showed them earlier on. What they did, some of the early details, they wiped it. Like, you know what I mean? Because the story was picking up a lot of traction. But I remember them showing the knife.
Yeah, but you don't know. They could just show that you know what I mean? We
Yeah,
don't.
they can just show anything.
Yeah, they
Right.
could just show anything, bro.
As far as them reducing the bail,
Mhm.
all right, there's two reasons. There's two reasons why they probably reduced the bail, right?
Yeah.
One of them being that Texas is a stand your ground state, ain't it?
Yeah. You can use force at all time to defend yourself at all times.
Right. So Texas is a stand your ground state. Number two reason why they reduced the bail is based on the eyewitness testimony. They never really was supposed to charge them anyway. He wasn't even supposed to got locked up.
Yeah, but
You see what I'm saying?
No. But I know, I get it, but you gotta understand, right? That's like if me and you, fella, right, whatever, and we tell the police like, yo, I had to pop this nigga because I was scared. Oh, Shaquan, dude. So what I'm saying? And we say, yo, you think I can get self-defense, bro? They're still gonna lock us up. They're gonna use that against us. Either a bail hearing, either a preliminary trial, and a trial. You see what I'm saying? That
They could if they don't got no eyewitnesses. But see, by that shit happening right there on the spot, and it was so quick, all of the witnesses probably told the truth. Ain't nobody had time to lie because they ain't set that up to go like that. Right. So nobody even thought to lie. It just was so much of a surprise. So him saying what he said to the police, it probably will hurt the case, but he wasn't supposed to be arrested, based on eyewitness testimony.
Yeah, I know.
He supposed to been going to court from home. Really, I don't even think it's supposed to be no court case, honestly. Only because I guess dude and them family kind of powerful. The eyewitnesses say that they tried to bank him, yo.
Yeah.
That both of the brothers tried to bank him, and that they known bullies.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody know they bullies. So I'm guessing if I had to bet money on everything, if I had to bet, I bet you money they was showing off for some females. How much you want to bet?
Or the twins?
Yeah. How much you want to bet? Because
yeah,
it ain't no reason to think you can just remove somebody like that, especially solo. You see what I'm saying? Solo. So them saying that they tried to bank them, or both of them try to put their hands on them, it kind of makes sense to me.
Can I just tell you that? Nobody walks around with just a knife or a gun or a taser or a square when they feel like they're intimidated or they feel fear, they're gonna walk around with something.
Right.
Trust me, I can feel what's going on in this case. Those motherfuckers are bullying him. And he said, okay,
Mm-hmm.
now grab something, carry it for next time you want something. And you gotta look at two people in one? Come on. Yeah, you gotta look at it. Look at what happened with the what's his name. He was intimidated. What he go grab? Grab what thing, right? And he carried that around. That's what happens when people are intimidated. They're gonna carry a taser, a mace, a knife, or a gun.
I want to eat and play.
Mm.
And police,
I'm so hungry. I want pizza.
you understand the court work. And I get it.
Babies aren't supposed to eat.
The court is going to still look at it like, oh, you premeditated because you walked around with a knife. You,
Yes.
you should, no, I'm telling you, you should have said something.
It's different out there,
I
bro.
know.
It's not like out here.
Ketchup.
If that situation,
I ain't gonna lie. My bad. Go ahead, Miss TMG.
oh no, I was just saying it's different out in Texas than here.
I know, but
I'm gonna eat it.
go on, Nate.
Yum, yum, yum.
No, I'm about to say you'll be right, TMG. If he went up to them and started something.
Yes.
If he went up to them and was like, bully me now. And then
right.
a
Touch me
fight
and see
ensued and he stabbed him,
yeah, touch me and see
you'd
what
have been
happens.
right. But by them telling him to leave and he not leaving and them trying to physically remove him with force, number one, they ain't had that authority. You see what I'm saying? You can't tell nobody where to be. You're not the police, you're not the administrator, you don't own that spot or nothing. So
Right.
you can not want them right there, but you really don't got no right to tell nobody who can be over there and who can't. And then when you go try to physically remove him, you gave him the grounds to do what he did. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
really, them giving him a bail, they fixing something that they should have already had in place in the first place. He shouldn't have really got locked up. But by being racial, they had to lock him up. I mean, it wasn't because of race that it happened, but because it has a race element to it.
Yeah, but they're
If
trying
they
to
ain't lock him up, it would have really started some race war.
They're trying to push that more because they want a race war. That's what
I know.
That's what they're pushing
You not
for.
lying.
The whole thing
I
is
know.
about a race war, so they need a race war so they could cover up and distract certain things. That's what they're doing
Right.
now. Because the race war thing right now with the younger generation, racism is not really working with them right now. So now you got like a whole bunch of, you could brainwash and run program on 17-year-olds. You see what I'm saying? On 16-year-olds now. You see what I'm saying? With this
Right.
case. Huh?
They threatening his life and all of that shit, though. That's a different ball game. That's all.
Yeah, the judge said she wasn't getting
In her
threatened.
13 years,
She never got threatened in her 13 years of being a judge, she said. And they threatened her. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
She never had someone security.
That's crazy, bro.
But see, the fucked up part is, I knew this was gonna happen. As soon as I heard the story, I knew what type of turn it was gonna take. It's fucked up, but on the white people's side, I ain't gonna lie, and they not gonna want to hear this, but this one time y'all gotta fall back and take the responsibility. You know what I mean? Y'all gotta take the one for the y'all gotta take the one for the team. Even the father taking one for the team. The father said, look, leave race out of it. It's not a race issue. The father know his son was wrong. He don't want everybody. I'm pretty sure he appreciate the support and love the fact that his people got his back. You know them white boys ready to go. They ready. They ready.
Yeah,
they
they
with the
ready,
shit.
bro.
You know what I'm saying?
They ready, bro.
But the father know.
Huh?
The father knows that his son.
The father took off work because he knows what time it is.
He know his son. You know what I mean? Probably caused it on himself. That don't mean it's cool. That don't mean he gonna forgive Shorty. He probably feel like Shorty could have handled it a different way. They could have fought and be here another day. Yeah. But yo saying that to the police, it also proves that it wasn't premeditated and he was scared. So in court, I don't know how much of a role him saying that is gonna play. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how much of a role it's gonna play with him saying.
Yes, it is because they gonna use that because
I mean, but I'm saying
a
like,
judge, a lawyer will tell you, bro. You shouldn't have said nothing. You should have told me all that, and I would have told it. You know what I mean? That much.
yeah,
You know
you
what I'm
right,
saying?
but that don't change nothing about the incident. The incident happened before that, right? The incident happened before that. So even though he said all of that, it ain't make a difference with what happened. It wasn't gonna make no difference if he didn't say that. The same thing that happened. Like I can't see that helping them get convicted. All that is just details about what happened after the stabbing. You see what I'm saying? But it ain't gonna change whether or not he gonna be convicted, whether he's liable or not. All that gonna do is just details of stuff that what happened. Now, don't get me wrong. You right than a motherfucker. That's something he was supposed to keep his mouth shut. He should not have said. But then again, a scared teenager that's not premeditating nothing, they not going to keep their mouth shut, and they is going to be scared, and they is going to talk. And it also could count. They also can throw it out the case because he's still a juvenile, even though he was charged as an adult. They can break it back down to juvenile charges now once he in court. I guarantee you, he gonna get charged at the end of this. He gonna get charged as a juvenile if he get found guilty. If he get found guilty, it's gonna be of a juvenile charge, and he might have to go to jail till he 21 or till he 18, or he might get time served. Or I don't know, but it's gonna get knocked down to a juvenile charge. The problem with all of this shit is gonna lead to some race shit. Somebody gonna get it. Somebody gonna want to get even off of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Somebody gonna try to get even somewhere. And this one of them things. It got me feeling fucked up because I kind of don't want this shit to lead to nothing, but there ain't nothing you can do. It's gonna lead to something, and they're gonna put you in a position to have to, you know what I'm saying? It's one of them things. It's a fucked up situation. I said that shit when it first happened. Like, man,
That's what I said too, Hazy. Like, shit. Like, it's really gonna lead down to this. They're really trying to solve a race problem. Like, they're not playing like they want a race war. They serious about it.
Yeah, man. And as you know what I'm saying, these Shorty ain't. I don't know if he. Now I'm gonna tell you where I would understand on the white people side if they went back and they found out Shorty had some shit against white people, or if he had a race issue, like he was tired of white boys or something like that. I can see them going ahead and proceeding with it. You know what I mean, on some race shit. Like, man, fuck it, we're gonna do this and that. But really, this one of the times when the white folk gotta be like, all right, you know what I mean? Our people fuck up this time. They ain't, but most of the people that's gonna ride on it is immature anyway. They ain't got no maturity. You know what I mean? So they not gonna look at it how I'm saying it. But this one time when they should just be like, man, well, I mean, when they supposed to, just chalk it up, man. Shorty, Shorty was defending himself. So they tried to bank him. They tried to remove him by hand. You can't put your hands on nobody. You know what I'm saying? You gotta keep your hands to yourself. You know what I mean? You don't know what nobody gonna do.
I see people.
I'm saying you don't know, because what if they would have moved him? What if the white boy would have slammed him from under there and he hit his head and died?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's just a fucked up thing, but yeah, it's just fucked up. It's fucked up. I remember when the shit first happened. I remember me thinking, like, is this the Masons? And I said, is this the Masons trying to pull one on us? Because you gotta think about this. Now, God forgive me if I'm wrong, because like I said, somebody's lost their life, right? But just for argument's sake, right? Or just for conspiracy purposes, right? He so-called is a twin. So it really could be just one of them. I mean, I know in Texas, everybody probably know who he is and shit, probably know the twins and all of that or whatever. But just for argument's sake,
that's what I was telling my
girl. It could have only been one person in the beginning. And it could be a bunch of fake witnesses and all of that, because it just don't make sense. A lot of it don't make sense, man. But fuck you can do. This one of them ones that just, you gotta sit back and see how it play out, man. Gotta sit back and see how the shit play out, yo. God rest his soul nonetheless. Cause just cause they're bully down, man, I would have wanted them to die. I probably would have wanted them to see get his ass whipped. But in this situation, Shorty not wrong, for poking him. And then I thought about something
You know
else.
what they
I
gonna
did
say?
hear you at the beginning. When I first tapped in, I was listening to you for a second, right?
Mm.
But my strength, it was rewinded. Like when
Mm.
I commented, the stream was rewinded, so I wasn't even up. Like I ain't even hear you at the part when you was like, "What's up, Hazy?" and all that, because it was rewinded back like 10
Mm.
minutes. But
Yeah.
it did make me think about what if they was tussling and fell down and fell on the knife.
That's what I'm saying. They
You
could
see
have
what
been
I'm saying?
they could have been doing, and he grabbed this shit, and then he just grabbed a knife or something that was there because
Yeah.
always
Or you
remember
see him grab the knife. You
remember
see
the
him grab
knife.
the knife and you
Remember
rush him so he can't stab you.
you know
You'll
those
fall, but the knife go
right,
in you.
right.
It can happen, but man, it's just one of them shit, yo. It ain't good for race relations. You know
No,
what I mean? It's 10 steps. It's 10 steps back for race relations. I really felt like when everybody voted Trump back in there and we started wanting to get all of this fraud and shit out the country, I really thought that was some steps forward for race relations.
no, it's
Now I
not.
know it was going to be rocky. It was going to be rocky with the Latino community because he was doing a lot of deporting and all of that. But I would have thought that could have been fixed once everybody realized that it's a proper path and they start bringing people back in the United States, but doing it the right way. I was like, all right, maybe when it comes to the Latinos, that should have kind of died down when motherfuckers learn the system how they can get back in, and that ball get rolling. But this right here, this is definitely some steps back for race relations.
It is.
Now, on the pro-black tip, a lot of niggas gonna be like, man, fuckers you talking about? They are oppressors. What is you worrying about being cool with them for, or whatever? But getting back to humanity is a step in the right direction. You should be able to overlook race if everybody getting back to humanity. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Everybody tired of paying gas prices. Everybody tired of paying the food prices. Everybody tired of the fraud. Everybody tired of
Right.
being forced to do certain things. So it
Why
kind
would
of
you want to
forced
get
you to
back?
realize like it's good and evil. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Once you realize it's good and evil, then it kind of change shit. But this gonna bring it back to it's race.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's back
And
race. You
all
know what
that
I'm
is
saying?
gonna,
So
and all that is gonna make it look like, oh, this man comes in power and it's a race war versus white versus black.
mm-hmm.
That's what that shit is going to like. That's why I tell the
Yeah,
people
you ain't lying.
in the background, pay attention to what's going on because some people are playing the card and I think it's wrong to do that. You know what I mean? That's why I pointed out.
Yeah.
That's why I try to say they gotta talk it how it is. You can't just leave it like that. Or if you know what I mean, if they it's going hard. If someone go pick something up and when the fight's over and walk over and poke somebody, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're gonna look at it as a problem. You know what they is. At the end of the day, they're gonna sum it down and make it sound good, but they're still gonna hit you with you know what I mean, with some charges, especially when you're black. So
Yeah.
you know what I mean. That's what I try to tell people don't let them programming this shit into you because the media is
Right.
trying to use the media is using the courtroom and the courtroom is using the media because they
Right.
know
And what I'm not gonna do, I'm not gonna sit up there and be like, fuck yo. You know what I mean? He should, he should have stabbed him. I'm not gonna say that. I really do know in my heart, Shorty wasn't wrong. But
I'm not
I
gonna.
don't feel like fuck
Yeah, I'm
that
just saying.
little dude. He should, you know what I'm saying? It's an unfortunate shit, man. It just is what it is.
Not even
It
that,
is
bro.
what it is. You know what I mean? Most people we just gonna have to tap in with God and hope it subside, man, over time. Over a short period of time too, hopefully. Hopefully motherfuckers will realize. And that's one of the bad things about the police and the courts and stuff withholding the details, because a lot of times if people really knew what was going on, it'll calm some people down. So if you're a white person and you mad as shit and you ready to get at some black people and they come out and be like, man, look, he really grabbed this boy. He wasn't supposed to grab them. You know what I mean? They tried to fuck him up. They bigger than them and he stabbed him. Maybe some of the people won't feel this. Some people ain't gonna give a fuck, period. It's the black dude stabbed the white boy, it's just up, point blank, period. we're gonna get one of them niggas. But some people be like, the details make a difference. You know what I mean? So sometimes withholding the information is making it worse. It giving more people more fuel to run with. It just, you know what I mean? It causing more of a problem. But I know you can't say the details of a case. But then sometimes I've been hearing them say the details of cases lately.
Right.
So why, you know what I mean? Why sometimes they can keep the shit quiet, but sometimes they can say something.
Yes, they putting little stuff out there like that don't make no sense.
Yeah, but you know, man, shit goes like that.
That is wild.
It's just one of them things we play by ear. Everybody black guy just be on their P's and Q's. I wouldn't say go back to, I mean, not back to, but I wouldn't say go, you know what I mean, go being mad at all of the white folk or nothing.
Don't get caught up into this shit. Don't let them people, because they trying to, that's what they're going to use to sidetrack everything with the trade war, all of that stuff. You know what I mean? And people not going to pay attention. You're going to pay attention to the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I thought it was crazy how they had this as breaking news over here yesterday. You know what I mean? When this dude got bailed. And I'm like, you see this shit? Because what they said was,
well, I mean, that's because a lot of people was fighting for that. A lot of people for the last week since it happened, a lot of people was arguing like, why the fuck he got $1 million bail when he was defending himself? You see what I'm saying? They like short and you know his credentials in so many words, you know, make him eligible to be out of there. You know what I mean? He had 4 point, you know, he got a high grade point average, and you know what I mean, he on 2 sports teams, and you know what I mean, he got all good shit on his side. So, you know what I mean? They shouldn't never set his bail that high anyway. But you know, because of the politics of it, of course they was gonna do that. But he really, honestly, like I said,
and like what the guy said,
he wasn't even supposed to got arrested.
And like what
they
the
supposed
dude
to held
said,
him overnight.
Hazy.
They supposed to held him overnight while they question all of the witnesses, and the next day they make the decision whether or not they're gonna charge him.
Hazy.
Yeah.
When you got a professor that says everything is about race and talking about it's in the Bible, obviously he's gonna get locked up because you're basing everything on race. You're basing everything on race. So obviously your thing is first goal is to lock up the black man. You know what I mean? Real shit.
Right.
You're making it on race. So right now, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna get out of control because then you have somebody talking like that. You know what I mean? And then other people are listening. And listen to what you just said. You know, if you're defending himself, you know what I mean? The bill shouldn't have been that high. You know, but y'all made it about race and locked him up because y'all want to create a race war. You know what I mean? And it's everything is that's what I'm saying. That's why with me, I don't know. That's what I said. If I was, I don't know. I was saying he shouldn't have taken the bail or get bail if they have evidence. But if they don't have no evidence where he went out of his way to do this, I went back, got it off his bag, and came back. Because you got to understand, Hazy, and me and you are fighting somebody, we're going to watch them go. You know what I mean? If they got to go for a far away and go get the thing and come back.
No, he had the bag on him. He had the bag on him. He just reached in there when the dude tried talking about he going to remove him. He reached his hand in the bag. He already had the bag on him. Allegedly.
People said before that, you know, well, some people said he pushed them, but people are saying that he shoved them to the ground.
I can believe that. I don't know how true that is, but I can believe it.
That's what happened. They shoved them to the ground, and you know what I mean, and there was a scuffle. So, yeah, that's why when they said, because they tried to make it look like the white dude wasn't doing anything. You know what I'm saying?
Right, when the initial reports. But see, that's the media.
Yeah.
The white boy father came out and said, man, leave race out of it. The white boy father was hurt, but he act like he know his son was wrong. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? He mad and distraught and all of that, but he act like he knows that his son was wrong.
But that's what I'm saying. They messed up because they're trying to use race to win this case. The media and the court. That's what they pushing.
Yeah, but it don't go like that. Court go down to, you know, the media playing a role. Only thing the media gonna do is possibly taint the jury pool. You know what I'm saying? But far as how it work out in court, court is something different. Judges and lawyers and all of that shit, it's real, they real thorough inside of a court, yo. Everything gets down to statutes, prior cases, and all of this type of shit. So it don't really, none of that really matters in the bigger scheme of things when it get inside the courtroom. Even though it look like it gonna have a big effect on the case, it ain't gonna have nothing to do with the case, honestly. It just the worst thing you can say, it probably gonna affect the jury pool. You know what I'm saying? And probably cause some racial tensions between people that's not involved. But when they get inside the courtroom and they get down to the laws and the judge and the attorney and the prosecutors and the witnesses, it's a whole different process. And a lot of us that's watching it from the outside, a lot of people don't understand how that shit works. A lot of people don't understand how court and the police system and shit work, yo. They don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? They just don't.
They don't.
You
They
know what I
don't.
mean? They be speaking
That's
and
what
shit.
I'm
You know what I'm
saying.
saying?
That's what I'm saying. People gotta understand about what Carmelo Anthony said to the police when he gave that statement as, "You think I could get away? You think I could get?"
That's not a statement, really. That's a question. And you know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
but it's still, and them, if they want to put it, they could. I know, but they could just make it as a statement, like, you know what I mean. You know what they is. You know what police is, bro. You ask them a question.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta think about it, TMG. Think about this. No matter what, regardless what he said to the police, they going off of witnesses.
I know, but
You see what I'm saying? So regardless what Shorty say, it was 20 other people right there that saw the shit happen. So once 5 people say the same thing, the closest 5 people that saw it, and the brother probably, I'm telling you, the brother probably was scared as a motherfucker when it happened. I know he told the truth at the beginning. He probably thinking the lie now and try to switch it up and make it look bad on Shorty now. But at the beginning, when his brother died in his arms, he told the truth. I'm telling you what I know. He told the truth. So once the witness statements is in there, it don't matter what Shorty said. Cause he could be so distraught, he can get it wrong. The little dude could have said the wrong thing happened. He could say something happened that didn't happen. Everybody else could be like, no, that ain't happening. It went this way. And Shorty might just forgot because it happened so quick. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
So I get what you're trying to say, but I don't think it ain't gonna have no effect on the case, really. Like it don't change what everybody saw go down and what went down. All that is what he said afterwards. By him admitting that he did it, I mean, it ain't really nothing else. You know, it don't change nothing because everybody else know he did it. All of the people that saw would have said it anyway, even if he didn't say it. You see what I'm saying? If he never say I stabbed him, all of the people out there saw him stab him and be like, he stabbed him. You see what I'm saying? So now I'm gonna tell you what would have hurt him if he would have lied and said he didn't stab him. Now that would have hurt him.
Yeah,
because you lying and you got all of these witnesses that said you did. But even then,
you're not supposed to say nothing. You're not supposed to say nothing. You're not supposed to say nothing because they could use that against you.
Right.
In court.
You're right. But look, how the law work, let's say he lied and said I didn't stab him. And all of the witnesses said he stabbed him. That still don't make him guilty of homicide. They still got to know the circumstances, what happened before that, what led up to that. Because unbeknownst to him, he would have still got a self-defense, even if he lied to the police. Once they find out the truth, it's still self-defense if the dude hit you first. So even if you lied to the police, even if you just straight lied to the police and say, it wasn't me. Once they figure out the details and all of the witnesses said, yes, it was him, but he got assaulted first, it's still self-defense. So although he lied, he might would have got charged with lying to law enforcement, but he still was gonna beat the murder. That don't mean that he you know what I mean, it was a first degree murder. That's why the laws and shit is important. You know what I'm saying? The laws and shit is important, yo.
Right.
And you got and for real, like I'm pretty sure his family right now, he probably got different people in his family combing through different laws, combing through different cases. You know what I mean? Finding different stuff because it's a lot of shit you gotta find out. It's a lot of arguments you gotta make alongside the lawyer. The lawyer doing his due diligence too. What they gotta do as a defense attorney, the lawyer getting everything together too. But you gotta know what's what. You gotta know what happened in prior cases like this. Is it you gonna find the most similar case in this state, in this jurisdiction that happened similar to this, and see what you know what I'm saying? Find out what's what. So it's just like man, it's one of them things, man. It's one of them things, man. Like shit just set us back. That's all I know. It set us back, yo, for us race relations. I mean, well, and that's just my opinion, because I'm the only one that I know of that thought that, you know, we was moving towards a better racial relationship with, you know, cleaning up the country and shit. Because it's a lot of people that's in positions that been doing fraud, and that's, you know, politicians and all that been keeping the race conversation going. So I was feeling like once we get them out the way, now we can start finding out who really feel what type of way. You see what I'm saying? But you got to get them people out of place first, because a lot of this shit is fake racism. It's you know what I'm saying? It's orchestrated.
Makes sense,
So
yo.
once we was,
It's crazy because no, it makes sense after April. Remember in April, like April or like the third week or the second, not even that, the third day in April, like, a whole bunch of white people came in. They probably thought they was gonna get us to say something about that case. Oh, I see why them niggas are coming around them time.
Yeah, but I ain't on that. See, yo, I ain't gonna lie. I'm pro-black and I'm for my people. And when it get down to it, I can get down too. But that ain't necessarily how it's supposed to go.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Motherfuckers we gotta be sensible too. I'm not just every black person you gotta step up and defend, or every white person you gotta be against. And that's how the white people supposed to be. You don't supposed to step up and defend every white person. When they wrong, they wrong. Right. You know what I mean? When they right, you supposed to step up and defend them to a T, and don't even play with it. However far you gotta take it or whatever, we gotta respect that. But when you wrong, you gotta be wrong, and we gotta do the same thing on our side. So for a white person coming over here trying to pull out some racism or some prejudice out of a nigga, that ain't gonna happen with me. I told you I got white folk in my family, and I got white blood. I got a Notre Dame hat on right now because I got Irish in me. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I got Irish grandfather, yo. Well, mixed Irish and black grandfather, yo. So I'm not gonna never just straight be hate white people up the rip. You know what I mean? Just because they white, that shit just don't go like that. I got white people in my family and I love them. You know what I mean? And they solid too. And I'm talking about I got white people like not only like with my grandfather's situation, but I got uncles that got, you know what I mean? I got uncle that got a daughter by a white woman, and my other uncle was married to her mother. So, you know what I mean? That shit is in my family, nigga. I'm trying to tell you how the shit go. But you know, it is what it is. A lot of times, I told you one of the times when we was at, I mean, my family come up from down south, and they from down south too, not the white people from Baltimore, but my uncles and all them from down south. When they came up here, we was going to have a race conversation, and I was on some black shit. You know what I'm saying? I was on my pro-black shit, but they stopped me. Remember I told you they was like, they shut that shit down because I was great turn up, but I was great really turn up because they was saying some shit that I ain't agree with neither. I'm gonna be real on both sides, on, you know, however the fuck it is. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say on both sides. You know what I mean? Whether white, black, or whatever. But I'm black though. I'm pro, and I'm gonna always be pro-black. But when niggas wrong, they wrong. But when niggas right, they right, man. In this situation, Shorty wasn't wrong. You know what I mean? It's a fucked up thing, and I know it's gonna have consequences. But I wish it shouldn't. Yeah, it shouldn't have no consequences like that. But it's going to. I know that.
If this goes out of hand, all them black people, yo, they gonna turn against, because no one expected this to happen. And like what you said, everybody thought it was gonna be.
It's gonna be the ones that ain't ready.
Yeah.
See all of the motherfuckers. Well, I ain't gonna say all of them. I know some people that's on their pro-black shit that don't give a fuck, but that's about that life. But it's a lot of people out here that's on their pro-black shit and trying to shit on the white folk and want it to go down too, and they not ready. A lot of these pro-black niggas ain't ready for what, you know what I mean, that shit for real. You know what I mean? I've been doing deliveries, right? Listen what I'm telling y'all, yo. White folk got us outnumbered, nigga. We don't stand a chance if it really get down to it. I hope niggas don't get that fucked up. We don't got enough heart to beat no white people in this country. I'm just telling you what it is right now. So if you ain't ready to fight to the death, shut the fuck up. Let the niggas that's really about that life say what they gonna say. Everybody who ain't really about that life, shut the fuck up. I'm telling you. Everybody who ain't about that life with white folk, with a race war, shut the fuck up. Cause you don't want the smoke. I'm telling you, niggas don't even know what the smoke really gonna be about. If you notice in every state, the cities and the black people is in the middle. It's surrounded by all white folk. Yo, they got all of the black people surrounded everywhere. Except for in them states where it's mostly black people, and that's very few states. But other than that, all of the other states, the cities is in the middle, and it's surrounded by suburban areas that's mad white people, yo. Niggas ain't ready for that. I'm just telling you, they don't even know what they dealing with. You think you just arguing because you be on the bus and it only 3-4 white people on the bus with 20 black people. No, that's not the ratio out here in the world. That's not the ratio. That's not the ratio out here. And you don't want that smoke if you don't, especially the politicians and shit that's trying to drum it up. Maxine Waters and all of them type of people, the AOCs and all of them that try to keep that shit going. They do not want that smoke, yo. They do not want that smoke, yo. It's gonna be somebody else that will fight, that gonna lose their life. And then them bitches will sit behind and then they cop the deuce at the all of that. At the all is said and done, when niggas start getting smoked, they get the main serious niggas out the way. Now all of them motherfuckers that ain't want no smoke been running their mouth, they bent over. They've been over. So you know, the motherfuckers who ain't ready for that, just shut up. You know what I'm saying? Now, me personally, and I ain't saying I ain't ready. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but believe me, if the shit had to go down, I'd be one of the ones that set it up. Don't get it fucked up with me. I can, you know what I mean? I can get on any type of time, anytime I want. You know what I mean? But I ain't a nigga that won't get down with the shit when it come down to it. It's a lot of people running their mouth that ain't with that type of shit. They just running their fucking mouth, yo.
A lot of people ain't gonna
fight. Running their fucking mouth.
A lot of people ain't gonna fight with black people if that shit really goes down.
They ain't even ready. They don't even know. Once they really see what they work up against, they gonna shut up.
Talking shit.
They gonna shut up. Because you know, with the white folk, they don't really gotta get at you just on some run up on you and get at you and shit. They can send law enforcement.
Right.
Get your goofy ass in the precinct.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You running your mouth, they can get you locked up for some old charges and shit, and boom, boom, you in the precinct, and yeah, it's up now.
That's like what they be doing right now today to these rappers. You know what I mean?
Come on, man.
And these producers, like, people acting like, that's why when I say a lot of people laugh at Diddy and all that shit, but they don't act like they don't know what time it is. You know what I mean?
Right.
Niggas don't know what time it is.
Like they don't know the machine he fighting against and all of that. That's some serious shit. That's a machine that most people can't handle. And a lot of people saying, you know, what he did and didn't do, you gotta understand that they got it out for him.
When
they can orchestrate some evidence. They can orchestrate some shit.
Yeah, when they got it out for you, they got it out for you.
And they can pull some, man, what? I ain't gonna lie, yo, and I gotta tell you about this situation real quick because this bitch just threatened my life today, yo. I mean, kind of threatened my family, but low key, yo. Cause I told you the other day, motherfuckers, the bank took some money out my account, yo.
Yeah,
twice. You know what I'm saying? So, I had made a complaint with the proper people and all that. You know, they call them and then the bank call you and see what's going on. So we get on the phone or whatever. We try and work this shit out, but she try and lie. And as she lying, I'm like, that ain't true. They took this much. She planned a lot of games and all of that, whatever. But she ended up saying, like, I'm like, man, fuck it. I'm gonna just deal with it with a lawyer. Like, even we gonna work it out now, I'm gonna deal with it with a lawyer. But she kept on saying, I ain't even mad at you. You gotta do what's best for you and your family. I like, why you keep bringing my family up? What are you saying? Like, you trying to tell me something like my family gonna be in danger if I sue y'all? Like, is you threatening my family? Like, the fuck wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Don't be telling me no shit about I ain't even told you I had no family. We dealing with a credit card situation. I didn't say shit about no family. You don't know me from Adam and Eve. This your first time talking to me on the phone. How fuck you know I got family? and why you keep bringing them up. You know what I'm saying? But you know, when you think about shit like that, you gotta look at how people deal with shit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at how people deal with shit. Motherfucker mad because I'm catching the fraud. I caught the fraud. See, I watch every dollar. The motherfuckers be thinking you stupid. Or you spend money so you ain't, you know what I mean, you ain't paying attention or whatever. No, I watch all that shit.
Right.
Every dollar that's coming to me, I'm aware of it. I'm waiting on it. It's just like when I used to be in the streets, niggas owe me money. I might be running around, nigga be thinking you doing so much stuff.
You forget
But you
about
ain't
it.
even worrying about your money. Nigga, I know every dollar every nigga owe me. Nigga, if you owe me 1700, look, you owe me 1700, you give me 1530. You think I don't know you owe me 170? And then you pay me the 125. You think I don't know you still owe me $55? Or $45, my bad. You think I don't know you owe me $45 still? You got me fucked up.
A lot of niggas be thinking niggas forgetting, you know.
Nah, you got me
The
fucked
only way
up.
I do that, I'm gonna tell you, Hasty, the only way I do that, unless a nigga be like, yeah, what's going on? What's going on, TMG? You know, I'm gonna, such and such. I heard it, your birthday was such and such. You know what I mean? When I see you, I'm gonna bless you. Nah, if you come to me and we're chilling, I'm smoking and I'm drinking, and you ain't saying nothing, then I ain't bringing it up. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't
You
bring it
acting
up.
like, yeah.
Yeah, that's a
What?
big difference. That's a big difference. But if you owe me, nigga,
Yeah.
nigga, I want my shit.
And a lot of times with me, like when a nigga was getting money, a lot of the little money nigga owe me at the end, I'd be like, fuck it. But sometimes by you keep saying fuck it, nigga automatically think if they give you something and they owe you the little bit, you gonna say fuck it every time.
Right.
But that ain't necessarily the case. You know what I'm saying? But and a lot of times, I don't be on no shit. I ain't really in my grown up years when I had kids and shit, when it came to getting money. You know what I mean? I ain't had too much problems with niggas and all of that. And I ain't never really was getting at niggas about money. Back in the day before I had kids, I was getting at niggas about money. I ain't gonna lie. I was getting at niggas like for real. Like it was, man. I was getting at niggas. You know what I'm saying? I was getting at people, about my bread. But a lot of times when I was, older, I was letting the shit fly. You know what I mean? Certain shit, not all my money or something, but like the last little bit you might owe me, I'm fucking, man, you don't fuck that shit. That shit did. I done ate good enough. You know what I mean? I made enough. Boom, boom, boom. Still hold a nigga down too. You know what I'm saying? And hold a nigga down like, hey, fuck that other little bit. Boom, boom. Just give me, man, you know how this shit go in the streets.
Right.
But I don't know what made them think that I ain't paying attention to my money. I was renting cars and doing the delivery shit. And I always had to have a deposit on the side for the next car I'm gonna get, because it take a couple of days for you get your deposit back. So if I want to get a car, if I got a car right now and I take it back Friday, right? And I want another car again Friday, I gotta have the other money on the side for the deposit Friday, because when I drop this other car, that deposit ain't come back yet. So I always had two deposits. You see what I'm saying? Worth when I get a car, but they start playing my deposit money, and thinking I ain't paying attention. Number one, I was depending on that. I don't care how much money I was making doing what I was doing. I still watching that money like it's that. I'm paying attention to that close. But they think, you know what I mean, since I'm on my credit card and I make a couple purchases here, purchases there, they can just blend it in and I can mix it, you know what I mean? I can use it. It get lost in translation, like you know what I mean? I must have spent it or something. I got to arguing with one lady. She like, yeah, you spent it. She looking at my shit like, yeah, you spent it. This money equal up to that. I'm like, ma'am, no, it don't, because certain charges that was charged that you credit into my deposit I got back, that charge already been made before that date. It just cleared on that day. So you think you slick, you think you fast talking me, but you can't fast talk me with numbers. I'm sorry. I don't care where you work at, bank. You're gonna have to go get one of them agents to fuck with me on numbers, and they gonna be impressed when they get down to it.
Right.
When they get down to talking to me and we get into it for real, they even gonna be impressed. Like, damn, you know something? Like, hold up. You drinking and smoking, and you got numbers like that in your head. You just came up with that number like that. You ain't need no paper on that. Motherfuckers would be impressed if they knew really how I was on that. Cause when I was in elementary school, I was a nerd, yo. I wasn't even built for the street. Like I just end up, cause where I grew up at. But I was a nerd in school, yo. In elementary and middle school and high school, I started, you know what I mean, getting out there. Middle school, I started showing off a little bit. High school, I started jumping off the porch type of shit. But elementary school, nigga, it was straight A's all the way through. I was a beast with it, top of the class. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So a lot of people be surprised when I, you know what I mean, when I bring that shit out, especially when a nigga be talking like a nigga all the time and drinking and doing all of this niggerish shit. They be thinking they ain't there, but nah, motherfucker, I can switch that shit quick. Real quick. I'm talking about real quick. But yeah, she tried low key, like she saying something about my family or something. Like she, you know what I mean? Like my family gonna be at risk if I, you know what I mean, if I take legal action. Like, no, give me my, you know what I mean? Fuck it. Oh
Right.
well, you know what I mean? Not oh well, but I know you ain't I know you ain't trying to say, you know, something. What? Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Don't turn me into that type of person, please. Let me just go in and pursue my legal action or whatever. Don't make me think I gotta fight a battle of a motherfucker going to threaten my family because, you know what I mean? I ain't letting them horse. That's the same thing the Democrats doing now because Elon Musk catching all this shit they doing now. They just up in rage. They want to burn the cars and all this other goofy shit because he catching them stealing. What type of shit is that? You gonna fight to still keep stealing?
Yo, you know what I'm noticing, right? You see our new I've been telling people this, but people don't believe me. Our new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, right? That dude right there, Joe Biden's homie, right? You know he American, right?
What's his name?
Mark Carney or Mark Carney.
Mark Carney.
Mark Carney.
Oh,
Mark Carney, yeah. He American.
Mark Carney.
Yeah, he American.
Mm.
He American, bro. He not Canadian, like, you know.
Well, that's how you know. That's how you know they can ready make Canada one of the United States.
No, but that's how you know this shit is fixed by the Democrats to fuck Trump. Because if this nigga, like, you gotta understand, bro, he was Justin Trudeau advisor. And I'm thinking, damn, this nigga American, and he came from, like, you know what I mean? He must be a part of, because low key them niggas, them people there, they're conservative. It's them other people. It's them. My bad. The liberals over here. They're not conservative like Americans are conservative. It's the conservatives over here that are with the Americans. These liberal people, they're with the Democrats. Everything that.
Yeah, that's how it is here. The liberals mostly Democrats here,
okay,
and the conservatives.
Right.
The conservatives is mostly Republican.
But you see these liberals. You see these liberals here. They all work together, bro. Remember when I was telling you, right, that they setting up over here that everything that they do, they trying to make sure Trump. They set up a camp over here, bro. That before Trump came in power. That's why Justin Trudeau came out of office because he seen all that shit was political, bro. The dude, I think it's either he knows Trump or he knows Biden. But I'm pretty sure the Mark Carney dude, or Mark Carney or whatever his name, last name is, him. He's American and he knows. Like he was with back in the days, he was in Washington in politics. That's why I said. That's why I tell people don't get gassed up by because this is all politics. You see what I'm saying? That's why I never got gassed up with the Canadian and the American beef because I know I was the first person to call it out. They said that's a sidetrack for the Chinese to figure it out. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. That's what people are calling it right now.
China in trouble.
Yeah,
China done fucked up. They fucked up big time.
Yo, they China.
Fucked up big time.
I told people just now we're gonna be paying $4,000. It's $3,500 for an iPhone over here. It's the iPhone that's dropping is gonna be $4,000. How much y'all are paying for it over in the US? But we're about to pay $4,500 for an iPhone, and that's fucking crazy. The new iPhone.
Well, I mean, in a situation like this, when the economy get rough like this and rocky, nobody shouldn't be buying on new phones anyway. Your best bet is to buy insurance on your other one. You know what I'm saying? Your best bet is to buy insurance on the one you got and just, if it break, fix it. You know what I mean? Right now, it ain't no time to be trying to buy luxury items. Hazy. Unless you're getting it at a discount. You know what I'm saying? Hazy. Anybody who try,
Hazy.
Yeah. Nigga ain't trying to hear that, is they? Hold up, let me see.
Look.
Oh, flip phone. Ain't nothing wrong, smart man. My phones ain't all that slick either. My
So
shit,
listen.
just regular shit, little basic shit. I don't need nothing too much.
I got other phones. But you know what I like when I got other phones. You see what I'm saying? I got smartphones too and all that shit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
I'm
you,
just
yeah, I
showing-
mean, but you can
I'm
always
just trying to
revert
show you
back
what
to the
that
lesson.
when they get on that time, I can get on that time. All I gotta do is switch my chip into that phone. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
makes sense.
You know what
Smart
I
man.
mean? You know what I mean? So whatever they're trying to do, or whatever they're trying to get the world and they're trying to put us in, I'm ready for them too. Because I see all these old Caucasian people telling me, oh, get yourself a flip phone. Because just now they're going to freeze up your phones. You're not going to be able to make a phone call. I said, okay. And they make a
Yeah,
sense. You know what the Caucasian white dude told me? They cannot, when you have a flip phone, it's hard for them to ping you. But when you have a smartphone, it's easy for them to ping you. You know what I mean?
yeah, it is. It is because there's internet on there heavy and all that. I'm gonna
Right.
tell you what this white lady told us yesterday. She said right now, because she worked at the port too. She worked in a store we went to, but she worked at the port. She said right now, the thing you want to stock up on is laundry detergent and dish detergent. Right now.
Yeah.
That's what she said. She said laundry detergent and dish detergent. Right now. She said, don't play with that. That from, she said, could they get a memo every day about different shit? She said laundry detergent and dish detergent. Matter of fact, tomorrow I'm gonna get all that shit in bulk. Because she was serious. She was dead serious. She said, get all of that shit right now. So I'm definitely gonna get all of that. And she was serious.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. These little niggas, they're on their game because I've been seeing a lot of them with like flip phones. I'm like, y'all niggas back on y'all game. Y'all smart enough. Real shit.
Yeah.
Like they're literally buying them, dog. They go around and buy them for the double the price they selling them for. These little niggas are smart, yo. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Back to Shorty and them. I don't want to take you. I ain't mean to take you all the way far off a subject, but I had to bring up that shit about the bank. But back to Shorty and them, man. It's just a messed up thing, yo. God willing, it's gonna get worked out.
And there's been proof, right? There's a proof that certain phones with certain apps are listening to you, like they know everything you do. Like there's some of these phones. I don't know if it's the new phone. That's why they say don't buy it, or maybe because it's too expensive. But there's certain things on the phone, especially like when you go to your phone and they're like, "Oh, download this," and don't like you always got a app there that you, especially for instance, the YouTube app. Once you sign in your email, that shit has your shit from like years of you been around. But they keeping tabs on you. Certain apps,
Right.
keep tabs on. Certain apps they keep tabs on. If you don't have a phone, you don't sign up for the app, or you don't put your email in the app, they can't keep no tabs on you. I mean, that's why they're like, download this app. Oh, you want to use this app? Come on, the app is better for you. Use the app because they want to fucking be in your business.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
You're thinking about something, it comes up on your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Them apps.
You be talking about something so random and you see it on your phone.
Yeah,
And
randomly.
even when you're not talking about it, it's just you're thinking about it, but you have your phone in your hand
I
and
forgot.
you're thinking about it. It comes up on your phone.
Like we was talking about something last time, Hasty. I forgot what were we talking. What we was talking. I seen it on YouTube. Like right after I got off, I'm like, fuck, yeah, I forgot we was talking about. I forgot what we was talking about, and it just popped up, and I'm like, damn. That's why I don't really.
I'm gonna go back to
You know what I'm saying? Yo, I could talk so much shit. On the flip phone. Nothing will pop up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Nothing will pop up. I don't like that shit.
But you know what? On the flip phone, right? The burner phone. If like you're trying to call if I'm trying to call you on my phone, sometimes I don't even want to ring out, or it goes to like the H at the top of the data.
Yeah, because it can't ping. It can't ping my phone.
Which is not good because I can't talk to you.
That's better. I don't want to ping my like.
You want me to call you?
Yeah.
I know a trick though. I know a trick, yo. I know a trick. I ain't gonna say it on here. I'll tell you if you want me to, but I ain't gonna say it on the live. But it's a trick you can use that, you know what I mean, that work around that, yo. I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying? You can still, it's old school mechanisms we can use that niggas forgot about back in the day. From back in the day that you can do today that, yeah, you can throw motherfuckers off a little bit. Matter of fact, it's a couple little things you can do. It's a couple situations you can do.
It's true though. It's like you're almost paying paying for $3,000 or $4,000 for a phone to keep tabs on. That don't make no sense.
Yeah, you paying them.
Yeah, you paying them to keep tabs on you. Yeah, that's what you basically
Hell
doing.
yeah, you covering the expenses.
Yeah.
However much it costs for them to watch you, you paying it for it.
Yeah, you
They
pay
just
them
gotta sit back and
money.
just watch it.
Yeah, that's all you got.
You're paying the extra security.
Yeah, you're paying the extra security, all that. That shit is crazy.
I ain't tell you the other night too, right? The other night when we were streaming, I mean, I thought about it, but I ain't want to bring it up right then and there.
Yeah.
But I was just talking to y'all about the prior stream, which was I think you streamed Sunday night, and I think you streamed, was it Saturday or Thursday? The one before Sunday, when I was talking about you can catch motherfuckers following you and all of this shit. Somebody try my, try my hand like I'm lying or something. I caught a motherfucker following me in the grocery store, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure, right? But you know what I'm saying? I got on him, you know what I'm saying? I put him on the camera in the store and shit, right? He was following me around. He was trying to meet me at the fucking register, right? But what I was doing, I double back. Like when I'm about to go to the register, but I double back and go in another aisle and look around again, the aisle that I've been in already.
Yeah.
So I caught the nigga try to go back to the beginning of the store. So I like, this nigga watch me. So I throw the camera on, I throw yo on the camera and all of this shit, right? I go pay for my shit. It was somebody else too, but I'm gonna leave that out alone right now. Well, I go pay for my shit, right? So I go to the truck, I'm loading my groceries in the truck. So the nigga come out, he ain't buy nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he walked past me with his phone up, like he recorded me. So I ain't saying him and shit. I finished loading the truck, but I watched him the whole time he walking. Yo, this nigga parked way far away, yo. He was parked way far away across the parking lot and shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I watch him and shit. I watch him go all the way to the car he go to. But I act like I wasn't watching him. I just face myself whereas I'm looking, I'm facing one direction, but I can see him out the side of my eye. So I see what car he go in. So I like, all right, boom, get in the truck for a second. I get in the truck. After I finished loading the ground, I put the cart back from the, you know what I mean, get in the truck. I look at my phone and all this other shit. So then I went to go leave. When I went to go leave, I left out where I saw him at in the car. So I got a good picture. I take a good photo of your car, his tag in his car. Then I took a good photo of him in the car, right? So the light changed. Boom, I pull up. I went through another light. Boom, get to the next light. I make a right. But when I'm about to make that right, I see yo like coming behind me, right? Not behind me, but like 5, 6 cars back. But he coming the same way I'm coming. So boom, I bang the right and shit. I goes up a little bit. I act like I'm ready to turn in another shopping center. So boom, when I'm about to turn in this shopping center, yo get behind me. Like he ready to turn in the shopping center. So I got out that lane like I ain't turning no more. So he got out the lane, so I throw on the brakes. So yo come around on the side of me and roll his window down. So I roll my window down. I'm like, yo, what's up? He like, yo, why did he a foreigner now? I think he either Russian, Ukrainian, something like that. White foreigner with a beard and shit. Why did you take a photo of my car? Like, why the fuck you follow me around in the store? Nigga, like, I swear to God, brother. I swear to God, brother. I swear to God. He calling me brother and shit. I swear to God, I was not. I'm like, yo. Huh?
Was he Arab?
He might have been, but he got like a Russian. He looked more white Arab. If he was Arab, he was like a white Arab, like a Russian or Ukrainian or something. You see what I'm saying? But he like, brother, I swear to God, I'm not following you, whatever. But we arguing in the street for a long time to the point where people behind us beeping the horn and shit. But I'm telling the nigga like, yo, I don't like niggas following me around. Like, fuck wrong with you? Like, he like, yo, brother, I swear to God, I'm not following you. I swear to God. But he acting scared though. I'm trying to think in my mind, like, why the fuck is this nigga so scared? But he done follow me. But he like, brother, I swear to God, I'm not following. Like, nigga, it don't matter. I like, yo, the cameras in the store, nigga. We to go look back at the cameras, nigga. I could see you clearly following me, watching me cross the, you know what I mean? He was far away from me, but he was kept being right there where he can always see me at. Long story short, I told a nigga like, yo, I don't like niggas following me. Y'all start feeling like my life in danger. He like, bro, I swear to God, bro, I was not following. I'm like, all right, yo, whatever. I say, all right. Pulling off on the nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe he thought you was recording him, so he started recording you too.
Nah, listen, he already was following me before I even pulled out the phone. That's the only reason I pulled the phone out, because he was on me too heavy. I had to get a, you know what I mean, get a record of who's this nigga on me like this. I mean, not a nigga, he was a white boy, but you know what I mean? He was clearly on me. You see what I'm saying? He clearly was on me. You know what I'm saying? So, and I got all of this problem going on with my credit card and my bank statement, all this shit. So I'm on everybody who watching me, yo, because, you know what I'm saying? I'm on them. I'm just on them. You know what I mean? I'm just on niggas. For real. I hope niggas don't think that I be lying when I say I be watching my surroundings. Like, I really be watching my surroundings. Anybody, I'm telling you, I caught, yo, my man to tell you, yo, I caught the boys on me one time, yo, watching us with binoculars. This back in the day, this about early 2000s, yo. I like, yo, they watching us. Yo, like, huh? We went to, what we did? We went to the car wash and shit. So we sitting in the car wash. We sitting in the car. It's one of the first warm days of the year. It's about this time of the year. It's springtime. We sitting in the car wash. So we sit in the car wash for a while, because there's a long line. Everybody getting their car wash and shit, the automatic car wash. Get the car wash or whatever. Left out the car wash, and I went to the gas station. But when I went to the gas station, I parked at a gas pump, but I wasn't getting no gas. I just was going to get an air freshener because I just washed my car. I already had gas in there. So when I come out the gas station, I got the air freshener. White boy walked up to me. He was like, hey, you think you can help me out? Clean cut white boy though. You think you can help me out? He like, man, I got my friend over there, we ran out of gas. You know what I mean? We were trying to make it to the gas station. We ran out of gas. You know what I mean? We need to see you can help me out with a couple dollars, get some gas or whatever. So I pull out, I had $17 in my pocket. I pull out the $17. I give yo the 2 ones. Like, hey, that's all I can give you. He like, all right, thanks. He walked back to the car, but when I see him, he walked back. He had a fresh Toyota pickup truck, temp tags on it, and he wasn't even facing the gas station. Right? So I'm like, boom. I say, all right, but I ain't getting, mind you, I wasn't getting gas. So when he walking away, I'm hopping in the car, pulling off. By the time he go in his truck, I'm pulling off around and bent the corner and all of this shit. But I told my man, like, yo, that shit looks shaky. I said, I'm about to spin the bin and see if yo go to, I said, I'm about to spin the bin and see if yo go to the gas station and get gas for real. So I spent the block. I just went 2 blocks down, make a right, make the next right, come back, make the next right, come back to the gas station. I come back to the gas station in less than a minute. They gone. So I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, yo, see? So I went through the gas station again, but I look at McDonald's, a McDonald's right there. I see these other 2 white men looking at us like, yeah, man, I'm like, yo, these niggas, I seen them with some binoculars in McDonald's. So I'm like, yo, this shit crazy. So I left again and I spent the block. I went 2 different blocks, but I spent back the, you know what I mean, come back the same way. But when we was leaving, I saw them come out McDonald's and jog to their car real quick. Like they trying to hurry up and get in the car. So I'm like, yo, you see that? He like, what? I said, I'm about to show you. So I went all the way around McDonald's parking lot and came back and I blocked them in, yo. Like they was in the car trying to back out, but I blocked them in the parking spot where they was at. Like, see? You see them? That's the niggas that just had the binoculars watching us and shit. My man in the passenger seat, like, yo, he just shaking his head like the shit look crazy to him. He just shaking his head. So I just pulled off. And when I left, yo, every block I went past for like the next 6 blocks, yo, they had a car coming out each block, yo. All I'm on the walkie-talkies, yo. I'm like, yo, see, I told you. Like, yo, I told you I'd be paying attention. And my man never doubted me again after that day, yo. Ever since that day, that nigga always know I know what the fuck I be talking about because I had to show him. I had to block the police in so he can see that I know what I'm talking about these niggas watching.
Why would he? You know what I'm saying? because I would be
It
like,
just was some wild shit.
yeah,
But it
too.
was, I think it was because I had bought the car from one of my mans and he was hot. He was super hot. You know what I'm saying? He was super duper
So,
crazy hot. You know what I mean? I ain't even gonna lie.
so let me talk about this Anthony kid again. You say he's not gonna get no jail time because he's charged as an adult. That's why his face is showing on the TV. You know that, right?
You talking about me?
No, I'm talking.
And I'm saying he ain't gonna get no jail.
No, I'm saying the Carmelo Anthony kid. He
Right, that's what I'm saying. You asking me, do I think he not gonna get no jail time?
yeah.
Yeah, if he get time, it gonna get knocked down to a juvenile. They
So
gonna
right
knock
now
the
he's charged
charges
as an
down to
adult.
a juvenile charges because number one, he was self-defense. So if they can't just completely let him go, then they're gonna have to charge him with the least. They're gonna have to charge him with whatever charge it was as a juvenile, though.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? They're gonna have to go by the right. Yeah, they gotta work it out and straighten everything out. Everything gonna have to be to a T. You know what I'm saying? Or he gonna be able to beat everything at an appeal. So they probably, if I had to guess, they gonna drop it down to a juvenile manslaughter or something like that.
Or might just drive it a manslaughter and then aggravated assault, or not aggravated assault, a manslaughter because
Yeah, it's gonna have to be a manslaughter or a second degree,
why would that's what I'm saying.
homicide,
That's
a
why I don't
second
like
degree
I don't know
involuntary homicide
I don't
or
know why I brought up
unintentional
aggravated
homicide.
assault. I don't know why I brought up aggravated assault. What am I talking about? But I'm just saying, like, what you're right. The once he's dead, they could break it down to murder, second degree murder, and then
Yeah,
manslaughter, and then right there he could walk. You know what I mean?
yeah, he gonna get out. I mean, it
I don't know
just
why the
he
fuck
gonna have to go through the
I was
motion.
saying aggravated assault. I don't know why I was saying that earlier.
No, because a lot of times don't get it fucked up. How you looking at it is based on how they presenting the information too.
Right.
You know what I mean? They presenting it in a way where as though they telling us like he done for. I mean, or you know what I mean? He should have been
Yeah.
charged and this and that. You know what I'm saying? They telling us so much information to keep us on our toes. But no, he gonna be all right. He gonna
Yeah.
be all right. He gonna be all right. It just
So you're
he got to
saying
worry
so
about
you're
the
saying
retaliation.
he's not gonna do no time. He's just gonna do a regular.
If
A
he do
regular.
some time, it gonna be the rest of his juvenile life. And he gonna be 18 by the time the case settles. So you know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna be
No, he's
about retaliation.
probably gonna be like 21 when he come out or something. You know what I mean?
Nah, because he about to be 18. He's 17 now. He about to be 18 on his next birthday. So it going he going I don't know, yo. I don't think he gonna do no time. His main shit he gotta worry about is retaliation. I'm pretty sure his people's got good lawyer money for him. The lawyer gonna fight the case. The witnesses done said what they said. That's why they gave him a bail because the witnesses done revealed that he was defending himself. If the witnesses would have said anything other than he was defending himself, they wouldn't have dropped the bail. It's definitely based on what the witnesses told the police, and we don't know what the witnesses told the police. We only can speculate based on the outcome, and by them giving him a bail, you can only assume that the witnesses all said that it was self-defense, or they all gave their testimony, and the courts came to the conclusion that it was self-defense. If what you're saying is true, it was self-defense. You see what I'm saying? Or they wouldn't have never gave him no bail. They ain't gonna give you no bail if the details of the story constitute that you intentionally killed him. They wouldn't have dropped the bail.
Yeah,
They
that's
would
what
have gave him a no bail. They would have raised it from $1 million to no bail.
that's what I'm saying. There got to be something else they're not talking about. You know, something.
It's what the witnesses said. Because once the witnesses talk to the police, they can't tell us nothing no more. They can't come on the internet and say what happened no more. The people
Yeah.
was right there now. They gotta shut up. They got a gag order.
But these racist ass courthouse and the racist ass media is trying to paint a different story. Well, you know what I mean? They're trying. When I say they're trying to boil it up so bad, bro, they're trying so hard to make a white race war with these young black, you know what I mean, kids. You know what I mean? It's crazy. and Caucasian kids, and that's sad because I'm like, damn, y'all. There's a one point when people believe what they believe in, and y'all out here trying to push this. And I mean, and I know it's not only stop, and I know it's not only black kids that gave their evidence. You see what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure there's Caucasian kids that said, "Yo, such and such happened too," but that's how it is. You know? It only matters and if you're talking against the race, making it all about race, and I'm like, you're making it all about race, and that's not cool.
Well, I know the father stepped up and said it wasn't about race though. Leave race out of it. The father kind of quelled that.
He said they're gonna make
So
him
the
look like,
father kind of really gave clues that, you know, what based on what everybody's saying, his son was in the wrong and he know it. You know what I'm saying? His son was in the wrong and he know it. He probably wants something to happen to Shorty for killing his son, but he know his sons was wrong. Which in turn tell me, because if the Karmelo dude was wrong, the father would have never came out and said none of the stuff he said. He would have never downplayed nothing. He would have never told nobody chill or nothing. You see what I'm saying? He wouldn't have did that because a nigga wrongfully hurt his son. But since he know his son was in the wrong, because I'm pretty sure the witnesses probably told. Just say it was some white girls out there with him. When the father asked the white girls what happened, they gonna tell the truth. They not gonna lie to the father and say your son ain't do nothing if he did something. Or they not gonna lie and say he did something if he didn't do nothing. They gonna tell the father the truth because that's his father. And when the father come out and say leave it alone, that means he know what they said his son was wrong, yo. He know what they said his son was wrong. Hold up. This my hoodie? Hold on.
what's up? Trump, bro. What's up,
Hold on. Got my hoodie. Hey, yo, get your shoe from right here.
Right here.
No. Yeah, where you at?
Yeah, yo. You're crazy. I don't know. This ain't. What's up, right? You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not mine.
It's crazy. But yeah.
It's just one of them things, yo.
Mm.
One of them situations, man.
I just think it's just too much of a race war. People trying to push a race war, or stay up for him, and because even the lawyer says it. The things that they're saying, and it's all like, really? Come on, bro. Like, and it's been boring because to be real though, Hazy, it's like I swear, it's like people have been boarding up. It's like they've been trying to set this up. They tried so many times, like so many times that people have tried it. Like it's crazy. Even over here, too, I thought it was crazy when the thing happened. And then over here when the people wow.
Yeah. Well, I mean, however it's gonna go, it's gonna go. Whoever feels some type of way is wrong. Once the boy father say what he say, that's common sense. That's there's nothing else can be done.
Family.
It was good, right?
Should have known it. You know I'm here, right?
Yeah.
Before the
I
lies
know.
get started and they folks could start spreading these white folks lies like they like to do. First and
Right.
foremost, it was raining. It was not at a school. The knife he had was a pocket knife, which is legal everywhere in the state of Texas. To get them
Right.
lies out of the way.
Yeah, I see that Hazy.
Okay.
I told you that big knife. That big knife that I seen that they had him carry around like he was Freddy Krueger. My bad, like he was Michael Myers.
It is a lie.
This is a lie. He's not.
That's a lie.
I said this is
Uh,
not. They tried to make this kid look like he was walking with a knife, like he was. What do you call it?
they didn't. They
Post
knew
slave.
of each other. They didn't know each other. They was rivals on the football teams was rivals. It was a rain delay. The coach told him because it was raining so bad to go under that tent. Them boys was way somewhere else. Saw him under that tent. I already had a problem with him because a girl chose him over them. All right, and they racist white boys. Their daddy is a sexual predator
I
because
heard.
he brought.
I ain't heard that he was a predator, but I heard somebody saying they father did something.
Yeah, he's been charged with sexual assault, so he's a predator. They ran up on that boy and pushed on him and stole off on him. And he said, if y'all do put your hands on me again, I'm gonna be forced to defend myself. But he didn't say it like that. And they thought he was playing. And just like a lot of white folks and light skinned folks are, they feel, like what they say is gold. And their arrogance got that boy stabbed. Now the only reason the black boy is in trouble because he talked too much. He's square.
Right.
He don't know the game.
Hazy,
So he told them folks that when they said, "Did you allegedly did this?" He said, "Ain't no alleged to it," and that was the admission, and that's why he got $1 million bond. Plus, he's in the racist territory. But his bond is now 250 because it got low. It got lowered because there are certain mitigating facts coming out.
He home.
Oh, he at home now. Yeah, the GoFundMe wasn't for. Before we get this lie started, wasn't no GoFundMe going to. They buying a house. They have a house. Frisco is a very nice place. A very nice place. But if we're gonna talk about his GoFundMe, let's talk about Kyle Rittenhouse GoFundMe, which this motherfucker went state lines and got a GoFundMe and did nobody better not.
Right. Well, see, I ain't ready to take that position. I don't feel like I ain't really trying to get into no back and forth race issue with this one because that's taking the bait. You know what I mean? That's falling
That's
right into the shit. I ain't really trying.
That's what it's coming down to, especially because Frisco is the way that it is.
Yeah.
Like I said, some of these privileged people got to come off their high horse. This story here, I'm gonna tell you now, between them boys.
Shit. If you saying that, you gotta be with the shit I was talking about earlier. Everybody who want to take in on that rate, you gotta be with the shit with the white people. Then don't be acting like, you know what I mean? Like it's an issue, but you don't really want to smoke. You know what I mean? If
this is the thing. This is the thing. It is a completely a racist issue with these white people because that's why they ran up on him like that.
All right, so you gotta be with the smoke. You know what I mean? You can't act like you ain't with the smoke.
What smoke?
You know what I mean? You don't act like you ain't with the smoke because
what smoke are you talking about? I just sat here and told the truth, and you said that you're not finna take a race issue. And I'm telling you, them white boys ran up on him because he was black, and they felt entitled. What smoke are you talking about?
No, that ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the simple fact: if you brought Kyle Rittenhouse into it, you know what I mean? You could have easily just left it. You easily could have left it with this situation. It's enough to go off on this situation for you to say what you gotta say. Once you start talking about other shit and comparing it to other shit, then
you know what I mean? I'm comparing it to other stuff because with
the Kyle Rittenhouse,
in the comments,
Kyle Rittenhouse ain't shoot no black people. He ain't shoot black people. He shoot white people.
It didn't matter. He went states across. We talking about the GoFundMe part, not who he shot. The GoFundMe part. He got to GoFundMe.
I ain't even discussing that. I ain't even mad at nobody for getting no GoFundMe. That's what GoFundMe is.
Yeah, but they see this the thing, Hazy. When they found out this man had a GoFundMe and was about to get out, they cut his GoFundMe off. And now they lying saying that his family need a home in the comments.
Right, yeah.
That's bullshit. Let's stop.
And,
Stop the
and,
bullshit.
and they got hella money. The man said he didn't even need the judge to drop the bomb down because they got the cash. You know what I mean? They didn't need them to drop it down to 250.
Don't relate blacking in Texas with being broke is what I'm saying. Let's
Yeah,
not do that.
black people got money in Texas, so the family said we didn't need the judge to bring the bond down. We could have paid $1 million of the actor.
Yeah. Well,
Well, I'm not saying that I'm not going in the race about that. The race part, the only racist part is the part that those two, them twins played in approaching that boy. That's it.
The big bully.
You listen up.
All right, they was bullied free.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yes.
No. Exactly, baby. See?
And both of them made bad Facebook posts on the internet. Both parties did.
All
So
right.
that's gonna be something to look into.
So right, they was bullies.
Yeah.
I knew it.
That boy was 135. Both of them was over 200.
I knew it.
Damn. Okay, so there
Did
we
I
go.
not tell you then?
There we go.
That's why it happened. There you go.
He ran up on he picked the right day to run up on somebody, and the boy was scary. I don't think Hazy would have done that, Chef. I don't think you would have did that, or me neither. We'd have just had a fight. But the boy was scary.
no, I ain't even gonna say it was scary. I mean, not that I don't, and I sound like I'm being disagreeable unnecessarily, but I'm
I
not.
get what
But
you're saying.
I don't even know
No,
if he was
I feel
scary.
you.
Yo, he wasn't playing no more. He just wasn't playing. You know what I mean? You don't gotta let nobody play
But
with you.
well, the thing is, Hazy, why I say he was scary, because me, you, and Chef, even at that young age, we didn't know not to tell the police nothing to let them do their job. When he ran off and just got to confessing like that, he messed himself up. Because now
Yeah,
they
if you
got to
don't know what they
confess you.
told him, they probably told him like, you know, that boy died,
No,
and
they didn't
that's
know.
gonna
They
scare.
didn't tell them. They didn't even know. They didn't know that the boy died until he asked them, "Was the boy okay?" And then they said, "No, he passed."
Hey,
They had to
Rice, did
call
you
and
hear what you
ask.
just said? Did you hear what you just said?
Yeah, they had to call. They had to call and ask, "Was the boy was the boy okay? Did he make it?" They wanted to know too. Then when they got the phone call, when they was on the phone, they said, "No, the boy passed." And they told him, "No, he done passed." So that's when things even escalated. Because he
That's
didn't
right.
pass while he was getting in the police car. The boy was still, well, I don't even know the boy was still alive. Because the other twins say he held him. He say
They
he
say
held
out
him
in the
in his
drugs.
arm
He
and
said,
watched him die.
right. So he been knew he was dead. They been knew he was
No,
dead. But
the boy
nobody
wasn't
said.
there. After he juked him, he just took off.
Right, but listen, the police knew.
Yeah, but they didn't say that's not what they said. They said you allegedly poked him, stabbed him. And he said, "No, I didn't allegedly stab him. I did stab him." But
Yeah,
they hadn't
that's the
told
reason.
him nothing because if they had told him that he had passed, he wouldn't have to ask them, "Was he okay?"
Right. And then he said, "Can I get?"
No, I ain't saying the boy knew he passed. I'm saying the police told him. You
No,
know
they
you
didn't
killed
tell
him.
him.
You know
Crazy.
that
Why
boy
would he
died.
ask them? Why would he ask them if they told him? That's what I'm telling you. He asked him. He was in concern. Is he okay?
Got it. You already know I changed my name because people mess with my name on YouTube, trying to make it their name and all that. I had it connected to a whole
Somebody
bunch.
was hating that because I sent somebody to you. I sent a couple people to you. Somebody over
Yeah,
here hating too, TMG. I ain't gonna lie.
I know.
Somebody
There's a
over
lot of
here
people
on
hating
some
on you,
real.
bro. Don't worry
I'm
about it.
talking about it's in our.
Just
I'm
keep
talking
doing
about
you.
it's in our regulars.
Right.
It's in our
Yep.
regulars. It's in our
Yep.
regulars. I'm just
You
telling
It
already
you
know
is.
that.
that.
It is.
It's in our regulars. I already know what's up, but I ain't gonna say nothing. I really want y'all to just go in and be able to see what's going on.
Yeah.
I ain't gotta say nothing. I'm gonna just, I'm gonna let the shit play out. But cause I've been sending people over here, and I told a nigga, you know what I'm saying, tap in and all of that shit. And I think somebody running around, you got a nigga running around that's a bitch ass nigga running around trying to watch everything a nigga doing everywhere, trying to be up on everything.
Right.
But that's all right. It'll be shown in due time. It'll be shown in due time.
Hey, you right. You right.
Motherfucker trying to know everything, so you know what I mean. Trying to had to scoop on everything everywhere, so he can know everything. Sucker shit instead of just being a man.
It's the facts, though. It's a fact.
There's only a few men.
There's only a fact. That's why I said there's only a few good men around here.
There's only a few men on here.
There's only a few good men.
Hey.
These are facts.
Nigga watching everything. I told you, nigga, to try fuck a whole nother situation up. Niggas just weak as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I see. Oh my god. But back and fuck that. I don't even want to get into that until the time comes. I'm gonna have a ball with it. I'm gonna have a ball with that shit when the shit hit the. I'm gonna have a ball with it when the time comes. So I ain't even in no rush. You know, one of them niggas, I got patience. I ain't forgot shit I've been talking about on here. Nothing. I got patience, and I already know the time gonna come. The time gonna come. So don't trip. But just know I know somebody playing. I know somebody trying to sabotage.
Yeah, I know, right?
Somebody trying to sabotage.
I know. I told you that's why I switch up my. That's why I made a name like this, because I already know people that they doing in the background.
Yeah.
Who cares about that person?
I mean,
Shit
but
crazy.
you're right. I'm happy that you came in late. You know what I'm saying?
I told Rice, I told him, there's no way someone is gonna just do what they do. He was being bullied.
But I know they was lying though. I know dude didn't just come and say, yo, touch me and then I'm gonna hit. You know what I mean? They try to make it look like the man just like, oh yeah.
Savage. Yeah, like he just savage out here, just wanted to buy. It probably was a lot of words exchanged. I'm telling you, I bet money it was some girls out there white boy was showing off for though. Now, I bet you money, yo, because that's how young dudes is. You know what I mean? When some females around, they want to get some points for the females.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just like a lot of niggas can't take a loss in front of some females. If you do something and embarrass a nigga in front of some females, it's something they can never forgive you.
Right.
Maybe
You know what I'm saying?
That has a white girl.
As I'm saying, they're trying to start some race war.
Why do people come in here and say
People
this person's streaming?
People are trying to start a race war. I don't even acknowledge it. What happened? They kicked everybody in my life? What happened? What happened there? What happened there? What happened?
No, that was me. I made a mistake. I was setting the phone down. I made a mistake.
I gotta drop this link here too in the back. I'm gonna drop this link here too. Yeah.
I made a mistake and hit the X. That was my goofy ass right there. That wasn't
Good. Oh my god. These are so good.
Man.
Oh. So we're gonna go back up there and get more.
Yeah, but people are here.
Am I echoing, Chef?
No, you're not.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, they are here trying to start a race war, right? When I hear the professor of the case of the what's it called, Trayvon Martin talking about, if this was a white person, it would have been everything in the world, even in the Bible. Where in the Bible does it say Where in the Bible? I don't know.
Only reason that I say that he's right is because what the exposure for me is Texas. Y'all gonna get to see how it really goes in Texas, especially in places like that. Because I gotta agree with one thing he said. I'm with Hazy on everything. It shouldn't be like that. But if the tables had been turned, that dude, the other dude, the dude who did the poking would have went home and they'd have been instantly pleading for him in self-defense.
Right.
Yeah.
That would have been that. You get what I'm saying? But that's the discrepancy. This is where you're getting the difference of how people are being treated. And it's just exposed in Texas. So when I tell you people are like that still, yeah, it's like they're born with it. Not born with it, but trained so well to believe that somebody's superior, somebody's inferior. And they act like that. It shouldn't be that. It should be 3 children at a school event and two children was gonna jump on one, and the one defended himself because he was outnumbered. In Texas,
Yeah,
that's not against the law.
right.
Right.
And it ain't supposed to be. But I don't even think even here we don't even got stand your ground. But I think even in Baltimore, that shit would have still. Now you'll still get locked up, but you'll beat it in court. In Baltimore,
Yeah,
they
it'll
still
be like
arrest you for it, but you can beat it in court. And there's no
that's what.
self-defense law in Maryland, but they do got shit where you can protect yourself, how they work it out and break it down and all of that shit.
Yeah,
So, you know what I mean? It just fucked up, yo. Like I said, and I don't like another reason why I don't want to take the race thing about it, because like you saying, like when you said with the Kyle Rittenhouse shit, it reminded me somebody else was comparing it to the white dude that choked out the Michael Jackson dude in New York. And how he ain't
right.
get, you know what I mean? He got nothing happen to him. But
Uh,
that's, you know, that's in New York, that's different than Texas. So I don't
yeah,
even know, you know what I'm saying? I can't really say what's what with that. You know what I mean? Then you got the mental illness part of it. So you don't know if the nigga was having an
yeah,
episode or what, you know what I'm saying? And you can't really,
yep,
you know, because I just saw the police pop a dude with autism. You know what I mean? Dude with autism had
yep.
a knife and shit and lunged at him,
Yeah,
and they,
yeah,
you know what I
yeah.
mean? They hit
Sure
him up,
did.
and you know what I mean? Much as it's a fucked up situation, it ain't nothing else you can do when somebody lunge at you with a knife. That's how it's gonna go. You lunge at the police,
That's
you're gonna
it.
get it. If you're a female, a kid, anybody, it don't matter.
Hazy,
It's
did
going
you
down.
read
They
about
train.
the cat that was in the wheelchair and had poked somebody and the police flipped him out the wheelchair and shot him 11 times in the back
No,
while
I think I heard
he
you
was
talking
trying
about it though, but
he
I ain't hear that story.
yeah, he was trying to run away on his little legs, his little nubs, but like they were saying they jumped on me for saying what you was just saying, Hazy. He was trying to run away, y'all. He had just poked somebody. He's
Right.
already imminent threat.
Right. What the hell? What do you think?
You
Come
you
on,
can't
man.
run around
Right.
poking nobody and then when they
That
run up on you,
you
you
gonna
gonna be
resist on
combative.
top of that.
So
Yeah,
Rice.
no,
So
that shit
Rice.
ain't happening. Hell
So
no.
Rice. Let me get it. So he didn't went over there because they make it look like they was chilling, and then he went over there trying to bother them.
No, no, no. It was a rain delay. He was on the track. The
Right.
coaches told him to go to the nearest because they don't play with lightning and thunder out here.
Is
And
that
they
the
told
same
him to
track?
go to the
Is that the same track you brought your
nearest,
daughter to? Is that the same one when your
huh?
is that the same one that your daughter
No,
went
no,
to?
no.
Okay, okay,
Nuh-uh, nuh-uh.
okay, okay.
But the coach told him to go get under the nearest tent. And that's the tent he went to get under. And he was just under there because of the rain delay. If it had not rained, he wouldn't have been over there.
Right.
And
And they
nobody don't
wasn't
got no
even
right.
there. They
Nobody
was
don't got no authority to tell him he can't be under there.
well, see, this is the territorial part of those tents. It does get like you're not really supposed to go under nobody's tent, Hazy, because they got their personal stuff over there. Does that make sense? Your purses, your
Yeah,
wallets, your iPhones, tablets, and
yeah, but if he, you know, if he getting out the rain, I mean, you gonna remove him?
No,
You
no,
see what
no,
I'm saying?
no.
You a
That's the
child,
thing. Yeah, no. So in the process, those boys was under a whole nother tent seeking shelter. They saw him under there, and then they decided to be territorial. They went over there and started all that. They could have left him alone and let it quit
Oh,
raining.
right,
Get from up under our tent.
Mm.
right.
You better
Well,
get
they
from up
should.
under
You
our
should.
tent.
That's the thing. Nobody has authority to say get from under their tent. I don't.
Right.
Well, yeah, I don't think. I don't know. Maybe if you the one that bought the tent, I don't know if it was a tent that belonged to the track or if they
No, it
bought their
belonged to
own
the
tent out.
no, it belonged to his team, the school's track team. It wasn't his
But it
tent.
wasn't at a school. It was at a regular track. It wasn't even at the school.
Right. It was still a city track meet, but the city track meet, the school's track teams go. They teams go, but
Right.
it was a city meet. It wasn't a school
Yeah.
endorsed meet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get you.
But the school,
Yeah. So that's a
the tent represent the school. It don't represent the person. That tent they was under said a school on it.
right.
And so that's his school, and him and the boy don't go to the same school. So he ran over there, kind of get from up under our tent. You better go and all that. I don't know if anybody been approached like that in Texas, but I have, and I know why, because I'm a small man. They don't. I keep telling y'all, they don't mind out here with small men. That's the first thing you gonna mind, like you a child or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, the kid look like
Oh,
kid look
like
like he's a big.
like that, like they can just horse you. They force niggas that had Napoleon complex.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
They
crazy.
put you in position where though you're not even really wrong because they turned it like since you're a little dude, I mean it's just automatic.
right.
Man.
Damn, yo, that make
And
you
it
look
don't
like.
help you. It don't help you if you ain't they color, because
Yeah,
now it double down
Yeah.
on it.
Well,
And they
it's
got
just
to.
one of them
I think what
situations.
helped them get a bond was the witnesses account, the people that was watching it. And then they had a grown man, he gave his statement. He said that boy wasn't bothering him. It was raining real hard, and
Right.
somebody appointed at him, and he went up under that tent, and he was minding his business on his phone, and they went over there messing with him. He said, "How do I know? Because my daughter was under the same tent. She don't go to their school, but they didn't do nothing to her."
Right. See, all of that type of stuff make a difference with
yeah,
the bail.
big
Because
difference.
you know what I'm saying? That's proof that, he was targeted.
Right.
But that only makes sense. Everything else, if you hear a story, it just don't make no sense.
Yeah, that's what I was like. You see,
I'm gonna wake up. I'm gonna wake up in the morning, go to a track meet, and purposely go under your tent with a knife because I'm just gonna kill you today. And
yeah,
I'm a 4-star recruit, which means I'm on my way to a D1.
right. And
Why would I do that?
And my IQ is so high. Don't make no sense. That kid is so smart. Ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
But the fucked up part, yo, I ain't gonna lie. And I know this gonna sound crazy. Under the circumstances, what I'm hearing from this, from what the witness account, the little bit of witness account we do have, yo, even if he was just a nigga that with a criminal record, yo, he still shouldn't get charged. It shouldn't matter
Right.
what the
It
grade
shouldn't
was
matter.
or nothing. None of that
You're
shouldn't
right.
make a difference because they was out of order. They was just straight wrong. They can't do that to nobody. To a 4.0
Man.
grade average person or a nobody or a criminal or nothing. They ain't had a right to do
Right.
that to anybody. And the father probably don't want that shit. And now, I saw something that said you'll never believe what the father was accused of, but I never clicked on it. I meant to get back to that, but once you said it's the essay or whatever that is,
Yeah,
now
they
maybe
brought it
that's
up
why
because
maybe that's why they
why
wanted to
they
get out of hand.
now why they did that, Hazy. Why they brought him up? Because he got on TV talking about these people don't raise their kids. These certain people don't raise their kids. They don't raise their kids. And so they said, oh, they don't raise their kids and they dad ain't got nothing wrong. And okay, we're going to look into your background and see what kind of parents you are.
Yeah.
That's why I tell you people, be careful when you got public information out there for, being so judgmental. You don't try to throw that dad under the bus, come to find out, no wonder your children are bullies. You be taking stuff that ain't yours.
Yeah. Makes sense why his kids are like that. The damn to do it, he really get down like that, eh? That's crazy. Hold on.
That's wild.
That's crazy, dog.
That's like somebody tell me Hazy's a terrible father because his child done something. I know my partner ain't. He not built like that. He might be G, but he ain't fuck boy.
Right.
And my son gotta make his own decisions regardless
Own
what I do.
decisions.
Because it's a whole bunch of kids out here who got fucked up parents and they still walk straight. Every person out here, kids ain't fucked up. So
right.
But at the same time, some of the shit do.
I'm sorry, I think we can go
Some of the shit do go like that. some of the shit you can tell, you know what I mean, based on the kids, based on the parent.
Right.
But from what I saw, I didn't see the part when he said no shit about people not raising their kids. I saw him say everybody need to remove race out of it. I remember I saw him saying that. Stop being so
Yeah.
quick to put it under race. I
Who
saw
said that?
the father.
The father of the black kid,
No,
the white kid.
the whatever your name is. What your name is? His father jumped
Not,
out, says everybody need to stop everybody need to stop putting it on race.
Yeah. No, it
he
makes
don't
sense.
want to be.
He don't want to be because if it makes sense, he gonna be the public face of that shit. He don't want to be.
They don't care. That's Frisco. He gonna be a superstar.
That's what I was thinking. Once you said that right now, it make me wonder if he only was saying that because he ain't want, you know what I mean, them getting at him.
Oh, he trying to prevent. If it was the white father that said that, he's probably trying to prevent any drama.
You say food stop? Couldn't hear you. Say that again.
I said if it was the white kid's father, he's probably saying it so it won't be no drama. Because he knows how media will twist things around and make it seem like, some race thing. Like if it was let's say if it was a Chinese guy and a black dude, or a Chinese guy and a white dude, would it still be on some racist, narrative type shit?
Yeah, they got a whole Asian hate bill behind that, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't. Not all Asians hate black people, and not all black people hate Asians. That's what
No,
I'm
we
saying.
found out that the media spun it. It made it seem like it was that fight, but when really it was them people that they didn't mention that was doing stuff to the Asians more than anybody.
Oh, I don't know.
They always do that.
What was?
The Asians did the Asian hate love because we was about to find out how much identity theft and shit they was doing.
The
They
Asians,
ain't
like
want
in the
nobody
Chinese
to be able
restaurants and stuff.
to get in their ass.
You talking about like
Now
the
the
Asians
ones
that
that's
in the
supposed to have it stemmed from that person getting killed in that in a little bodega or whatever it is, but not a bodega because they ain't Puerto Rican. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah.
The shot,
Uh-huh.
the headshot.
Yeah, and one of us did it, so they made it seem like we was the prop. Like they are, you know how they do it.
Yeah, because everybody started sending them videos around of the Asian people getting at black girls and shit in stores
Yep,
and shit.
Yeah, beating them up
yep.
but
Yeah,
them Asian
but
people was wrong though. They was burning the people them head, and they was and they was and nah, bro. Them Asian people, they was doing it down here too. A whole bunch of them Asian people got beat up in the ghetto. Everywhere. They was doing the same.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Them Chinese people don't hazy, trust me. That's what I'm like. When it seemed like they was doing that for a reason to get that bill because they were doing a lot of shit. There's a lot of scam. I think that Asian bill thing is a scam. Anyway.
Yeah, well,
you can't really
used a lot
blame.
of propaganda to get it passed. They
Yeah,
used
you can't.
bullshit to get it
You can't
passed,
blame
but they got it passed.
You can't blame the Asians for that. You gotta blame the media and the government for that. You feel me? Because the media is the one that swings the stories and stuff and make people think a certain narrative.
Yeah. That's why I say they went into police records and found out that the more things happen to Asian people was done by people they didn't mention. They failed to mention, not any other people that was fighting.
That is, I don't know.
Yeah, I want to get 15 today.
I kind of hope they don't swing it that way, like it's on some black and white thing, because I don't think it really
That's
was.
what they're trying to do, yo. They're trying to make it to a race.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm
it's that
just trying to
because
tell y'all that this is Texas, and it's like that here. It's still. I keep telling y'all, some places 25, 30 years behind the rest of the world. I'll be serious.
Yeah, but again, I don't think it's race. I'm pretty sure this is a rich. You got to pay to get your kids in this school right here.
National.
Nah, them are public schools. They
Oh, that's
just
a
in
pub-
yeah, they in well-to-do places where they
oh,
pay
so
high
yeah,
property taxes.
yeah.
Then they can fund their schools with anything. And they usually got a black side and a white side. And both of them got just about the same thing and everything. And they competitors. That's how them schools operate in towns like in cities like that, in little towns like that.
They was in the same school or like different schools.
No, they didn't go to they went to different schools.
Oh, I thought they was in the same school. And that
No, they went to
incident
different
happened.
schools. They went to different schools. That's why the dude got so territorial over the tent. Get from up under my school tent
Oh wow, no way.
in the rain during the rain delay.
Oh, even worse. You got it, man.
He was out of the rain, saw somebody out of the rain under his school tent and left wherever he was from to come down there and confront him about being up under his tent when he wasn't even up under his tent at first. He was under a whole nother tent, way off somewhere. It wasn't like they was chilling under the tent and the dude came under the tent and they was like, you can't be under this tent. This ain't your team's tent. It wasn't like that. It was like, go under that tent. Ain't nobody under there. It's a rain delay. He chilling.
Hold on. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you now, both my daughters, okay, sweetie. Both of my daughters ran track for two different schools, right, in the same district.
Right, y'all can
And
hear me?
I was like, Lassie, there goes Jean, and she said, I know. She said, but Daddy, I don't go under their tent. And I say, y'all sisters. She say, I don't care. We don't go up under each other's tent.
The question is, did the African American kid say that to the white kid, like get from under my tent?
No, the African American kid was instructed to go chill under the tent.
Oh, so
he was told to, so the white kid went from another tent where he was being shielded from the rain, ran down to his tent. Him and his twin brother. They ran down there to start up.
Oh, okay. Now I see why. They lowered the bail.
Yeah,
I see why.
he got $1 million. Judge Joe Brown, which is a judge, and that's why I watched when this first hit. Judge Joe Brown had a YouTube about it, and he said the main reason. He said, "Let me tell you why he's not at home, and they're working out a self-defense thing, and why he's in jail is because of his." When he said, "Hey," when the cop told him, you allegedly stabbed," and he said, "No, I didn't allegedly. I did it." So there's the admission right there.
Yeah, but
That's when Judge Joe Brown said, "Make sure you tell your children, don't tell the police nothing, because information given to them can and will be used against you."
That's true. That's true. But he could have still said that. Yeah, I stabbed him, but at the end, it was self-defense. But I get it.
He didn't know.
Yeah, I get it. But
He didn't know.
You're still gonna be arrested. It sucks that you gotta go through trial to prove his innocence.
But think about this. Damn. He didn't think he even killed him. That knife is so small. We all got them. Y'all don't carry Swiss Army knives in y'all pocket.
I know. Hey, food stamp. It wasn't a Michael Myers or a Ghostface knife like what they said it was, like what they're trying to make it like on these thumbnails. I think it was a small shit.
He could have, it could be a small knife. It just depends where you stab him. It could have been like an artery somewhere.
Yeah, you're right.
Damn, that sucks.
But he hit him in the heart.
Oh yeah, that's instant death. But hearing that, honestly, it's self-defense in the fact that he was sitting there minding his business and the two kids approached him.
Yeah.
No matter what they want to spin it, at the end of the day, two kids approached one kid by himself.
Today's the 15th. You gotta move over, but I don't know why that got first. You gotta take it. Today's the 15th.
I think he might.
Yeah, They ran up on him. Only
Yeah.
thing I'm worried about is I'm gonna tell you now, it's Frisco, Texas. That's the only thing. The jury, if he gotta go to jury trial, the jury's gonna go to sleep if it's the right jury.
And
I'm pretty sure they're gonna make sure it's a mixed jury
I hope so.
of different races, but it's
I hope so.
the way
hearing the
they're
way
trying to do this,
it
I
went
don't know.
down. It was self-defense
Yeah, but that beat
because
him.
it's 2 against 1. Why would 2 people have to approach one person? And if you said,
Why would
hey,
they?
and if you say, hey, can you get from under my tent? And then the guy says, hey, but they told me to come up over here to stay, not to get wet. Anything after that, it's the other kid's fault because
Yeah,
if they instructed him to go under there and not get wet, and I tell you, yo, they told me, and you still want to pursue anything, then it's your fault. So
right.
it might be self-defense all the way.
I don't know.
Because once you tell them, hey, they told me to come under here and chill, them kids are supposed to leave for the simple fact that they're still children, and an adult with authority told them to go under there and not get wet.
There you go.
So who are you to take it upon yourself? Yeah, he's from a different school, but it's raining. You feel me?
Yeah,
I-
but Steph, like my daughters ran track, so I know about them tents. And you know what be under them tents, right? All they stuff, they personal stuff. So I could see somebody wanting to keep people out of their tent. That's another
Yeah,
part I
because you
just have
don't
to
have a
mention.
you don't have a locker. Everybody's stuff is just packed up, and then
but
someone's
still,
Yeah, it's
watching
all right
someone's stuff.
there. Your
Yeah.
food, your
at the
drinks, your
at the end
money,
of the
your
day, all the kid has to do and their family has to say is someone instructed my son to go there. Now the next question would be who instructed him. Now they got to go up to that person. Hey, did you tell him to go sit under there? And if that guy says yeah, because it was raining, then that's it. Those kids aren't they
y'all.
supposed to have compassion? That homeboy, what you
So
want him to
what
stand
is
out in the
so
Yeah.
that
rain?
means are they gonna charge? Because if he beats it, are they gonna charge the other twin too?
Well,
No.
Well, wait, Rice. They can charge the other living brother. You say it was twin brothers.
Yeah.
Now they could charge his brother. Now this is how they might do it. They can say, listen, if you two kids didn't approach him, and it
Yeah.
wouldn't have led to the
It wouldn't
altercation,
happen.
and it
Yeah.
wouldn't have led to your brother getting killed. So in all reality, it's kind of your fault because you
But I don't
guys
know if they have that law in
instigated.
Texas though.
Nah,
I don't know. If
I, no, I think it's
Yeah, we
everywhere.
got that
That's everywhere.
liability.
Yeah, that's everywhere across the United States. Where if I'm with let's say my brother, and we go mess with somebody, and it turns out that he somehow dies, we're responsible because even though we didn't physically touch him or anything, we initiated something that caused his death.
Yeah.
There was a matter of fact, it was a little phase. I say like 4 to 5 years ago, there was a lot of kids. They were doing pranks on YouTube, and making content. So what happened was there was people sitting inside, in a house, and then they had told one of the kids, "Oh, something." I forgot what it was, but the kid wound up getting scared and ran out the house. And when he ran out the house, he ran into the street. And as he ran into the street, a car came and hit him. So now they charged the kids for not first degree murder because they didn't plan it. I think it was like second degree manslaughter because they told them, listen, if you would have pranked him, he wouldn't have ran in the street and he wouldn't have got hit
Yeah.
by the car. So you're responsible. They could charge the brother for that. But let's see how this goes. This story already sounds fishy.
Yeah. It just sounded like they were doing too much to protect the people who got stabbed. You could tell. That's why I was like, I don't believe the man just went over there and said, "Yo, touch me," and then he touched him, and then that made no sense.
They said they weren't known to each
And but they didn't know each other, and that's what I said too before Rice came in. There had to be some type of jealousy, and that's anywhere though. Anywhere you go, there's always going to be a rival. The team captain and the other team captain. So whoever sent him over there though, Rice should know better because if there was a rival, it's going to be a fight between the team captain.
Yo,
Like
chef.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Especially
Yo, chef.
during a rain delay, you're not really worried about that. I'm just saying we all crowded under tents. Any
right.
tent when it's raining.
Peep it.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just had it. You said something.
You say no food stamp?
But
Nah, it was something you said. I had a rebuttal for it. Fuck. It has something to do with
No,
the
I said he what do you call it? Their arrival, and whoever sent him underneath that tent should have known better, because when anywhere you go, because I've been to these things before. Not like I was a captain or anything. I was just there for the jumping and the running. That's why when Rice said it, you don't have you leave your stuff anywhere, it's true, because you're gonna have to bring you have to, every if you go to the jump are you just gonna run, you have to bring your bags and your stuff. So no, for him I was like, who send him over there? Because if they're rivals and if they don't, like, they know into each other like that, where they're gonna have a feud, why would you send him over there? Why would you let him go over
but
there?
they probably didn't know it was going to be no feud or escalate like that. You
yeah, they
know, they
probably
didn't
thought it
really
was
know. They knew of each other, but didn't know each other like that.
Oh, okay.
They knew of each other. Like I said, another piece of speculation that's throwing the making the waters muddy is supposed to be some girl that one of that twin had a crush on and
Yeah.
didn't like him, and she ended up dating the black dude.
Oh, okay. So he went over. You seen him and went over there
And,
trying to act tough in front for the girl.
and I'm gonna tell you another thing. Being married to a really prominent white girl, man, they don't. That shit don't fly. It don't fly
Yeah.
that well. You gonna have some shit going on when people gonna try you. They gonna try to
Right.
push your buttons.
Yeah, they're gonna try. They're gonna try. And even embarrass you too.
Yeah, my ex-wife, the granddad was told me something that was told. He said, "Look, I ain't never met a man like." He said, "It's not too many men alive." He said, "But I'm glad she married a man." And they said, "Well, why you say that, Papa?" He said, "Cause he said Josie got babies by a black guy, and that guy ain't never came over here and they married." He said, "This man ain't been married but a week. He done
Yeah.
already came to see me with all us folks in here. Her cousin walking around with a swastika on his arm." He said, "This man here, this the kind of man that you need to be at war with. This man ain't scared of shit."
Right.
He said, "If you go to war, you take him with you. Y'all coming out alive." That's what her grandpa said. Cause it's like that, Stamp, for real. Like Daz ain't never, Daz didn't never go meet my the other black dude that was married to her first cousin that we used to kick it with all the time. Daz didn't go. He didn't go meet them. He said he wasn't going over there. He was like,
they
they
were
got a pool in the back. I was like, I've been swimming and everything. I done cleaned the pool out for Mama and everything.
Yeah.
He was like, you
some
went
crazy
over there?
shit.
They was like, yeah, he go over there all the time. I go over there all the time. I be smoking weed all by the pool and shit. Free ice cream cone at McDonald's.
Mm.
Uh,
That is. Yeah. What they trying to? I'm happy. I know what they're trying to do. That they're trying to create some type of race problem, but everybody argue with each other. That's all they
but
do is
they
lie and lie,
well,
lie.
yeah, that's the thing. This the thing. I'm starting to see the accountability deal. Like people are making all kind of excuses for people running up on somebody, but I tell people all the time, man, you don't run up on people you don't know. You don't know, especially somebody scary. That's why I say that man to stab him with that kind of knife that hard, man. That man was scared as hell.
Or or the kid was lunging towards him, and when he seen it,
And
he lunged
caught it
the
right.
knife. He lunged the knife forward, and then maybe that happened. He was defending himself. He's coming
Now
towards me. I need to
yeah,
see.
he
I need to see that.
when it happened, he did what country boys do out here. If it's too many of them, a joker too big, cause a dude that I call my uncle, he did me the same way. When the pressure was on, he had been talking shit. He thought I was scary when the pressure was on. That motherfucker reached in his back pocket and said, "Oh, see, baby, you know, you don't run up on me like that no more." And I said, "You gonna cut me?" And he stole off on me. He didn't have no knife. I beat the brakes off his motherfucking ass. He couldn't fight. But they do that all the time. I done seen that a lot. Don't run up on me. I got something for you. That's where I'm getting at. Did they? This is what I want to know. Did they break his phone and steal off on him before he said that, or did he say that up on initial when they first ran over there and confronted him? That's what's gonna make the difference.
Huh?
1298.
Yeah.
Because he did tell them that, Stamp. He did say, if you put your hands on me, something bad gonna happen to you.
All right, so then the self-defense, you can't really say that when listen, when somebody tells you that, if you put your hands
Hey,
on me,
always in the place.
you're gonna see what happens. That usually sounds like the person doesn't want
Put it
he
upside.
doesn't want no altercation.
Right, right,
He's just letting you know. Listen, I don't want no problems, but if you touch me, I'm gonna have to defend myself. That's basically what it is.
yeah.
That's basically what it is. So now, if again, Rice, if I tell you that and you still want to touch me, that means I can stab you. I can stab you
Right.
because I told you.
Yep.
I told you. Listen, if you put your hands on me, then we're gonna engage in battle per se. It's not like he just took his jacket off and started stabbing me.
No, he didn't just jug him like that.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I'm
he
saying.
gave him a warning.
So that because he
But
didn't
see, now Stamp,
basically the
me and
one.
you think logically like this. What if somebody ran up to you and said, "No, Stamp, that's wrong. That's premeditated. He
No,
premeditated."
no, that's not premeditated.
Wait, huh?
That's letting you know that if you engage in a fight with me, I'm going to defend myself.
Right.
He didn't say what he didn't say. Hey, if you touch me, I'm gonna stab you. He didn't say,
I
hey,
don't
if
know.
you wait. He didn't.
They might still say, "Oh, he brought the knife,"
It
knowing
doesn't
that he
matter.
had
That's
a
what they
problem.
saying.
He's a
That's
lot.
what they saying. They saying he brought the knife because he had a problem. It was all
Yeah.
premeditated. He went up under
Yeah.
that tent on purpose and like to antagonize them. And then when they confronted him, he said, "You know, don't do this because I'm gonna do
Yeah.
this," and like
Yeah,
to bait
Yeah.
him in.
they could spin it. They could spin it. But either way, even if he baited, let's say if he baited them in, even if he baited them in,
Uh-huh.
just telling them alone, hey, if you touch me, something's gonna happen. So even if I
Right.
bait you in and I tell you that, it again, it's on you if you're gonna attack me or not.
Right.
So at the end of the day, he wins. So if I bait you in and you don't do nothing, you're a punk per se. But if I bait you in and I tell you, hey, if you touch me, I'm gonna beat you up, and you touch me and I beat you up, then it's a win-win.
Right.
You feel me? Because
Yeah.
one, I beat you up, and then two, my plan worked.
I baited you in.
Exactly. So I don't think he baited the kids in because if he baited them in and he didn't get forward to stab him, why did he just stab him? He should have just stabbed him.
But I will say this, Steph. That's how they play the game, and that's how they do it here. A lot of people do that. And I don't, like I say, I don't
And the
accept
blood
drinks
clot,
from
dog. You
people
see?
that I don't get it. Like I had a girl that did some real messed up stuff. I had her, she was in the bar, she decided she wanted to buy me a drink. And then everybody was like, "Well, why don't you let her buy you a drink?" Cause she's trying to bait me in so that she can start something later on. And guess what happened later on? She started up. Even without me taking the drink, she still found a way to make a reason to start up.
Right. That's all it is. Just sit away. Right. So that's what they do. They sit around and figure out a way, even when they're not drunk or drunk, to where to, start with you.
Yeah.
That's all they is,
And
bro. Not everyone.
she
Not every one of them is like that, bro. Some of them.
yeah,
Some
but
people. Not. I'm gonna say people. But not everyone. Because
yeah.
almost everybody's like that.
And she did that. And I told him, I say, see, I knew that's what she was out for. I tried to tell y'all.
Right.
And it was just because we had a mutual friend and she went somewhere to mess with some dudes and didn't get and felt uncomfortable. She didn't tell the homegirl she was leaving. she done went home, and now these dudes is trying to pull this girl out of her clothes, and she managed to get away. And so her and the girl wasn't friends no more.
Trying to start some bitch. Yeah, man, this is crazy, bro. It's time for both of them. I'm like, not even that. These kids, their parents got so much money, and they're like beefing, like you know what I mean? That's
Yeah,
super crazy.
I just feel bad for them twins' daddy, because had he not said nothing, none of his
Yeah,
business would have been exposed. But he
right.
don't sat up there and talked about people's parents until they
Uh
don't went and
huh.
got his background. And people, that's why I say social media is brutal now. I remember when that happened in my town. Somebody was talking reckless about how tough they was and what they did, and talking about people.
Uh huh.
Man, they went to them public records and got them public records from court cases, and seen some of the hardest niggas been around here telling on people.
Right. Well, I believe it. I believe it. Crazy. Still can't believe though that they would try to pull him, run up on him like that.
Yeah, that's why I tell people, y'all might not believe me, but again, this is Texas. It's different, y'all. That kind of shit is almost normal. People feel that privilege, bro. Now, Chef, they would treat you like that all the way up until they heard your accent, and then they would
Yeah.
treat you totally different.
Right. I get you.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. You know, I'll be understanding that. That's wild, yo. Yeah. It sounds like they don't really have anything on this kid though. But they got him up. What's that? Rice? House arrest and an ankle bracelet. And it's crazy how he had to go through that and they have nothing on him.
Well, they gave
That
him a
is
Yeah, they'll get the money back. He's not guilty or
250
whatever. I
grand.
think he'll get the money back.
I'm just glad he back at the house. I'm glad he getting to come home for a while.
yeah. That's crazy. But man, doing him in there at that age probably turned him into a whole different kid. So, you know what I mean? You gotta get him out while you can.
But he got to think about college and everything else, man. He got to do a lot.
Yeah, but in college though, right? You know they're gonna treat him different. You know what I mean? They're gonna make it hard for him in college. You hear me?
Yeah,
They gonna make it that regardless if he's, that's how they is.
innocent or guilty. Yeah, they gonna
Yeah,
find it. They gonna use it against him.
yeah. They're gonna make it rough for that man. That man probably gonna have to work for a family business or something like that. They're gonna make it rough for him.
Because, like I say, he got colleges calling him to play football,
Because
and
I mean,
but again, he's small as me. He's 135.
that is crazy. All these dogs are gonna bark now. Like, holy fuck. 1, 2, 3.
Chef, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Already.
Let me answer the phone because I'm on the phone.
Already, Rice. Yeah. He you know, he just gotta stay. I don't know. It's gonna be hard for that kid. I just hope he's not on there forever. They get this over with, Ray can get his life together and do his thing. Boy, being held up, charges like that over your head, and you want to get certain things done, boy, hard for you. They make it hard. It'll make it hard for
Yeah,
you.
the 20.
Make it super hard. Down. I guess they're gonna find a way to make it there because what they're trying to go at is he brought the knife, and because he knew that went over there just to get at them and say, "Yo, here I am." That's nonsense. Yeah. Man, I swear I need a spread on. You don't want anything? Like anything?
Yeah,
Like chocolate pudding?
I used my 20 for that. I didn't get that $502. So you didn't get the thing.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Give me a five. I'll go down. I'll go down.
What are you doing? I have to like.
What do you want me to get for you? Give me a 50. Which one? Oh, you want me to get one of these?
Yeah.
My bad, man. My bad. That people are like, I can't do all that. Thank you. They do all that. Them people stink. My bad, man. Girl walking with shit like that. Yeah, you didn't see that girl was walking up with her?
Huh?
You didn't see her walking.
Her dog.
But yeah, people, my bad. Let me back on the subject. I'm gonna tell you, and I'll stop there with y'all. And what I was gonna talk about, I was gonna talk about your boy Soldier Boy. So Soldier Boy, up in this hole. Soldier Boy had some type of sexual allegation against him recently, where apparently one of his co-worker that he was working with in 2019, he was working, touched almost, I don't know, you know,
They all want to.
they all want Soldier Boy, yeah. The imagination about Soldier Boy. You want Soldier Boy, don't want these hoes. They want to be you. You know what I mean? So, it's crazy. But especially when you start talking about your name is John Doe. Nah, Jen Doe, my bad. Because it can't be if they say John Doe, they're lying. It had to be a Jen Doe. It can't be a John Doe, yeah. Niggas is walking with some shit around. You know what I mean? So it can't be right? If it's a female, it's a Jen Doe. If it's a male, it's a John Doe. So when they say, oh, we can't say the name because it's a John Doe. No, this is a Jen, not a John. So people are, with Soldier Boy, I don't know. A lot of people, all these girls. That's what I said. I seen Soldier Boy on TikTok and other apps, and I think some of these girls were mad because, like, you know what I mean?
It's not them.
It's not them, and a lot of them are just paying to hang out with him, like paying for his products while other girls are doing it. Mad, they want to start this nigga with some allegation. Real talk. A lot of these girls out here acting like they're doing shit for Soldier Boy that what they're paying for it. Paying for the time. Then when, you know what I mean, trying to charge a man, calling themselves working partner. Listen, they don't sign on paper. Yeah. Yo, the people have teeth. Yeah, these girls, yo. That's Soldier Boy's fault though, cause he want to hang around with these girls and like, come on, now. Really?
You ain't Soldier Boy.
I think these girls are low key mad. I think these girls are low key mad because they find out they had to pay him, and these other females are not paying them because when I watch him, you know what I mean, when he's working with these females on these other platforms and TikTok, and they don't, you know what I mean, they seem like they cool. It's crazy because a lot of people be talking shit about Soldier Boy. I ain't never seen them around Soldier Boy. Not one time in their lifetime. And I watch him all the time on other apps and TikTok. That's why I said you gotta, man gotta be careful with these groupies, yo. A lot of these girls on here try to be groupies for a reason. To get your bag and set you up. That's all it is. You know what I mean? Soldier Boy, he put himself up in that. Yeah. That's how I said. So these girls are out here are foul. Very foul. I'm telling you. I need to go look at work, junker. Go look at all that job. And I mean, a lot of y'all need to go hold a job, like, instead of out here trying to put fake Alec, because he about to beat it. Because the party footage tape, you know what I mean? They released it, and let's say, yeah. So, but a lot of y'all girls out here found. A lot of y'all want to be involved in so bad. Y'all will pay the man, or send him some money so he could send y'all some product or something or whatever. But when y'all can't get y'all way, y'all be trying to coming up with allegations. And when y'all find out, that there's other girl that is not doing what y'all are doing, to get his attention. But that's all it is. Real shit. That's all it is. You know what I mean? They're on here trying to get up in the bag. You know what I mean? But yeah. Don't be mad at Soldier Boy though. Be mad at these dumbass hoes out here, because that's what they do. I'm just trying to show you. And it's crazy because, hold on, let me hack my computer too. It's crazy because right? So the minute you start opening up your mouth, remember, I watch him on TikTok. I watch him on. Yo, Riaz, you're good? You're Elias? Is he saying hi? I don't have 10 cents. You're saying hi to people that's been gone. BD's not in. Yes, yo, fast forward your chat. You're late, bro. That's been happening a lot. YouTube does that, especially when you leave and go back. Yeah, you gotta fast forward. You gotta fast forward. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but yeah, Soldier Boy. He Soldier Boy. As I tell you, you gotta learn. These girls, don't take their money. Don't let these girls trick you to be around. Oh, I could do this for you. Or, you see what I'm saying? A lot of y'all niggas be like, oh, let's send me a couple of dollars. Nah, leave these broke hoes alone. You know what I mean? Because they be swear they gonna get with y'all. Or, you know what I mean? These broke, especially the delusion ass motherfucking girls, yeah. I swear they with somebody and they not with that person. Leave them alone. That's why a lot of y'all motherfuckers get caught up. You know what I mean? That's why I said I can't wait to see who Shorty is. Because if I know who this girl is, I'm gonna expose her. God. You know what I mean? If I see this girl's face, I don't know who she is, and you know what I mean? I'm gonna talk my shit. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all females around here, y'all be acting like y'all better than certain niggas, right? But y'all low-key be taking these rappers' money to be a part of what they're doing, like, whatever they got for these females. Y'all be paying them. Y'all be acting like they with y'all. Why would you pay somebody to promote their product? You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of y'all get mad, but oh, work. I was working with him and da da da. Nah, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And then y'all show up at these parties. Y'all get invited to these parties, and that's how y'all get invited to these parties. Y'all be buying yourself in the game. Buy yourself to promote the products. Then y'all go to the parties, and then when that nigga, you know what I mean, treat you like the groupie y'all present yourself to be, y'all get mad. You know what I mean? Because y'all wasn't the main girl. Y'all seen that this nigga got like 11 girls doing shit for him. And I said, you gotta be a dumb delusional girl if you continue doing that. I'm sorry. Real talk. So, you know what I mean? I know why y'all put yourself out there like that. Y'all put yourself out there like that. Some of y'all acting like y'all clean and good. Y'all be setting out the nakedest pic and the most. Y'all be acting like y'all so good at two shoes. Come on now. And y'all know the man got that. And that's why y'all be like, can't win these cases. You know what I'm saying? That's why y'all can't win these cases, girls. That's why y'all can't win these cases. If you shall think about when he was sending out the naked pics and then booty pics and then them lingerie, whatever y'all sending to him, yeah, that's how a lot of y'all can't. You know what I mean? Here's it. Here's the real. Soldier Boy gonna beat this case, man. Is what I'm saying? Real talk. Soldier Boy gotta learn off this. Is stay away from these girls. They're liars, especially when a girl's delusional. Stay away from her, Soldier Boy. Real talk. You should be a soldier. I know why you named still a Soldier Boy. You should be a soldier man. Yeah. A lot of these girls out here, yo. Anytime you see a girl hide their thing and don't want to, you know what I mean, say nothing. I mean, who cares if the fans get at you? But a real woman would be like, fuck it, I ain't hiding my face. Let a bitch charm me. But the pussy wasn't would like to sit down and lie for money. Like these girls that swear they had a relationship in their mind, not in real life, in their mind, that they had a relationship with this nigga. And you know what I mean? And they was gonna ride off in the sunset. Those are the type of niggas the hoes a suit. You know what I mean? Real shit. Because they get that one moment and never happened for them, and then here they go. They want to set allegation on. Oh, remember you paid all your. You see what I'm saying? That's not why you think superstars like they always go crazy for girls who don't chase them down and do none of that shit. You know, that's what they start stalking girls like that because they're like, damn, I can't get to this girl. So they start stalking that girl and they're not their main girl. But a lot of y'all girls doing it the wrong way. That's why y'all come up with these allegations. And then when y'all find out that y'all lying, y'all, you know what I'm saying? That's why y'all call yourself Jen Doe. You know what I mean? I don't know a blood clot tell. Lie. Give it up. Tell y'all hoes is serious. I'll do anything for the bag. Get a real man. Leave the man alone. Man, don't, you know what I'm saying? Y'all crazy, y'all. A lot of y'all do that. Low self-esteem girls that do that shit. Come Jen. Shut up. Come shut up. Just telling you, hold on, y'all. I'm coming on my computer. My shit back on the charge. But for real though. Like, hold on, y'all. Let me get it on my computer. All right, hold on. Yeah. That Soldier Boy's shit right there is like, I know who he pissed off. Whoever, whoever lane he tried to go into or whatever, but the Soldier Boy shit right there is, yeah, that right there has, you know, as I said, these people I'm on here will bring you down, you know, they will bring you down. Man. People that will bring you down. They will bring you down, man. These people that will bring you down. Good. They just gotta stay away from these loose girls. You know, because if you continue surrounding yourself with these loose girls, you know, girls that, you know, want to buy their way in and when they can't get their way. And that's why y'all, a lot of y'all girls doing that. A lot of y'all, I remember back in the days when females never just, you know, they never just get called up. Y'all nowadays on the internet trying to buy y'all self as being a groupie. And then when y'all don't get y'all way, because they don't, I hear people say he done. He ain't gonna like, oh, and he broken. No, he doing shit because, you know, like, it's just crazy, yo. That's what I'm saying. Same people, that's why people go elsewhere, and then the girls that are just with their husband and their nigga, they just chilling. They don't, you know what I mean? Or niggas that with their girl, they just chilling. You know what I mean? You think they want no fucking side girl or no groupie because they know what y'all is about. That's why y'all the side girls and y'all groupie, because y'all do the same thing over and over. Y'all go over there, press allegation on that nigga. Go over there, put allegation on that nigga. Go over there, try to fuck up this relationship. And then when y'all fuck up that girl and that relationship, y'all, you know, y'all stay for a while, then y'all gone. And y'all do the same thing with the husband and the wife. You know what I'm saying? That's why they don't fuck with y'all. Real shit. And then the girls that are just single, yeah, they say fuck it, because a lot of these niggas. Stop it. Oh, a lot of these niggas are crazy anyway. They, you know what I mean? They don't, you know what I mean? They don't respect a woman that have shit. Real shit. The majority of women that don't really fuck with niggas that do certain things, that they got their own thing. Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, Ginger, you're gonna let me go in the room. I know why mommy never just comes scratch the thing with you in there. Yeah, but I don't know. Soldier Boy getting off this. Jen, please, why are you doing this? You're playing your game. You're not even in the game. You're in. It's the phone. Why are you screaming? You know what I mean? You can't feel what the pain out there feeling, can you? I don't think so. But yeah, Soldier Boy is good. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He ain't really. What do I say? Doing nothing. That's these girls are just waste. These girls are waste. You know what I mean? Embarrassing. You know, trying to push up yourself on somebody and then when they don't want you. You see what I'm saying? It's all true. You know what I mean? Every man says the same thing. A man look at a woman how you present yourself to them. You know what I mean? So if you present yourself on the first night, that way they're gonna look at you as that. But if you present yourself as a decent, Jesus, nice, Ginger. If you present yourself as a decent woman, you know what I mean, that you don't, that you cool, you are easy, you think girl to talk to, and you're gonna know your place. You're not gonna, you know what I mean, and you see what I'm saying. You're not about what the person got, and you could do your own thing. Then yeah, nigga will stick around. It's only earhead niggas that want a girl that just don't want to do shit, that just look good. Like those days are over. Niggas don't want a girl that look good. That's what I'm saying. A lot of girls, they look good, but ain't nobody want them because they really can't do nothing. You know what I mean? Because what I mean is like, you know, you're crazy with that. People got, you know, you got to be able to build with people, and everybody wants. Like, you know what I mean? You got to know something, just in case. One day you got to build something, you got to do something, because one day you're gonna have to build your own work. But that's what it's going to. But anyway, yeah, Soldier Boy don't want no girl like that, and these girls be trying to push themselves up, and these rappers and these, you know, and then be pressing allegations on them. That's it. It's like, y'all don't even know. Y'all setting yourself up. I think this is Diddy and what's it called? Oh, what's her name? What's the girl's name? Cassie? No. Leave that alone, you know. How and that in 2019, you know, 2019. So if you was working in because Soldier Boy, that was before COVID. Stop, Janine. That was before COVID. You know, so I don't know. Every time, hold on. I'm actually gonna move from here, y'all. She ain't going this. I can't beef my dog. She won't stop. So yeah, that Soldier Boy situation right there is very, very sticky situation. You know, like yeah, that Soldier Boy situation right there. I don't know if y'all heard about it. What y'all think about that Soldier Boy situation, but nah, yeah, these girls are. Trust me, there's a lot of crazy. There's a lot of crazy people out here. You know, and I'm just saying, it'd be crazy how people be calculating. You know what I mean? And know what they're doing right now. They want to hear somebody say, "Oh, he did it to me too." That's what they want to hear right now. They really ain't got nothing. That's why this case is gonna drop, because the whole world, including me, every now and then I stroll through Soldier Boy TikTok, and these girls, they have no problem. Like, none of them ain't no scared. They, you know what I mean? They comfortable doing stuff with him, playing games, you know, sending him gifts or whatever they do. You know what I mean? And they all like, it's what I'm saying, they all like rich girls. They're not known broke. That's what I'm saying. It's gotta be one of these broke girls that are doing this, because all these girls that I see up on his panel and popped up with him on TikTok, you know, and other apps they're all like girls that got their own money. You know what I mean? They all got their own shit, their own money. You know what I mean? And they just, you know, and they're not looking for get no deals off him or nothing. It's just strictly business. So it got to be a broke girl that was trying to get up on Soldier Boy. You know what I mean? Real talk. Everybody knows that he ain't. It's just that he needs to just stay away from these, you know, stop letting these girls sending you money. And, you know, because a lot of these girls, they're not like, you know, like, like, you know, in the 90s when the groupies, they see Casey and JoJo, Usher, or Jenny Wine, they'd be like, oh my God, these girls on the internet nowadays, they paying. Like, you know what I mean? Paying a rapper or artist so they could get the product to promote it, and then they don't get what they want out of it. It's like they think it's a scam, or they think it. No, you did it, you dumb. You did that because you wanna, you know, you wanna think so bad. You wanna be famous. You wanna do all this other shit. Dumb. That's your fault. That's your dumbass fault. That's your dumbass fault. It ain't Soldier Boy's fault. Yeah, so yeah, you know, they trying to send him to jail, but he ain't going nowhere. It just that right now it's fucked up because he can't even be on his TikTok like what he want to, because then, you know, you're gonna got people trying to talk shit about him in the comments on the other app. But yeah, I see him all when I see him and I go through dude live, he's just always chilling. You say what's up to him, he's like what Rice said, you say what's up to him, you say what's up to you. You know what I mean? It's just that you got these other girls in the background that be trying to want to buy their way in. You know what I mean? That's why when you got like moderators that see certain things, you know what I mean? I'm talking for him, and they block certain people. Yeah, you keep them blocked, because them same females that are trying to buy their way in, they're the same ones that are gonna try to put allegations on you, because they, you know what I mean? They're the one that live in that fantasy world. I thinking that one day they're gonna be Cinderella dancing in a fucking shiny shoe. You know what I'm saying? Weird. So you know what I mean? You gotta watch. You gotta stop. You know, delusional girls. Stop letting them in. Cause these delusional girls, you know, these delusional girls, these people, when it comes to allegation on certain people and with money, and you got it, they will, you know, make them feel out there. But yeah, that's all it is. As I said, I don't know. You know, it's just that somebody got mad because whenever he's on TikTok, he's on there with a couple girls and they're doing business, and you know, and they all got their own thing. They balling. Some girl in the background that was paying him, you know, probably thought she was getting scammed, or because that's what these girls do. They see these stars on TikTok and they be asking them, "Oh, I promote your product," and some of them be sending money, donating money, sending like hella money, 800, like because you can't. I mean, they don't send that one time. They're sending 400, a 400, 300 on TikTok, and then send the next. You see what I'm saying? And then you'll get picked as a person. But that's what these people them do. And then when they don't get their way, they go to these concerts and they say, "I was here and he did this to me." You see what I'm saying? It's easy for them to do that because they could show all this chance and all this other. You see what I'm saying? That's why when certain people say, "Oh, Beyonce and this person don't never message me," yeah, you better never do that. Or this artist say never message me, or yeah, don't do that because them person that you might say this concert is such and such here. Next thing you have a conversation with that person, you're in an allegation. Yeah, you don't need to talk to me. Let's talk. You don't need to talk. Real is the real. How was it, man? How was it?
Stop.
Told you. Leave that shit alone.
Want to try another saltwater one?
Yeah, but Soldier Boy, you never did nothing there. Soldier Boy, innocent. Soldier Boy, you innocent, my nigga. These hoes. That's how this world is, bro. We gotta understand that we in a world where, pussy ass niggas and pussy ass bitches, right? That will see something and they'll see the program and know what's going on, and they'll see the scale of things about to happen because obviously they see what you're doing. They see what you're doing on those other apps and TikTok and everything blowing up. So now by them trying to put this dent on you because I see what you're doing. You see what I'm saying? I see what you're doing. You know what I mean? Right? They trying to, you know what I mean? They don't like when influencers do shit like that and they're not making nothing out of it. So, you know what I mean? They trying to slow it down before it blow up. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, they that's why they have these people in the background talking about, "Oh, I'll promote for you and I'll do this," and they'll pay their way in and all that shit. Yeah, stay away from them pussies. Real talk. You know what I mean? Because the way it look like right now is his party footage tapes that nothing was edited. Look like he gonna beat it. And I'm telling y'all about these people.
Yep.
Yo.
All right.
You heard what I said about Soldier Boy?
Well, I heard it jump on the phone for a minute, man. I got a bunch of shit going on. These bitches. These bitches playing with everything now. Everything I order with my card, they fucking with my orders and everything. They crazy, yo. This shit is crazy, Timsy.
Is that real?
Yo, this shit is.
Real,
Yo, this shit is. Yo, this shit is crazy, yo.
And they do that on purpose because they know not everywhere take cash. You know what I mean? They know they do that on
No,
purpose.
I'm talking about. I told you I complained with the bank, and I got, you know what I'm saying. I'm going back and forth with them. So now, once they pull up my account today, they see some orders that I ordered recently. Now my orders getting fucked with. You see what I'm saying? My orders that this shit crazy. But
Right.
one day at a time, man. One day at a time. Well, go ahead. What you saying? Oh yeah.
Soldier Boy, yo.
No, I heard about Soldier Boy's situation. You gotta pay $4 million.
Soldier Boy situation is pump. Is like I kind of know what's going on because You know what I mean? There's a couple of girls in Soldier Boys. I was telling them like, yo, stop fucking with these girls. Don't let them pay their way in because, you know what I mean? These girls, right? They was paying them, and I'm gonna tell you, there was a girl I was over here in this panel. I was doing that. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean. But I'm not gonna bring that up. You know what I mean? But you know what I'm saying. As I said, you know what I mean. She know who she is. But there's this girl was saying that, yo, don't let these girls, because what these girls are doing, they're paying their way to be groupies, right? They pay this nigga, you know what I mean, to promote the product, but then they say it's a scam because they're not getting on of it. You see what I'm saying? But why would you promote somebody to, you know what I mean? But then you get mad when his others, you know what I mean, real other downies that ride or die that are doing it, their business together. You see what I'm saying? Are donating to them and they don't have to do nothing because they got their own money. You can't be mad at that. You see what I'm saying?
It's a racket.
Yeah, you can't be mad at that.
It's a racket of people. It's a racket of people running around doing a bunch of fraud, yo.
Yeah, you can't do all that, yeah.
Fake lawsuits, blackmailing, theft, identity theft, and everything else that fall under them categories.
I'm telling you, fam. Should be crazy. You see what I'm saying? It should be wild, like hella wild. Roll this up real quick. It'd be wild, bro. It'd be super wild.
I'm gonna roll me something one day.
So I'm gonna roll me something one day. I'm gonna roll me something. But yeah, it should be wild. Should be wild.
One of these days.
It'll be wild. Telling you. Yeah, you know, family. I didn't see you. Salute to everybody up in the chat that way. Yeah, man. The Soldier Boy stuff, y'all gotta watch out. That's what I'm saying, because these girls will put these charges on. You know what I mean? That's why I say it's you know, it's what do you call it? It's good to listen to people sometimes when they talking. They're breaking that how to, you know, keep yourself away from these things because, you know, a lot of these kids ain't like, man, like they don't chase everything no more. Like, remember one time niggas used to chase every girl they see hazy?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know what I mean? Niggas don't do that no more because, and it's not like say, you know, oh, niggas is gay and all, whatever. You know, I mean, they have that part too, but it's just that, you know what I mean? With these allegations, people, you know, they're more wise now. They're way more smart. You know what I mean? When it comes to that stuff.
Right.
Real talk. So, man, you know.
My bad. That shit ain't come through the stream, did it?
What?
No, my phone was ringing.
No. That Soldier Boy allegation shit, it's not gonna hold up. It's just that Soldier Boy is just gotta stop. You know what I mean? If someone trying to pay you to do something, just remember there's gonna be some type of setup behind it. You know what I mean? Real talk.
Right.
There's always gonna be some setup behind it. Always gonna be some setup.
You know, now I get it. Now, you see, gotta keep to myself. Now I see why.
That's why I never said nothing. That's why I tell Hazy, like, I want to say something to him, but I can't say nothing to him. But then everything would have fallen in place.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But, so Hazy, you know, as I said, it's crazy. I want to say certain things, but I can't even say certain things, my nigga, because, as I said, we got somebody around here, you know what I mean? It was crazy. You know what I mean?
I know.
I was doing that. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? As I said, one of his people blocked, and I heard him, and it's crazy because when I was there last time, this was not even a while back. This was like maybe a month ago. They're like, yo, stop accepting these girls to chop sending you money and doing all this shit because they're gonna get you in trouble. The girl was on the panel. She was saying that with the thing here, she had like red and not red. She had like some type of like she had color in her hair, burgundy. She had green or something or whatever. And she was telling Soldier Boy, "Yo, stop letting these girls because these same girls are gonna get you in trouble." That's what's going on. And as I said, I know a girl from the YouTube streets. I was, you know what I mean, saying that, but whatever. She wasn't really, you know what I mean. But I'm not gonna get into it. Not gonna get into it.
I want you.
I just think it's funny how Soldier Boy going through some of these stuff. You know what I mean? And these people, some of these people, it's like that's what disappear. That's why I tell you, you gotta watch out for certain people because a lot of people, some of these people are on YouTube. They on the shit to run program, bro. When I mean program Hazy, they will come around and be like, "What's up, Hazy? What's up, Bryce? What's up, TMG? You know what I mean? What's up, Fusan? Whatever. You know what I mean? I'm gonna fuck with y'all for a minute, but really they're trying to run program how to break shit down. You see what I'm saying? Real shit, and that's what happened with him, yo. You know what I mean? That's what happened.
That's lifeless, yo. I barely got a life, yo, and my life better than that, yo. That's some lifeless shit, yo.
Right.
I ain't never had time to just go be miserable and do miserable stuff. Somebody got man, I ain't gonna go into it.
Like what you said, yo, niggas
somebody got some real issues.
Niggas run here paying attention and watching niggas like, you know what I mean? And just doing dumb shit for no reason. It's just crazy shit. Crazy shit.
You're not used to it?
You know what I mean? Crazy shit. And
it's
just
nothing new.
It's mad. You know, it to me it's just like whatever, nigga. You know what I mean? It's crazy. This shit is just crazy to me. I ain't gonna lie to you. Crazy to me.
Yeah, if you can play music in your background on YouTube, I would fuck with it hardcore. I mean, like hardcore. Every day. Run it up.
Try to take over. I'm just
saying.
Yo, somebody told me about this shit, yo, about this stream shit, yo, before I ever got on here. They was like, man, they'd do some shit, they'd conspire against you. And they was like, they'd talk about you behind your back and something. But when I heard that, I'm like, you know what I mean? That's kind of young. I ain't worrying about nobody talking about me behind my back.
Right.
But all of the other stuff they told me along with it now was making sense what they were saying.
Hey, Riaz, what's up?
That shit just so
Hey, what up, man?
Good, yo.
Riaz, what's up, Riaz?
Hey, man, I'm doing good, though.
Motherfucker just be plotting. What for? Just to have some type of life, man. Motherfuckers ain't happy unless, you know, they bringing some strife to somewhere else, man. Gotta be a sad life, man. It got to be a sad life, man. That's terrible.
I was gonna, I did catch a replay yesterday as well, though. It's really nice. Yeah, I hope did you actually like that, though?
What?
No, basically, though, you know, yesterday I co-hosted a stream with someone else, throwing on someone else's, you know.
Oh, you're talking, yeah. I don't want to bring that up over here, but.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Don't bring that up over here because I said I'm not trying to bring no new people or nothing to this kind of direction here. Like Hazy, that's why I like how Hazy do it. And I like how Rice do it because there's a group of people. That's why I had to change my name, Riaz, because there's people trying to change, trying to pretend that they're me and connect me into certain people's name, and you know what I mean. So like.
Oh, okay, never mind though. Sorry, never mind. I was not trying to bring that up.
That was good. You know what I mean? That was good though. After everything though, like you know what happened yesterday, Riaz, that was nice. That was wonderful.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you though. You're welcome though. I hear you though.
Yeah, I just want to say certain things because you got people in the background just watching, and you know what I mean. When certain people come around and we do certain things with certain people, I don't want to be certain people just be hopping up acting like they was around when these things was going. You see what I'm saying, Riaz?
Okay, I understand though, no problem. I was just asking you about what you thought about it though. It's okay though. I understand though.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get the opportunity to do that yesterday, so I wanted to tell you now.
That was good though. But what's up? What's up? Though? What are you saying?
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
got these
chilling, though.
people
Not
out
much.
here.
Huh?
No, nothing much. Though. I'm just chilling now.
Yeah, though, Hazy.
You got these people out here with their pads, they pen pads. They be
Yeah,
trying to know
you know,
everything and stay on everything. It's like,
yeah.
damn.
They're writing down. They want to go over here. They want to snoop and, but you know what I mean, and say certain things. And crazy. You know what I mean?
Terrible.
Terrible. Yeah, terrible. Terrible. I mean, as I said, the people over there just be mad at the world. You know, I'm not mad at the world. I don't be mad at the world for crazy. But yeah, Riaz, I'm just here chilling out we was talking about Soldier Boy and his allegations, you know what I mean, and all that, fake that shit. Because they're about to drop the case, you know, on that. I don't know if you heard about the Soldier Boy stuff, but they're about to drop that case on that, you know. At least it
Oh
was
wow. I mean, I haven't heard about it just yet, but kind of familiar with that kind of thing a little bit. But when you're gonna blow it up, wow, man.
yeah, Soldier Boy, man. That's why I said you gotta. That's why I said just know it's gonna be for y'all females. It's gonna be crazy. You know what I mean? Because it's gonna be hard for someone to trust y'all. If y'all will just say and do anything. So now y'all giving people easier way to do. You know, just don't want to be around certain things. I'm thinking, I'm like, damn, Len. You know, if this man was like in your workspace and he did that to you now, that's the rest. I'm like, how Soldier Boy gonna be? You don't even work with people like that. You know what I mean? What he do is they work with you online. So how is that? You know, how is that? And now they're saying
Virtually.
and now they're saying that his party video scene exposed everything that he never did anything. Man,
Wow.
and that's like
Is there also with him though? He's unpredictable.
I know,
So
Hazy.
Say that
Hazy.
again.
Yo, you gotta let anybody that want to pay their way to like somebody like, come on, Hazy, I pay you to promote you, you know, Hazy. You see what I'm saying? I pay you to promote your Haze or like Young Rears. You know what I mean? I promote you to pay. I pay you to promote that. You shouldn't be like that. Cause that means if that person don't get what they want or do, you know what I mean? It's gonna be some type of issue. They're gonna always have, you know what I mean? They're gonna figure out something to come at you with.
wow.
Yeah, it's just the way.
But also with him though as well, he's known for being very unpredictable though. Like he's very unpredictable.
Soldier Boy ain't never had no allegation like that. What's that supposed to be?
No, I'm not talking about the allegation. I'm talking about him as his personality. I was talking about him as personality, not the allegation. I was talking about personality. He's unpredictable.
So you're saying he's like on the Kanye West level.
Mm, not really like Kanye West type level. He's more like comedic though.
Oh, okay.
No, like basically his level of unpredictability though, like he just says whatever he needs to say to not like say whatever he needs to say, he just does stunts though to go viral though.
Well, isn't that a
Like
viral?
just those and I mean and I don't know, I'm just saying in general though, man. I'm not really trying to
They actually trying to put a case on dude.
wow.
But I know what you said. Soldier Boy does have to do stuff and say stuff to go viral. You know what I mean? I know he was one of the first person to go viral on certain things. Not,
Yeah, that
so,
he was
They trying to
first.
control. They trying to control who can grow into something.
Where he said he was the first, one of the first rappers on MySpace, YT, and stuff like that. I mean, technically, in some way, it's kind of true, though, but some stuff, though, he's kind of exaggerating. Some stuff. Like, one of the first tag, basically, you know, he said something about he's one of the first tag, basically, do the social thing while everyone else isn't doing it, though. But okay. Yeah,
The
but wow,
Illuminati
man.
coming out.
say it again.
He said the Illuminati trying to get him.
Yeah, that's what he said. When they asked him, he said Illuminati trying to get him. I guess that's what Riaz means. He say he talks shit to go viral.
Yeah.
What you think? You believe him?
Yeah, I don't know.
Mm,
Like
I
I said,
think it's a grain of salt. You gotta take him with a grain of salt because it's either true or not. Because sometimes just knowing him, knowing how he behaves though. Not really about the allegation thing when we were saying. I'm just saying knowing how he behaves and stuff like that though, you're gonna have to take it with a grain of salt.
Mm.
I don't know.
Good shit.
Soldier Boy, he kind of like, look, you need to stay away from these girls and stop making them buy.
I think it's a bitter.
Yeah, somebody went bitter, right?
It's a bitter existence out here. Somebody bitter as shit, man. And they try, all around the board, they try and put the squeeze on everything.
Mm-hmm.
They only want a certain group of
Some of
people
these
to
girls,
prosper.
some of these girls that sign up to be agents, yo. Some of these girls,
Well,
self-esteem hoes.
wait, a slight
And
possibility.
Girl.
Wow,
witches, yo,
man.
they doing witchcraft, yo.
Yeah.
Wow,
A
man.
lot of people doing witchcraft, yo, but witches get burnt.
It's a slight possibility, man. I'm not gonna deny what you're saying. It's a slight possibility. Just gotta hear more. It's kind of first time hearing that from me though, but I'm not gonna deny what you're saying. It's a slight possibility.
Thank God my people are stressed, not until.
Motherfucker do 5-6 years worth of witchcraft. They get all of the shit. They get all of the shit they benefit from.
What's going on,
And
ladies?
then
How
gonna
about
try then when the devil come to collect, they gonna try to switch up and go to God.
talking about? Yeah.
Mm,
Shout out to y'all, ladies. How
wait,
about much respect.
wait. But I was gonna tell Hazy something about Hazy. I think I heard about like Central C's it's gonna have to do that. I was just trying to tell him something else though. Hazy, I heard about Central C's friend. No, like two of his former friends though literally came out like saying though like Central literally took their style though because the way he floats though. Like one of his friends, Cairo Keys or something like that though. Like, when you actually hear Cairo Keys and when you hear Sensi and stuff like that, they kind of sound alike though. But actually, Cairo was the first one to do that flow though. Sensi just pretty much like when they were close and stuff, he just followed after or took influence. Or they say he stole his style though and left him behind though.
What are they
And
doing? What are they doing?
or they also say though, like his other friend
Motherfuckers don't like they
Bambino
self.
though, or his former friend
Motherfucker don't like
Bambino,
they
who's
self. I'm
his
saying
ex.
motherfuckers don't like they self. They find somebody who they like and they emulate them.
Yeah, that is true
Or
though.
take little
That
shit
is,
from them.
well,
And look,
that is
like
true
we
though.
coming over here, hear what we say, go somewhere else where we don't know where they at, and go repeat the same shit they heard over here, like it's their thoughts.
Yeah, but I mean, they say that like with his day one friends, I think it's Bambino that they're saying that he took his image and stuff like that because when he got rich or something like that, though you know, he took. They say though, I don't know if it's true or not. Though I'm not gonna deny what they're saying because they probably know something that I don't know. Though I like Sense though, but I'm just gonna wait and see what's up though because I'm not gonna deny what Cairo says though or what Bambino says, because they might know something that we don't know, because they're around him and they used to be close with him, though, so they might know something that I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, 'cause they were like close friends though. Like basically though, like all they wanted is not money though. They just wanted basically they could make money. The only thing they wanted was opportunities though. Saying though that they didn't really put them on though, like promote them or like, basically post them or like even when they wanted a song, he'll do the song if when he wants to do a song, they'll do it with him. But when they want the favor back, they say though they don't get it back. That's why they're upset with him.
So what do you think? You think
Well,
the
who?
Illuminati try to get him, Hazy? That sounds weird.
Oh, Soldier Boy.
Yeah.
It ain't no Illuminati. It's somebody. It's a secret society. It's somebody in secret trying to do it. There's definitely some people operating in secret and pulling strings. But the Illuminati probably trying to get Kanye, Candace Owens.
I'm trying to think. Why would the Illuminati want to get Soldier Boy when he don't? You know what I mean? Like, what is they? Is they trying to get his video game? Like what? Like what? What did they?
No, he just got somebody fucking with him that he can't put his hand on who it is. You see what I'm saying? So he gonna attribute it to the Illuminati because he probably think that's the only people that operate like that. But it's a bunch of organizations and groups that operate like that.
Wow. Wait, but okay. I mean, you got a point, but do you also think that who knows, like what else? He also had period of time. No soldier, but had periods of time when he was the most hated, though. Like, do you think it's not just that though only, but do you think there's like other people as well in that same industry who want him, because of how he is and stuff like that?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know to understand. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that one. But all I'm saying is, I don't know if it's Illuminati. I just think it's like what Hazy said. I just think it's bitter and jealousy. You know what I mean? Because these girls, it's like somebody must have been getting more promotion than whoever is promoting. Because he have girls that promote his products or whatever. They buy this shit, they promote it. You know what I mean? Or his makeup, whatever shit they do. So there had to be some type of jealousy going on, shit going on. You know what I mean? So somebody, one of those girls must have got like, oh, she making more money and I'm paying more, and I'm making more. She's making more than me, and I'm paying. I'm paying to support. I'm paying for, you know what I mean, to promote this product. Is that what I'm saying, Hazy? Young.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so now they're getting, but his real people. I'm like, these other girls that are around him. They don't really gotta pay him to do that. They just promote it. You know what I mean? And they get hella support. Like, you know what I'm saying? So now these girls, they see that, and that's why this shit is Jen Doe. You know what I mean? Anytime you hear a John Doe, Jen Doe, that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, that I get what you mean, no. I mean, it's a slight possibility. I'm not saying no. Actually, wait, hold it. I was just saying no. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you though. I'm not too.
Stop. Because
Sorry.
you live in the UK, bro. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna say that because in UK people don't do that. You see what I'm
No, I
saying?
know.
They like, if they get molested, it don't matter who it is. Their name is out there. You see what I'm saying, Hazy? Their name is out there. In the UK is not like over here. So if someone does something and they did it, the woman name is gonna be there. They're gonna show who the name is and the woman and your face there too. They're not just gonna say, "Oh, Jen Doe." You see what I'm saying? Or John Doe. No.
That's some fake.
Okay.
Man,
Okay, my bad though.
so
My bad though.
it's not. It's how they're trying to do it. Is like, he must have said something like, well, hey, must have stepped on somebody's toes. I must have said something. There's some type of jealousy going on with these girls in the background. That's that paying, because you shouldn't be paying nobody a whole bunch of money to support their product. You know what I mean? They should be telling you like, hey, you look good enough to support my product.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I see what you say. Okay, wait, look, I agree with you.
Models don't pay their way in. Models, people, too much time. My girl before, whatever, she had her kids. You know how much time people asked her? Think they ever said, oh, I think she said, I'll pay you. They'd be like, oh, I could pay you to get in this modeling agency. I'll pay for it. And she said, no. You know what I'm saying? I'll pay for you to, like, you know what I mean? Like, face modeling. That's the only thing she was going to be doing. And she said, no. You know what I'm saying? Her cousin do this up to this day. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to show people, like, you don't pay your way in. So the girls that pay their way in, they're the one that drop allegation on. Because, you know what I mean?
Okay.
They're paying to make it. You know what I'm
Wow.
saying?
Right.
Okay, I
That's
see
why
what
they
you
paying.
mean.
But hold up, that's probably why they paying their way in. Because they know they figure they gonna get the money back because they already got their plan. Once they in there, they good to go.
There we go, Hazy. Yes, family. That's what I was saying. You know what I mean? They pay their way in anyway because they know when they go to the top, they're gonna try to get them in trouble and they go get back some of it.
Okay. Sorry, my bad though. I meant to say I kind of agree with you though. I'm not denying what you mean though. You're right. I'm saying it could be jealousy. I'm not saying that it's not. It is.
I can't wait till motherfuckers start getting what they deserve.
I just don't know too much, so that's just what I'm gonna go by.
Yeah.
Not just about me.
Go ahead.
So I was just saying, no, I'm not denying what you mean, though. I just don't know too much. I'm just going up, okay, I see what you mean. When I mean by slight possibility, I mean slight possibility of jealousy, though. I just, what I'm not saying you're not wrong, though. You might be right. It's just, it's not just about me being in the UK. I totally agree with you on that, though. I'm just saying I don't know too much on that.
I'm saying women in the UK, they're not allowed to hide their identity like that happens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying to you. So that's all I'm saying, because remember, I told you I got family and I got friends in Brixton, and I thought that's why my girl wants to go to the other app, because that's where they're at. Like, you know what I mean? And they, and I know because the girls too, they be from there. So they be telling me and they be telling me themselves, like, no, we're not allowed to do that. If we have something like that, we have to let the people know, just in case this man, because you can't say who else he done it. If he done it to somebody else, then who, you have to put the girl out there to say, then this girl could be like, oh yeah, I was with her, and you know what I mean, such and such. You know what I mean? So how you gonna get more victims? You can't just put not a name on her face. You see what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden you got more victims. But
right.
That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, that makes sense though now. I think though what you mean, I'm starting to understand what you mean though. I'm not saying you're not wrong, you're right, and I agree with you, of course. No doubt though, man. I'm not gonna deny that. I'm just saying though, based off, like what we're talking about in some way, I'm just kind of like, just going off a little bit about what I know though. Like basically in general about like what you're both discussing. No, I don't know too much though. There's more for me to know though. All I'm just gonna say is I see where you're coming from though.
Right.
I'm not gonna deny what you mean. I'm just saying no, there's a lot of possibilities though, and I'm not gonna say they're right.
Majority of the Gen Does, and this is why women, Rice talks about it all the time, because women like they make fun of North American women and American women, Canadian American women that do that, right? So, you know what I mean? So true.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is, like, women, like other women, like other females, like African women and other females, they make fun of stuff like that because, like, if you really did it, then you really should be able to say, you know what, that person, did it. But when you do something like that, you're trying to buy time so you could bring more other fake suspects. You know what I mean? We see them do that a lot.
Okay.
This is all about money. This is all about, they just want Soldier Boy to pay off everything he has left. That's it. Because they know he about to go broke. So they want him, they know he's trying to make some money on top of it. So they're trying to make him pay off. You know what I'm saying?
I hear something. No, I believe if something happened to you and you're gonna go at the person and try and charge them or whatever, you should come out with your name.
Right.
If it's true, you should come out with your name. That's what I think.
As a female.
Yeah. There's no way if you did that to me, I'm gonna say, oh, don't put my name on there. Oh well, some people come at me. Oh well, I know it's true. It's true. That's it.
Okay. I see what you mean though. I agree with you though, man.
That to me is like, why? Because if it happens to others, if there's a man.
But the only thing I don't agree with is women when they come out years later stating shit. I'm sorry, that's wrong. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
If something happened, you put it when it happens, not 10 years later, 5 years later. Do it when it happens. Because now you're looking for clout. But my thing is, if it's true, you don't come out 10 years later doing whatever, saying this and that, but don't come out with your name. Oh, well, you're going to get criticized anyways, regardless. Even if you don't know. And once your face gets put out there, you know it's all lies.
Yeah, you're shocked.
You know, Soldier Boy, when he finds out who the person is, he knows it's not the truth. he's gonna come out and say your name.
Yeah, he's gonna bait you out
Why
anyway.
hide it now?
Why hide it? Exactly. Why hide it? Because he's gonna say your name anyways. Right, Hazy? Right. Riaz, he's gonna say it today.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So that's why
Right.
people think that no, you can't do all that. You can't do
Yeah.
you know, after a while everything is public information, so you cannot. Especially when people like when you got people that your fans or people that like I mess with Soldier Boy, I want to see what's going on. So they want to see all this evidence that you got. You gotta
And
have.
if you don't put it out there, somebody else
Right.
is gonna put it out there and say, look.
Okay.
Remember, I told you they
Okay,
gonna be
that
on the run.
that makes sense though, man. All I'm gonna say is, okay, I totally get you on that though. You're right, man. I agree with you. I'm just, I just get you on that though. But anyways, I'm just gonna drop now, man, because it's kind of getting late for me though. I
Already,
mean, all right, cool. I got you,
All
man.
right.
already, Riaz. Much respect.
All right,
Bro.
Riaz.
Yeah,
Imagine.
Oh, Jamie.
already. Have a good night, bro. Yeah, but that right there though, it's gotta be jealousy or they know what they was doing. Like when they paid him to get in, you see what I'm saying? Or you know what I mean? When they
It was
know
a
that
setup from the jump.
from the setup from the jump. Yeah, set up from the jump.
There's no way that I'm gonna pay someone else.
Right.
That's stupid. I had opportunity to do different shit. I chose this one. So look at that. Without for it to be paid for the whole modeling, for the whole this. I said no. 'Cause I don't want people touching my face, period. Put makeup on my face, period. I don't want to go into that, oh, you need to wear this because of this and that. No, you're not controlling me. That's what my cousin does.
And that's why
That's what my cousin does her own shit now. She
That's
don't
what.
have to wear those skimpy bikinis and skimpy this. She does her own thing.
That's why these girls they get caught up because they want to do these things so bad. They will take money because see Hazy when they get. I don't think when they paying to do these things. I think somebody giving them the money. You know what I mean?
Right. So it's a put on.
Yeah.
It's probably a lawyer somewhere. It's probably a lawyer somewhere.
Yeah.
Whatever lawyer end up pursuing them, that's who it is.
Notice how my cousin used to do those now she gains her weight. She does her own thing.
Okay.
She don't listen to other people. She does her own thing. She don't even care how much weight she gains. And you say she's not fat, but she.
Yeah.
They want her to be all skinny and eat. Fuck that shit.
It's true though, Hazy. Like, when they give them the money, they was all, you know what I mean, with the tick from the get go. They already know the whole script.
Right.
You know what I mean? They were, you know what I'm saying? I can say to the nigga and everything. Because you have to say, because not any girl gonna say, what up, let me do this. You have to know some type of whatever to say to her. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Somebody must have told you what type of word to say. And, you say this, and he gonna acknowledge you. You see what I'm saying? So,
yeah,
it's hard.
She ate it on
Oh,
Yeah, that shit gets
They're running around here. They're out here running. They're around here running programs, bro. That's why these motherfuckers.
They're gonna be on the run one day.
They're
gonna be on the run one day. I can't wait. They're gonna be on the run one day.
Right.
One day they're gonna be on the run for real.
Die.
I swear to God, my soul, I would die of laughter.
I would die if I find out. If I find out who it is, and if it's that person, I will die.
No, I swear to God.
Real talk.
No, I swear to God, I'm gonna sit there and just laugh for 20 minutes straight.
Right.
Like,
Real talk.
that'd be the funniest shit on earth. I swear to God.
A lot of people.
Somebody need to get together. Somebody need to get together and form a you know what I mean, a team to go after these type of people, yo.
Yeah.
Because once you can identify one person that ain't right, that's on some fuckery, all you gotta do is start, you start from right there. You gotta do it the same way how the feds do. You know what I'm saying? You gotta just investigate from there. Whoever they be around, 9 times out of 10, they into it too. Or they can lead you to some other people that's into the same thing.
These are the facts.
I can't lie, that shit is good.
These are the facts, though.
You really just one? You're crazy.
These are the facts.
It's crazy.
Hazy, you ain't lying. But that's what I'm trying to show you. There's a lot of people out here, these greedy people and that will stay on the internet, run programs, right? Don't work. We'll just sit there and stay on the internet and take money to sell out and bring on other people, bro. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's crazy. That's why you gotta wonder where certain people that they be on the internet and they just have money and they don't do nothing. And you know what I mean? You're out here trying to grind bust your ass. You know what I mean? Can't follow the body.
Yo, for real though, if I had a side hustle and I know like, and it had to do with like being on the internet, I would show everybody how to make money off the internet, like legit money. Like I don't even care if it's
People
$100
are
a
just
day.
on here running programs, scams, taking money to get other people, you know, in trouble, trying to bring other people down. You know what I mean? Because trust me,
That's
Jose,
extreme fraud.
a lot of these people them doing it, bro.
That's true.
These producers, you know what I mean? That's why, and we see it happen all the time. What do you think is going on with Diddy? You know what I'm saying? This should happen with what's her name? Yes. You know what I mean? But we find out, damn. Now they're trying to dig down and trying to hit this man with different case every day, right? Because
Right.
you know, more people are finding out that the
They
shit
can
with him.
keep digging into that pot.
Yeah, the shit with him and Cassie, they find out, damn, people saying, well, if Cassie got paid a long time ago, how come y'all are bringing this up now? So now they're like on some, you know what I mean? They kind of like trying to bring new shit up because it's just crazy, bro. But that's what's been showing you. People around here running programs. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? It's like the same thing of being a confidential informant. People are paying just to be a rat. You know what I mean? For no reason.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Well, no, look, with the rat and shit, it ain't really for no reason. They get caught up and then they do it. But once they do it once, now you got to keep doing it because they can just expose you for the one time when you told.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? They're going to get you to tell on somebody that might be very dangerous. And now, in order for them not to find out you told on them or their gang or they niggas or whatever, you got to keep on telling to keep that shit a secret. You see what I'm saying? Or they can just be like, oh, we're going to tell such and such you told on him. So now you tell on somebody else. Now they got two people they can tell you told on. You tell on somebody else. Now they got three people that they can tell that you told on. So niggas just keep digging themselves a deeper ditch. And they be miserable.
Right.
They be miserable, yo. They be miserable because is no way out for them. You know what I mean? You be thinking they going, you know what I mean? They going to show you love like you done gave them something. So they, you know what I mean? They should honor you. Hell no, they going to keep you right there. Keep you doing that bit as long as they can. Sucker niggas shit. Niggas out here doing sucker shit and turning into more suckers. Trying to do a sucker shit to get in a good place and then it's just turning you into more of a sucker. Man, I don't know Soldier though, you know what I mean? He might have to leave the United States. Once you get your money, or he gonna have to go, you know what I mean, go live in the cut somewhere, act like he left, and you know what I'm saying, come back and live in the cut. Don't let nobody know where yet. You gotta watch because you can't hardly trust nobody. If everybody around you ain't rich, if you rich and everybody around you ain't rich, you can't trust nobody. See what I'm saying? Who you can trust? Because they not rich. They can always just, you know what I mean, put you out there and get up on your bread.
That's what everyone's trying to do is get up on someone's bread that's rich. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. It's like that's
come up off for the next man, real easy.
Right. That's sad for me. For like you're a female, and you know what I mean. If you think you look good, and that's what you're doing, that's fucking sad. That's to show you that you got low. Even though you think you look good, you got low self-esteem. I mean, really low self-esteem. A female that does that shit got low self-esteem, especially when you're buying your way in. You know what I mean? Real talk. I'm sorry.
A lot of them do. No morals. It's a lot of people out here without no fucking morals. That's what it is. Motherfuckers ain't got no, like my man say, nigga ain't got no scruples. Nigga just out here trying anything.
None of these Jamaican
anything to survive out here.
You gotta pay them. None of these African girls are gonna buy their way. You gotta pay them. You stupid. Y'all got it fucked up. Having these girls, like,
All right, shit. Give me a few, yo. I'm about to eat. I'm gonna jump back in here.
All right, Hazy. I mean, these girls got to stop by their way in. They got to stop by their way in. If y'all want to chill there and, you know, save up for allegation, save y'all money up to get somebody to get an allegation. That's on y'all. But yeah, I don't believe it was Illuminati. I believe it's some type of jealousy, you know, with Soldier Boy or whatever he got going on. Because all he works is with females. You know, so obviously all the females in the scene get jealous. I know what type of cards to use or to get allegations on people on social media. But that's all people doing on here is running programs. They don't really, you know what I mean? They don't really want to do nothing. Anyway, constructive or even help to build nothing. I don't really want to be a part of what you got going on. You know what I mean? Now they don't get their way. Try to bring your ass down. He just got to understand that. That's all he got. That's it. Stay away from these loose girls. There is trouble. Trouble. Yeah. Yeah, Soldier Boy, there is trouble. Stay away from them, man. You know, especially when they're trying to pay to get in. No. Because when they don't get their way, they be saying, you know, oh, you know, this happened, but I don't think he's gonna get no real time for it. That's why I never made it a real like I say, yeah, I'm gonna bring it in, but I never really put up his name on the title. Because I'm like, you ain't gonna get no really, you know, nothing out of this. You know, y'all be showing up at these places, be trying to plan. It's like y'all be trying to plan. It's like when somebody show up and they be trying to plan cases on people. That'd be a shame. Yeah. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. You know, real talk. Actually, can't fix it. Y'all should be ashamed.
Oh, no, mine's there. Of course, when I call your name.
Y'all should be ashamed of yourself for trying to put allegations on people for no reason. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself.
And then, the TV's working again.
Go, Jen, go. No, seriously.
That TV's weird.
Go, princess. Go, please. We got the Soldier Boy situation. That situation right there, boy. Yeah, somebody definitely trying to do something to do. Yeah, one of his delusional girlfriends. Yeah. One of Soldier Boy's delusional girlfriends that think that they in a relationship. I think they in a relationship with him. If they the one that that doing this with him. I think they're gonna get married and have a baby one day. Yo, dog.
It was not her. She's mad as fuck.
I'm not lying. Eat that girl. Eat that dumb. You guys said them. I think the man was born yesterday or something. Y'all was born yesterday. That's why he play y'all and take y'all money. Dumb. Good shit. Ali, you. But I ain't trying. What I'm saying, if he did this shit, it's fucked up. But to know what's going on with certain things and certain people love talk, and what I know is these girls are definitely paying their way in. And then say, hey, it's not a scam. If you telling me, oh, you know, I'm gonna pay you to support your thing. Can I pay you this to support Team Jeff Live? Man, I said, all right. I'm an officer. You know, I don't have to pay you. Real talk. I'll be getting mad when everybody else, you know, that's what I'm saying. Some of y'all, you know what I mean? Paying to be groupies. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I'll be all right. I'll pay to be a groupie. If you pay to be a groupie, let me know if you want. That's how I know that nigga right there. That's how I know that nigga right there. That nigga. Yeah, he paying to be a groupie, dog. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
That's not low key,
like yeah.
There's a lot of people out there.
Yeah, who paid? That's what I'm saying. These girls, and that's what they do because they go and watch. Because I see it. They go watch because you know what I mean. The girls I pull up on this man TikTok or whatever, wherever he's at. You know what I mean? They be already sending shit. They don't pay to do shit. But then you got these people and they be sending shit and they be going harder than some trying to pay more just to be on top. Mm-hmm. You wanna pay to be a groupie. That's what you gonna get. You wanna pay to be a groupie. Call Soldier Boy. You.
I like you.
And y'all be mad. Y'all be mad at him. It's not a scam. It's not a scam. Let me know if it's a scam. There's a scam in that. Not a scam. What the fuck is my life? You a girl and you're paying your way in. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. Dumbass hoes are stupid as fuck. And trying to charge allegations. No. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. A dirty game over here, man. Dirty game. Dirty game. People are taking money to be, what do you call it? Informant. Where am I lying at? Taking money to be informants for others. And that's some issue. So, I don't know. Well, that was the next thing I was like, damn, well, yeah, people talking about it, but ain't nobody really like, I don't believe it's Illuminati, though. I don't believe it's Illuminati. He probably thinks that I mean, Illuminati probably paying them females, whatever, but that's jealousy, dog. I mean, if you got girls that are on other females, and you keep bringing on other prettier females and other prettier females, it's gonna be like that. Girls, that's how some girls, especially when they groupies, if they all coming on for the same thing, gonna be jealous, gonna be hate, it's gonna be some type of fake allegations. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Stay away from these. I wanna be fans, and they're really just trying to like get in people's pocket. That's what it is. If you got money nowadays, that's how you gotta stay away from people. You know what I mean? Yeah. But this was in his workspace, I believe. So I'm just trying to figure out where was he, was it in the recording studio? Or where was this at? Or was it at the studio? Like where? But I do know people over here are paying. You know what I mean? To be a part of Soldier Boy shit. So, as I said, all it takes is a group of motherfuckers to come together and say some shit. And, make up some lies against dude. Yeah. But that's what usually happens. Is groupies come together Make up lies and no lies and lies. And that's all y'all dum dums. I think that these rappers are gonna be think when y'all do behaving like that. You know what I mean? Like I said, are they gonna be faithful to anybody out here that want to pay to get in and sending pics and all that? I'm not saying everybody's doing that. That's what they was doing. I'm just saying that's what most of the people are doing. Sweet right here. I don't know. That other shit I had was up. I gotta stop buying weed from this dispensary. This weed right here. What the hell is going on? But yeah, I did not know these females are out here paying their way to get in like that. That's what I'm saying. Watch who y'all give y'all money to. Y'all go invest in y'all money in some other shit. Yo said it. I don't believe it's Illuminati. It's jealousy. It's jealousy. There's always some jealousy. There's somebody doing some shit. That's what today is. They gonna always plotting on your bag, especially when you out there like that trying to communicate with everybody. You know what I mean? And one person's gonna be in their feelings, and here comes the allegations and all them stuff against you that you not see coming. Yeah, it's not real. And he ain't even got no money like that. Like, he got money, but he ain't. I'm not gonna say Soldier Boy ain't got no money like that. That's a lot. It's just that he ain't gotta break bread with people like that. So he doing his own thing, and he probably came up on something or figure out something that he could make more without paying somebody, and they probably want in, and he's probably like, nah, I'm doing this by myself. And then here goes the allegations. Here goes the allegations. That's all usually it is jealousy and envy. So, he just going through that shit. But I'm like, damn, man, at this peak of his career, motherfuckers gonna come at you. It's crazy. I just think it's crazy. So we'll see what happens. I'm not gonna say allegedly. I'm not gonna say, oh, Soldier Boy didn't do it, because the people are gonna be like, oh, he was sticking up for me. That's what happened. And this really happened, Chef. You know what I mean? A lot of people will come back to me and say that for sure, especially over here. Let me say this. I'm not saying, but I'm saying on certain things, y'all gotta stay, um, stop saying this and that, and whatever. Even if you had to show the person's name, you know, you don't gotta show their photo. So y'all out here playing these games, man, with Jen Doe or John Doe, and like, fuck. Some of y'all don't say what y'all name because y'all was supposed to be there. Y'all fucking up your relationship when you're married. That's why some of y'all name. Some of y'all man too. That's why y'all come with them aliases. Man. But yeah. Soldier Boy. At this time, at this point of his career, they're bringing that up. I can't remember Soldier Boy having no charges like that in the past. So anybody coming at him for no sexual assault allegations allegedly. So I don't know. I really don't know, man. What's going on with him? So you got it. That's how I guess that's how most men be single. You know, women be single for a reason. Men be single for a reason. I guess these things. You might go on a date and catch allegations. Because you get yourself in that place where that happened with somebody. When you're around yourself, that person not long for that to happen anyway. Okay, them things don't just don't happen like like if somebody would just pass and do some like harm somebody like that quick. So it means you had to play a role in that or something. I don't know what's gonna go on with him, but it looks like they just want him to pay some money. I don't think he had that money to pay that they want him to pay. You might have when he pay if he does end up paying this money, you might have to turn around and drop an album. Maybe that's what they want. I don't know. Yeah, man. Everybody out here got themselves into some trouble. I tell you, not no one is safe. It's gonna be a wild summer. Wild summer with more charges after charges. Just know everybody gonna be paying out to build back the economy. Because that's what they want. Like you're gonna chip in on everybody. You're gonna have to put something over here. That's how low key them people was mad, I guess. You know what I mean? Because now I guess the 250. You know what I mean? Because at some point the way it is, like how much does the prosecutor get out of that? They probably want more. So everything is all money that's pushing for money. You know what I mean? That's why they wanted $1 million. And they could have got money. I'm just saying. Yeah, that's why they wanted $1 million bill. So the prosecutor, they could have got money. They wanted probably they could have they'd be like, damn, we could have I could have walked away with two, you could have walked away with two. Yeah, man. And that's where the system is gonna mess up because if you're making it about money, it's always gonna be like that. You can't make the system about that. Yeah. Yeah. It's a crazy world, doggy dog world, greedy. I told y'all this here is about the greed. It's all about greed. That's what's going on. Everything's to money. Everything's to money. Everybody right now is everything is about money. You getting sued, or something's gonna happen. They're gonna take something from you that you own, and probably make some money out of that to pay whatever they got going on, or you owe or whatever. But man, let's hopefully this work out for him. Because if he did this, he gonna be crazy. I mean, all them people that was over there, they gonna let him have it. They're gonna go in on him. I'm just trying to figure out how some of these people and get them, how they get. You had so much money, how you throw yourself on people like usually when people got money, like people throw themselves on people that got money. That's what I'm saying. Some of these things be crazy. Y'all be getting invited to these these concert or these parties and y'all be going there or whatever, or y'all just go to these to hang out. You know what I mean? And catching feelings. And then when thing goes down, it's like, oh, such and such happened. Y'all gotta just relax with that. Y'all stay away. Don't go to these places with these men and women. This won't happen. But y'all having in the back of your head that, hey, you know, this girl right here might be trying to fuck with me, or this, you know, or y'all having in the back of your head like, I'm just gonna, you know what I mean? Get a bag off this nigga. And y'all still do it, even though it's not right. Even though some of y'all believe the girl's still trying to, maybe trying to get that bag off that, y'all still do it because y'all think, no, I'm this and I'm that. That's what I said. Them people, them grandmas, I used to tell them people to stay. You know what I mean? Not every girl you see, you should, you know what I mean, roll up on her. You know what I mean? Bring home. It wasn't lying. It's the truth. You know what I mean? Some people are just trouble. Yeah.
You can do it, put your back into it.
It's real
You can
talk.
do it, put your ass into it.
That's real talk.
No.
Like now he's gonna just have. They just trying to bring him way down. Cause he low key, they try to low key blackball him one time too. And he low key rise up back, right? So whatever they're trying to do to him right now, he better have his money to pay.
He's not gonna go broke. He has that song right
He's crazy. He's crazy.
Yeah, I remember that song when it came out. Every time mimic. Like that Superman, like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He had it like he was just.
You might not be lying about social media and coming out doing that viral video thing. Everybody's going crazy in this song.
Yeah,
Crank that Wonder Woman, crank that this and that.
yeah, like he hit the viral thing. Like he's one of them main people that was behind the place going crazy. The viral back like I don't know what they was going on about. That's why they like kind of low key like try to do the man because they know everything the man does and talk about could probably hit and do something. So now they probably see him saying some shit and they probably didn't like what he said. And it's like, oh, that punk's him. But we don't know. I don't know. I don't want to say. I don't want to. I don't know. I don't know. He could have got drunk in some honey and think he could do whatever he wanted.
Don't you have a whole baby and a whole family?
That's what I'm saying. He got a baby and a family and everything. I don't know. So I don't know how. I don't know.
Jumper.
I don't know. Other stuff don't add up, but yeah.
There's a half one in there.
Y'all going
to. I didn't want the full one.
Y'all get invited to these parties. Y'all get invited to these parties. I gotta take this, please. You know what I mean? Y'all get invited to these parties. Talking to you, invited to these parties and thinking, oh, y'all gonna meet y'all future husband. Y'all gonna ride off in the sunset, and y'all see a whole bunch of girls there. Like, what's that? You know what I mean? No.
I want my man like that, anyways.
No.
Giving all those girls attention and not you.
That's crazy.
Yeah, dumbasses. These bitches are delusional for real. Why the fuck would you be so delusional with a nigga like that? How many freaking girls he has? Doing the same shit to you that he be doing to the next girls? Dumb.
I know.
Look at someone that's in your fucking league.
Y'all be trying to fuck with the man now. Leave the man alone. Leave the man alone. And y'all putting yourself in that way because y'all know man girls be trying to, and then when y'all see this shit, y'all be getting that time. So I like, oh, he was doing this to me.
These famous people are just like we're all the same people.
Yeah.
Reality.
Right. So yeah,
You think you're gonna get anything different out of a fucking famous person than on the street? Like, I don't get people.
crazy.
Say people are scared to date. I get it. I get it. But a famous person ain't no different.
Yeah, them
They're worse because they have money.
people
They
them is
get you
crazy.
dumb hoes. Dumb asses.
People them are crazy because they get themselves in that situation and then they're trying to get the system bails them out. Like, you know, I don't know. And I say it's not if you're gonna hide and talk, it's crazy. That means it's crazy because you're only trying to see one side of evidence. Because if other girls and other person know this female, whoever it is, they could be like, oh yeah, I know this girl,
You know what's gonna be next?
such and such. You know what I mean? And da.
Chris Brown.
Yeah, I mean, but
Watch it.
oh, Chris
Here
Brown.
you- here you
Chris
go.
Brown's supposed to be coming in August 20th. Too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's her birthday song. I don't give a fuck.
so it's
What, to
crazy.
go take $1,000 picture with him? That's
Mhm.
what he's come for, the pictures and all that. They pay people $1,000 for a picture. Fuck that shit. Yep, us
No
are
wonder
feeding
it's a
cherries to
no
people.
wonder I'm doing it. It's a concert.
Yeah, I don't really care for that. That's her birthday. I wouldn't do that. Come to China. Yeah. It's all good.
But anyways,
We have our plans already.
so them people are they do that. You know.
Someone's gonna he's gonna come here and then it's gonna be him next.
Yeah,
And all those sexual videos that he has and shit, they're like, oh yeah, and then he puts his hands up. They'll go off on Chris Brown if he's next. Get any ideas, you delusional bitches?
Chris Brown is just man.
He's not stupid though.
Yeah.
He's not desperate for that shit. He's probably man. He had Rihanna. Come on.
It's crazy because he just did a song with R. Kelly too. And I'm like, yeah, they're gonna probably gonna get you later for that. Chris Brown, you don't know what you're doing. And people are just
But he's nervous.
bad mind. Bad mind watch people. So all they do is watch and then try to figure out how the way to stop. You know what I mean? Because then in their way, like you're trying to help him out. You need to do a track with him. Especially when the
Yeah,
song.
if someone pays you to do a track with them and you know they have a good voice, no matter what the allegations are, they don't give a shit. They just want to do they're making money off that video. So how do you think these people live? They have their songs out there and people play it and replay it. It's a good song. Play it. And make their money off that shit.
Hello.
I wouldn't give a fuck about if someone said something about R. Kelly or Usher or whatever. If that's money involved and that's how you're making you're supporting your family by making music and it going viral or whatever it is. Like, come on, he needs to
They do it all the time.
Exactly.
They do it all the time.
You can't really stop people just because that person, R. Kelly, was arrested, this and that, and this and that. So it's just like R. Kelly saying, "Oh well, you beat
That's
up
all right.
Rihanna.
That's all
How
right.
to do a job? You can't say that."
They're mad because Loki right now, the R&B king is really Chris Brown.
Yeah. Maybe also do music with him. He knows how to dance. He knows how to sing, and yeah.
That's an R&B
Even his
king.
even low key, really be looking at him and shit, going to his concerts, going and just looking at him, So you can't really take that. Like, oh, he beat her up. Why she's still smiling with him and doing all that shit? Come on, get it right. If someone punched me in my, if I had a dick and someone punched me in my dick, I'm gonna react to him punching right back. I don't care where I punch you, you don't do that shit.
That's like
Because you wouldn't like it if you got hit in the clit or in the fucking tit. Like, you don't think.
Pause.
If someone did that, I swear.
Yeah.
If someone hit me right in my crotches, even my tit, like, are you dumb? I'm gonna hit you right back. Maybe his face was just right there, or her face was right, like I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't condone to violence. But same time, if someone hit me somewhere where it's gonna hurt, I'm gonna have a reaction. I'm gonna have a reflex. I'm gonna hit you right back. I don't give a fuck. It's different when it comes to like kids because kids are like that shit shouldn't hurt an adult. I'm just saying.
Right.
Their heads don't even like your teenager when like you know what I'm saying, that wouldn't hurt.
Teenager will not kill.
I'm just saying for kids it's different because like your little 5-year-old comes and punches you right in the nuts. You can't like they don't have that much. Well, some okay, my bad. Some kids have strength in their arms, but I'm just saying like it's not a grown ass person doing it to you, so that's a different story. But when a grown ass female or male punches you somewhere where you know it hurts and you can't help but hit back, that's a different story.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
that is true.
That's why you see those videos when like the 5-year-old goes up to the dad and pumps him right in the penis. Oh yeah, I can't say. I don't know what I can say. I don't know. Right in the crotches. They can't do nothing because he should be a man and just take it. Shit.
I don't know.
That's just my opinion. You can't smack them in the ass, but you're not gonna have a reflex. You're gonna hit them like that. And now apparently you can't even smack your kids out. You gotta slap underneath. What is it underneath here? Below the whatever the fuck that shit's called. In the thigh or something. That's if you don't. Your kids are disobedient. Oh god. See, I'm thankful for my kids because they're not bad. My daughter might be loud and shit, but that's normal for a little bit. They scream all the time. They don't get their way to scream. They have to go to bed, they scream. This and that. My son doesn't need discipline because he's shit. He actually was like 15, 16. He don't even like when I swear. That's crazy because when I was his age, I used to cuss every cuss word because everybody around me, like who I was around, used to cuss.
All the time.
Right?
Man.
All you can hear is this, F that.
Tell me about it.
Fuck this, it. So what do you think's gonna happen when a child hears that? They're gonna repeat it. That's why I have to watch what I say around my daughter because she will repeat it. Not like that, but shit. She needs to say, That's why I watch what I say. Honestly.
Yeah, kids will repeat anything.
But like these kids like that were born 2020 and up, holy shit. They call them the COVID babies for a reason. I'm smart.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. Act like she's 6 years old. She's not even 5. She's only 4, and she act like a freaking 6-year-old.
Right.
She's crazy. The lady's like a mini me, so I'm good. I love her mini me.
Yeah, man, but y'all out there, it's just like don't like what Rice coming in and and explain what was going on. Don't let them tell y'all nothing, man. This will happen, Oh, no. You people out here paying their way in, and they don't get their way. They're trying to, hit allegation on people.
It's just national. I think we found out. It's national. All over. Everybody's talking about it.
Right.
Just because not in Canada, it's national. You know what I'm saying? So that I knew when I heard the story, I knew there was some bullying happening or something. Right. There's no way. Like you gotta look at if I was being bullied and I felt scared, I'm gonna carry something on me. I don't give a shit. No matter what age, well, age like in high school and shit, in middle school. These days, people are carrying pepper spray, taser, knives, probably a gun, because they're scared. That's what happens when you're being bullied all the time. So when he came up and said, "Oh, they're bullying," and that's the thing when parents know how their kids are. And they know their kids are bullies. You can tell. Because they probably get reports of, oh, your kid was doing this. They got probably been suspended. Who knows? You know your child. Some people don't really know their child because all they do is go to work, come home, don't even pay no mind to their kids.
Mhm.
That's a different story. But when you are on your kid's ass, even if they act like they're innocent at home, they hear kids these days. Everything's social media, so their parents hear everything. Like, like it's for a prime example. Like they are bullies. They know their kids are bullies. Like where are you gonna get it from?
My thing is, crazy thing, but in some white people eyes, like, especially racist one, babyface white kids can't be bullied.
Mm.
Those are the worst ones.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are bullied.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you think they get in politics and all that? They bully their way in.
They always say there's a twin that's the good one and a twin that's a bad one. You tell the one that was you can tell the one that was um the one that's deceased, whatever, you can tell. He's the one that was always the bad one, always thinking. His brother just helped him because he didn't want to see a black kid being up. You know what I'm saying?
You know, it's crazy because they had some thumbnail out
That's
there.
how I feel.
They had a thumbnail of the man with a mask up running around like he was Michael Myers, big knife, fake ass Photoshop.
That's not even cool.
Yeah, I was like, y'all.
But you can tell. Like,
people is crazy. And then they had a next.
Bullying.
And then they had a next one with him, Photoshop with an big AK-47 in it. I'm like, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy.
I get what you're saying about like they released him when he shouldn't have, but I believe he should have been never arrested because like that's if they're bullying him.
And on that side, how Rice explained it, you know what I mean? I understand that, but I was saying like if he would have picked it up, like in their eye, they're like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna be like, but you know what I mean? He premeditated because he brought it. And that's their only grounds right now is you know this was gonna happen, you know they were gonna be there, and you guys are rivals, you didn't like each other, so now you brought a knife, you know what I mean, to provoke the situation. That's the only way they're gonna that's their case.
But when you look at it, okay, if he was being bullied and they know each other, even if he knew they were gonna be there, maybe that's his protection. He's defending himself.
Yeah.
Well,
just like the one girl, just like the one,
kids,
just like the one girl. I forgot what case was it. The one girl I was getting molested and touched by whatever, and whatever she was abusing her, and she had used it. One day she got a knife and fight him off and thing, and you see what I'm saying? Got
Then we say we can't trust these people because the girl out here, the girl that no ice.
Hello?
The girl that they had her on the news with her name, saying that she's wanted for murder. Mind that they had her name, yeah, man. They had her name out there. You know which one? You know, yeah. Like, geez, I'm trying to say something. Just like out here, they had a girl had her name and everything, wanted for murder, mistaked it for mischief, and now she can literally sue them and get a lawsuit off them.
They lie all the time.
They had her name saying she wanted for murder, and she came on live saying, "Look, I have my full out name on here for murder, that I committed a murder, and it wasn't even a murder." The fuck?
They lie on people.
That's why I don't trust the news and anything.
The courts,
they
do that.
Trust that shit.
They do that shit. They fucking sit there and lie on people.
The girl came on live and said, "Look, she had a video of the news reporter saying, the news saying her name and shit that she wanted for murder." And turned around, she can sue the fuck out of them. Like literally, they're like, "Yo, put lawsuit and this and that, misleading and all that shit." That's why you can't trust that shit. I don't trust anything that I see on the internet. That's fake ass shit. And I told you, didn't I say he was being bullied?
Right.
He was being. Didn't I tell you that he was being bullied? There's no way. He's an A plus student. He's not, and he probably didn't want to say nothing to his people. You know what I'm saying? Some people are like that. They don't want to say nothing. That's when it comes into race.
Oh, they-
Jealousy too.
Yeah.
Because like he's an A plus student. He has all this and this and that, right?
Right.
Like people think that black people don't have money. That's the next thing. Those kids are like,
Yeah,
they
that's
thought
why-
they were
that's
getting
why
away
they
with
do.
murder for real.
Yeah, especially when they see your business and they
Yeah.
know that you got money and all that, they look at you weird. There's a lot of people do that to us. They're like, oh, remember time when people like they come in, they're like, could we speak to the owners? We're like, we're the owners. They look at us
Yeah.
kind of weird, like,
Yeah.
fuck out of here. Like, people working for them.
That's why I said no. We're not doing no business.
So, you know, but yeah, if you know the
I'm
thing
kind
is,
of glad he's home with his family for Easter. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. 'Cause, like,
yeah, but they're gonna ride this case out though, there.
yeah, they're gonna write it up, but
Hear me
same
out.
time.
They're gonna ride this case out, right? And they gonna like low key, you know, use it to hide everything that's going on with like the tariffs and the trade war and all that, you know, because now they got something to talk about. That's how these people.
They said they say what the 20th is
That's how it
when
is
they
low.
so-called
That's how low key these people.
Trump is bringing
yeah.
out martial
Yeah.
law and shit.
That's how low key these people
Let's see what's
want
gonna
they want a
really
race
happen.
war so bad because they want to cover up all these other things that's going on.
It's
Fuck
like
up.
a distraction.
Move.
This is national, dude.
Somebody
This
going for that
story
shit.
is national. Many things happen like that out here.
At first, I was like, wait, if he grabbed the knife, he went back for the knife. You know what I mean? But yeah, but still, you know what I mean? If you had a knife in your thing and you had it with you, they could possibly say, yo, you know what I mean? You probably, because you had a knife on you all along. You know what I mean? Just like a gun. If you have it and then
I
you
get that. I do get that. But at the same time, he's being bullied. He's at fear.
and that's what they do. They
He's
don't
at fear.
care.
He doesn't. He's
They,
not thinking about that.
them, they the law, right? So if you do that to them, they care. But you see
And
when
didn't,
that,
didn't Rice say something about the family, the dad, the white, the twins, the kid that's deceased, dad is like wherever, and he's this and that. Look, see, I'd be fearful too. Sorry. It's just facts. Like, come on. That's down. Whew.
that's what I'm saying.
My head hurt from it.
You're gonna have niggas. I think I'd rather get a sip of that shit. You could.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
I can see why people go crazy.
it's true though. That bullying shit. As I said, it doesn't matter. Like even as I said, go back. There's this one case with a girl when she was getting molested, babe, and then she kind of low key flipped up one day. I don't know if you remember that. And she's in jail. And she couldn't get out. And they were like, "Oh, let
I
her."
want to say something too. So
Just imagine that.
I have to cut you off this. If it's true that those two boys, those bully ass twins, were on top of him beating him and shit, I bet you any money if the other twin wasn't helping that one twin, because you can see what happened. This nigga was beating the shit out of him as defense, because they fought whatever. His twin seen it, tried to help him. I bet you if that twin didn't come and help him, or try to pound on him, it would have never went like this.
Yeah, it's true.
It would have never went like this.
Take the phone away from me.
It was 2 against 1.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't 2 against 1, okay.
If that's what I'm saying.
The white kid would have been beat up, and that's it. He would have been embarrassed because he's the bully, right? Bullies don't like being ashamed. You know why? They're bullied in their own fucking home.
The twins are bullied too.
They're bullied in their own home. That's where it starts.
Yeah.
They're bullied in their home by their father or whoever it is, and then they bring it to school and become fucking bullies. It always happens like that. It's just like if we were being bullies to Shaquan and we went to school and started doing what?
Yeah, beating up people. Yeah, for no reason.
What I mean?
Yeah.
They must have been abused from the father and shit, because the father has all those cases on him. Whatever the case, whatever. You can tell the father beats him.
Yeah, he does. Loki probably does put his hand on that. Right, crazy. That is crazy. But man, as I said, I thought he was just winning. The way they were saying, it's like he just, had a big knife. But even if it's a pocket knife, like I get what people are saying, like, yo, in their eyes, they, you know what I mean? They're trying to make a case like, because at the end of the day, when the jury goes, they're gonna want you to try the case by. If you're the jury, they're gonna want you to try the case of, did you think he brought the knife there, knowing that there's gonna be a fight? Or you see what I'm saying? And or they could thinking that, did you think that he meant to stab him to kill him, like, or them type of way. That's the way they're gonna judge this case. Like, you know what I mean? Is, you know, those are the questions they're gonna be asked. They're gonna be telling, asking the jury. Is that how do you believe that, you know, he came? Did he came to the track meet to the intention that, but still, you know, like what Hazy said, that not gonna hold a lot of grounds, but that's gonna hold some. Because as I said, the way they're gonna do it to make it hold the ground is they're gonna ask the jury to try the case by saying, well, you they gonna want, that's what's gonna come down to. This is that, do you think he brought the knife there on purpose and provoke the situation instead of, you know what I mean, telling somebody, you know what I mean, about being bullied. I don't know. That's what they're trying to do. And they, in some situations they will try and do that. You know what I mean? Because they have to have a case. You know what I mean? They have to have a case, and they're trying to make a case. If they don't have a case, then it's gonna look stupid. They're gonna look like it was being, you know, and it's just crazy because nobody wants to see. Nobody wants to see it. The other bully. If it was a black person that bully or whatever doing it, nobody wants to see that person gonna get whatever happens to them. I didn't know these kids were bullying like that. Wow, that's crazy. But I think mostly, even the prosecutor, they even sound like they didn't know much about the case, so they didn't want to dig into it. They were just saying it's a sad situation for both parties, but they wanted a million. It should have been $1 million bond bill. Hear all that? That's crazy. That means that if they want, if that's crazy. Man, I know, man. That situation right there, people. I gotta lie to y'all. And kids just gotta stay out. It's just crazy. Man, but I see what's going on. And people trying to start a race war. People want a race war. They don't care. Yes, boy. They're looking for, some people are looking for a way to get out of something, or to blame someone, or not to talk about something else. That, see, I told y'all because of this, but like no, it's just like what Rice said. Texas has been like that. That's why people can't say about Rice. He talked like, even though he don't really agree, he's still calling on the line and certain what the government does. Like what he said, it's been like that. He been telling me that it's been like that, sure. I mean, they still have their way down here. What I mean like that? I mean, they still believe in them way, though. You see what I'm saying? White person on top, black person on bottom. I mean, that's a man I live on. So when I hear him telling me that, everything that happened, I listen to him and I take his word for it. This is true. Crazy. Because it's all low key. You could, tell a lot of people want to move down there, especially Caucasian people, for only one reason. What they believe in, they can provoke certain things, and you could just, get away with it. Get away with it. So I guess that's what they're doing, right? I don't know. This hating thing with these kids and having these people fighting like that and turn into that. Once again, yes, the knife shouldn't have been there, but the bullying, it gotta stop. This ain't. I don't want people to think this ain't I want back in the day. Bullies ain't gonna let you do what they see back in the days. It's gonna be different. Like these kids nowadays, they're not really standing up to make people bullying them like what they used to. Like people put them in the locker and the garbage and all that other foolishness. Like, you see they did back in the past that we've seen growing up. You see what I'm saying? It's different. Like they will do you something. You know what I mean? They will do you something. You got something from the classroom, the science class, or whatever. They will. You know what I mean? They will do you something. So yeah, hold on. So we gotta stop thinking, oh, you know what I mean? I'm bigger, and you know what I mean. And that's why, as I said, like we're not in an era where we fight, where we get big and we think we could bully somebody because we're bigger than them. Like that puts somebody on edge even more. Like he's bigger than me, he's probably gonna, you know what I mean, make this happen to me, break my leg, give me a brain damage, it's gonna be over for me. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna be even go even like you know what I mean, harder more like you know what I mean. So that's sad though. I'm not gonna lie. That's how it happened to the you know what I mean, Austin kid. But it shows you that anything can happen at any time. Like you know what I'm saying, at any time. Especially when rain is falling. When it's raining, man. When it's raining and you're doing all the things in nature like that, you better believe in the universe and the spiritual stuff. Those type of things will go down crazy. You know what I mean? They trying to have their peace. Mother Nature's trying to have their peace, and we trying to promote violence. Listen, yeah, yeah. Can't be doing all that. People around here, they can't be, you gotta, as I said, we should be, and that's what I'm saying, and that's why everything is all so crazy because it's different. At one time, they would have been like, oh, some parents would have been like, oh, don't say nothing to them. And then these Caucasian kids would have listened and hide it, but they're like, no, fuck it. We don't want that. This is what this happened, and this is what this happened. Like, you know what I mean? Them two was fighting, and all this, and so now, and I understand why he kind of talked. But like what Ray said, I watched the same thing what Judge Brown was saying, and he's a judge. And he was saying the same shit what Rice was saying. And I said that too. You know what I mean? When I first seen this thing, because if you know what I mean? And if you ever been in trouble, you see what I'm saying? And I guess that kid didn't know that anything you can use against you, anything you say can use against you in the court of law. That's what they say to you when they're arrested, right? So, um, yes, they're gonna bring that up. They're gonna bring that up, but is it gonna play a big part? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna play a big part right now. But uh, there's a lot of that he shouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have said, oh, he shouldn't have said, oh, well, I didn't allegedly did it. I did it, because I was scared. And can I get off it? So I gotta understand. So I was saying it's gonna be a challenging for him. He's only 17, so he don't know better. So we can't. You know what I mean, that's why you don't hire. Like you can't have people out there. You know what I mean, or what you know. Cause that'd be killing me when people be going around grabbing up people's kids, putting them in gangs and having them out there doing. And that's what that's a big example where they get snitched on. You know what I mean? 'Cause they be grabbing kids like these. Up, you know what I mean? Not saying he's I'm just saying he's a 17-year-old. You know what I mean? That like he didn't know nothing about. He just scared and he did something and then he stopped. You know what I mean? And like I said, he's smart. He's probably like, damn, he's like, fuck.
That's bad.
I mean, so it's wild. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy for that dude. I don't let her come on. If she gonna see this challenge, she gonna notice something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but for real, y'all. I'm telling you, that's the only thing. And if they know it's a bullying case, but they still that's how the system is. As I said, um, once especially a place like a place like Texas, I guess, is just one way. They want to see somebody, a black man getting some shit. So, I don't know. I don't know. That's- I just think it's crazy that they didn't say nothing about the bullying and anything. It's how they make people see it. The media is crazy. The media, they don't say nothing about the bully. They make other people say stuff. The media does not say nothing. The media does not say nothing about it. And that's why it's good to have blogs and all that other stuff because you could hear what's going on. You could you could hear all that what's going on. So I don't know. They try to hide all that, you know, that bullying stuff. That's why it's good to have social media. So when you're talking the stories and they try to feed you with this, oh, he just went over there and try to no out here trying to sell us some shit. That's crazy. I never understand. But for him though, he gonna be like that's gonna change that kid. That's gonna change that kid into a whole. Cause he probably didn't expect the kid him to die. He probably just wanted to stab him. Like you know what I mean? But that's what happened. When you're thinking about something, and if you're thinking it's gonna do something, especially when it comes to a weapon, it always ends up the next way. If you have a gun and you try to shoot at somebody's leg, you might end up shooting them, killing them. I mean, analyzing them, excuse me. So I know YouTube likes it. You know what I mean? Crash off that way. So, yeah, man. And that's gonna be the argument in the court. is, yo, you brought a knife. You know, the whole point was, you brought it there in the first place. You had nothing to do with it. You know, and then they're gonna bring up the whole case that he asked for the whole. And I understand what everybody was saying earlier, but we all know how the court works. You know what I mean? We can say, oh, whatever what goes on and what they were doing on the field, but you know when the court works. The courthouse is now. You know what I mean? They got their shady ways too. Like, you see what I'm saying? Y'all know the court is. As I said, it's messed up for both families. It's crazy. You know, there shouldn't be no race war behind it and nobody trying to be like, that's just crazy. Y'all know. I mean, if other people on them, let them do it. Because it seems like, because people are saying this is not their fight for what's going on. People are trying to make some fight for black people or something. There's something going on. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy out here. They don't want to help us fight this war. We're going to make them by doing this. Crazy by saying this, but it's not like that. Not like that, y'all. Leave that alone. They're trying to run a play, trying to earn some money. Whole scam. That's all they're trying to do. Don't let them play with y'all head. But that to that dude I was talking earlier, talking about if I was a black, the other way around, if I was a black man get killed, whatever. Yes, it would have been people protesting, but it wouldn't have been no race war. You know what I mean? Like, people are crazy. The shit that come out of people's mouth is crazy. And the reason why them people talk like that, because, it's like when you go around and just talking bad about your own race, sometimes then they gonna talk like that. They believe, well, I could talk like that because they're already doing this anyways over here. So let me talk like about them and other people gonna join. Shit insane. Crazy. Oh Lord. They're trying to boil up a whole thing. A race war for the summer. That's what they're trying to get to. It's crazy. Because if you put this shit over, like if it's over here like that, and everywhere else, people paying attention to it, yeah, that's what y'all want. Y'all trying to start that shit. Don't know why, bro. Y'all want one so bad, it's ridiculous. And see, like when black people say, "This ain't our fight. It's not our fight. We're not gonna do this." I just said, "All right, I'm gonna figure something out." I said, "It's Easter. Easter weekend coming up. Easter coming up. Easter holiday, so or whatever holiday you want to call it. I got to do some type of, can't be just some type of peace, something going on. There have to be some type of promotion or promote. Because I said, when I see these reporters' face, they look like they just one of this. If their looks could kill, they look on their faces that they just mad. They're upset. And you could tell they don't know the people in family behind the story. They don't know the people in family, they just know the story. When they hear, and I think that's what everything happened is when they heard what's going on with the dad's case, they're like, wait, you know what I mean? We're gonna have this, and then if this is really going on with the dad, and then we have his kids over here doing this, the people in the football and with this type of education. You know what I mean? That you know what I mean. Over here we have, you know, it's gonna look some type of way. If you got a straight A kid, you know. So that one guy that was talking all that smack about, if this was black dude, and this was this, you know, you sound stupid, guys. You sound dummy because you just admit that police out here killing black people. Gays are the only thing that happened. Huh? You know what I mean? And then people that got police family members and police friends that be doing shit. Just regular, you know what I mean? It's just like somebody want this to happen again. Like it's crazy. This time has to like this time has to stick around. This time needs to go. Some people might be like, what happened and I get it. Certain things you can't forget about. But certain things you just gotta like leave that shit. We gotta leave it. I mean, don't promote it. If it's real, yeah, we call it out, but we don't promote it. But if, as I said, they're gonna try you come with this case as the knife, you brought the knife, you know, knowing that those, you know, if they would have bullied him, he was gonna take it out, you know what I mean, and poke him anyway. So, you know, as I said, I'm listening up for that, and I'm definitely when the whole case comes. I'm not gonna be like everybody else. People out here, videos after videos, and I'm not to lie, I'm the same thing for like a week. I don't really do stick up, you know. But for this, you know, what I'm saying is that's what they're gonna leave is the motive. That's the motive. The motive is they're the bully, and you know that they was gonna do that. You got the knife knowing that, and then you test them knowing that. You know that it was gonna do it. You know what I mean? They already bullied you. They probably already put hands on you. And it's crazy because if they already put hands on, well, they don't know each other. They don't love each other. So there we go. So how is he bullying? That damn. Like I said, it's crazy. I don't know. That's what they're gonna act. You know, I don't know. I don't know. They don't know each other, and they're rival. How is? I think it's crazy. It's gonna be a lot of. I just don't want to get nobody upset. Like I said, the court is the court. Yeah, we know how they work. They work in favors too, and that's Texas. You know what I mean? So they got a lot of work. Trust me, they're working on it. Especially if they're trying to push a race war, they're working. They're working. Side, side other people are gonna do all that. Have something to, talk about. It's like somebody said, what are we gonna do? Talk about how bad this and that person and why that person shouldn't have this and then if this race war starts, it's gonna be why a reason why people shouldn't get money recreation. As I said once again, I don't believe black people like Jamaican, African American, Africans, like, you know, come in the country because they wasn't born in the country. So, you know what I mean? Now that, yeah, the thing that people have been there. We it's a worldwide thing, so we got to get reparation in other countries too. You know what I mean? And I think also the Maroons is actually fighting the British for that. I don't know how that could be wrong. I don't know how that shit goes, in the island, but the Maroons are doing that. But yeah, the people that come from other countries, they shouldn't get no money. Just the citizens that live there. So as I said, if a race war starts, all that is gonna be like, it's gonna be definitely people saying no, they shouldn't get that. So, if that start, they're gonna make it a reason why people shouldn't get that. get money because of that. It's fucked up, but that's what people think. I'm telling you. That's what I think, man. People just gotta watch what they promoting and just use their head smart, you know what I mean? Even though Carmelo Anthony gonna do some time, it's just, you know, he lost everything. They're gonna make it hard for him for college. The murder is a murder in this world. It doesn't matter if you beat it or not. You know what I mean? The only way you're gonna get back in is if somebody around you did it, and then he was there, and then you know they won the case, and then you go back to your normal life. I mean, but the person that did it is not gonna, you know what I mean? It's gonna hard for them to live. Like I said, this kid's probably gonna need some therapy. You know what I mean? Because even when he got out, he still looked scared. You know, he still looked scared. So I don't know, but it got to be something that's going on. You know, and if the dad has allegations like that hanging over, Austin dad has allegations like that hanging over his head, and he knows political people. You know what I mean? That's gonna look bad on him because I think that's what and they might be trying to hide that. It's gonna look bad because if he's on and he's doing that and like that, y'all, and you know what I mean, in business with people like that. So I don't know. I don't know. All I know is this shit is getting doesn't sounds kind of fishy and funny, but we're gonna hear more. As I said, I'm gonna be honest because I want to, like Hazy said, what they're probably gonna give him juvie time and break it down because obviously, right, without the bail situation, what's going on. Right now, the only thing that him is with him is like even George Brown Judge Joe Brown said it like right because I was watching it too. It was good. Everything was good until he told the police, and he's a judge. And then I know I wasn't tripping because I'm like, didn't he told the police right? So can he get criminated? And I'm like, maybe it's all over here. Canada's like that. But when he said that, I'm like, oh, so yeah. And then he break it down how, you know, he kind of incriminated himself. And know he made a mistake telling the police that, yeah, I didn't allege stabbed him. I did it, I felt threatened, and can I get self defense? See now, then you're putting yourself because he's a judge himself, and if that was his courtroom, even though he's a black man and he's trying that case and whatever people might say, he still has to go by the facts. hmm Yeah, so it's crazy, y'all. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Not gonna lie to you. When everything happened like that, but just remember this. If you're just planning to poke somebody and get away with it and just look tough for the first time, you know what I mean? Yeah. Just like if you're trying to go raw for the first time, you might end up getting someone quick. You know what I mean? Or whatever. Or something, you might end up catching something. You know what I mean? That's why they tell you not to go raw for the first time when you're doing something. You know what I mean? Real time. So if you're just if you was just there trying to do that, and I say it's crazy because that's what they going after. That is the case. That's what they're gonna make the case. Because anything else, it's just yeah. And then the whole thing again, if they didn't go to school together, and why would they're gonna be asking, why would he be bullying him? I don't know. But it's a town, so I understand what Rice is saying. The whole people know, especially when it comes to football, the quarterback wants the best girl in the town. I mean, that's how it works. You see these Texas um, um, thing. Especially the land, was it the mine man or land man? You see how it is. The quarterback, he has the guy daughter, right? Where she was like the prettiest girl in the town, right? And he was a quarterback. So and their thing is that's how they look at it. That is their city. But they should have the best white woman. Now that's crazy. So that's where they're trying to start the race war because they're sick of that. You know what I mean? That's the whole scenario. He died over that. You know what I mean? Over beefing over, what I mean, a white girl, but she was with a black guy. So they're definitely going to start a race war over that. And no, you can't say, oh, that's why these niggas shouldn't be with these white girls. No, you know what I mean? No, oh no. That's their choice. That's crazy. That's what I'm saying. When you make everything about race, then people start thinking like that. You know what I mean? That's what I said. It's only, that's why I understand what Rice is saying. Yeah, they make everything for race over there. So it's true, they do. But like when that's why that's why I said people go elsewhere. Not elsewhere. Not everything is about race. White women go, what I mean, go date African or Caribbean man, Jamaican or Trinidad man. They know it's not about race. It's about culture, you know what I mean, and nationality, not about your race. You know what I mean? That's why you can't get married. You can't. You're going to put terrorists and women, and they go date other men from all across the world. You know what I mean? That's what they are low key doing. It's making it's more expensive for people to fly now. You know what I mean? Think about it. So, real talk. That's why these Caucasian women, when they go to the island, they'll go there, they chill their building, and they'll get married because they know it's not about a race. You know what I mean? Like I was watching this Caucasian girl, she's in Jamaica, she just got married to this dude. And they was talking and thinking, oh, he married you for a green card to get. He's like, she's like, it's not even about that. You know what I mean? A relationship is not based on that. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. You know what I mean? But people do think like that. People do stuff like that. You know what I mean? But people do those things. When people on the white, how come these white girls always go on their date with immigrants and get married to them and bring them in? Because it's not about, you know, race. You see what I'm saying? Because they know over here, when they do get married to a black man, or, it's going to be about race. You see what I'm saying? So they'll leave their whole family and move to a black country just to be with a black dude. And not only that, you know, they'll start a business down there and then it won't be about race. I bet here comes Daisy. You see what I'm saying?
No,
You hear what I was saying though, right?
no, I just called on. I had to, I was up there. I can't really
I
pay
was saying
attention.
like, people make it once you make it about race, you know what I mean? Like in the Caribbean, right? Like in Jamaica right now. I could pull up a couple of videos and show you like white families and black families like eating together at the same table having I know there's like and they're like have money too. It's not like they're broke. You know what I mean? Because they built up, they got townhouses down there like what we do. But over here they won't do that. You see what I'm saying? Because everything is based on race. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Even if it's just loving, somebody's gonna make it about race and color. You see what I'm saying? In that family. If it's not a black person, the a white person. Majority of the time is a white person. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm telling people like you don't see, people don't really date. That's why people don't really date over here. Look, people are having relationship overseas and dating more. They're going over. You can't because it's not about race. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, that's why they do all that.
That's the only thing. Well, with
Matter of
race, you
fact,
know how I look
for me
at it.
and you, for me and you,
I
we already
told you with me. Go ahead.
for me and you, we already came up like that. You know what I mean? And everybody else, I got their girl on their wife. Like, you know what I mean? But you ain't gotta go through that. You know what I'm saying? If it's not about race, it's about money. You know what I mean? And what you could do for that person. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what it's about now. But majority for white women dating black man right now, and it's about race. You know what I'm saying? Because you hear, you know what I mean? They're making it about race, and they're making it that so much again because they feel like they lost that touch where motherfuckers don't give a fuck about black people being white people no more. You see what I'm saying? So in their mind, they kind of believe they lost that touch. So they need to put that back out there like that. You know what I mean? That's why they do all that. That's why they will come and put all this fake stuff to make us believe in that, yo. But the nigga just went over there and said, I'm gonna start poking nigga anybody that say nothing to me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
With the fake thumbnail out there, the nigga with the knife like he's fucking Michael Myers, dog. It's crazy. I tell you, bro, you gotta watch these niggas. You gotta watch these because they be a part of the program too. When I say program, Hazy, these big niggas are getting their 200K views and all that shit with these thumbnails, with these, you know what I mean, other shit. They'll be a part of the program, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They pushing an agenda. You see what I'm saying? If that's why
Yeah.
that's why majority of the time when you see us talking about certain, they be in the background, listen, they want to come up and say something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like certain things I'll be doing on purpose. I'll be talking about certain because I'll be knowing, I'll be watching.
Yeah, they're gonna pull somebody out.
Remember
They're gonna
that
pull
one?
them out.
You remember that one dude with the cat? What's his name? What's his name? This psycho terror dude. The dude.
The one
Remember
that
that?
came here talking crazy to me.
No, there was the other dude. That wasn't him. The
Oh.
guy with the cats that I was telling you, the other guy. You know what I mean, the terror guy. I found out who he is because he popped up on my feed. So he's a dude. He read cars, but the people I'm gonna go over his chat, they be low key like racist. You know what I'm saying? But he don't really, he don't. I don't know. I can't watch shit like that. I can't watch motherfuckers waving. You know what I mean? It's just crazy to me saying stupid shit. Like not saying stupid shit, just saying shit. Like I'm not a hater, but if I'm not, if I can't watch it, I can't watch it.
Right.
But I could see why
So a lot.
I could see why people be coming over here because they're on the recommend, and that's why a lot of people mad at me because I'm on a live feed recommend. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now, even though people they're like, oh, because no, yeah. So when he did the one day when that dude said yes, I go around and I look for live feed, he wasn't lying. You see what I'm saying? Because remember the one dude with the cat that I was telling you about, the dude that tell you read the tarot cards and tell you, because that's what he does. I find his channel. You see what I'm saying? He read tarot cards and shit. But I don't believe in that shit. And I believe that low-key
Yeah,
shit.
I don't fuck with that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in that shit. But anyways, yeah. They should be popping up on the feed. That's why I said low-key niggas be mad. You know what I'm saying? Because they know I'm on the live recommend. It doesn't matter how low my shit and how high my shit is. You know what I'm saying?
You on that? You in there?
Yeah, I'm still in there. Because when they said that's why I find you that day, he wasn't lying. No one didn't really send him. He was just mad at what we was talking about. You know what I mean? And they didn't want that. Because remember, once you on the recommendation, that means anybody could tap in and hear what you're talking about. You see what I'm saying? And agree with you. But now, when you're on that, people could be like, yo, you on the recommendation and you're talking like this, somebody gonna hear you talking the truth. You see what I'm saying? That's why he was mad at you and King Hazy. You know what I mean? You was on the recommendation. You know what I mean?
That nigga try to bait me.
Yeah.
Assuming, but look, he tried to bait me, assuming that he know what position I was going to take or how I think. You don't never know how I'm gonna think about nothing because I always constantly got updated thought process.
Right.
You know what I mean? Even something I said yesterday, I could have learned something last night or this morning, and I can change exactly how I think. I'm not stuck in my ways like that. You see what I'm saying? So motherfucker can't really try to place me nowhere like that. But man, as far as the interracial dating, that shit, I told you that's kind of like, that's like at your own risk. Like, I'm not against interracial dating. I'm against interracial dating when you not knowing what come with it. Or when you think the world gonna have to adjust because you interracial dating. No, you gotta adjust. You gotta make sure that you ready for what come with it. You know what I mean? If I say interracial couple, I'm not saying nothing bad. I don't care. I don't got nothing against it. It's the same respect. I'm gonna respect your woman no matter what color she is, the same way if it's just a black couple. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna respect any race that want just only stick with their race too. If you find you holler at a white girl and she be like, no, I don't date black guys. I stay with my race. I ain't mad at that either.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But if motherfuckers who interracial date, you better understand what that shit come with, because your fetish or your fantasy or whatever reason make you go to it, that's not the end all be all. It gonna be stuff that come along with that, and they're gonna be stuff that come along with it with both families, like you were saying. Somebody family gonna say something or something,
Right.
and you gotta know that that's what it is. You know what I mean? You gotta either be prepared to deal with it. You gotta have thick skin, and you gotta know. You know what I mean? That's just gonna happen, or you gotta know. My thing is, you still gotta be able to stick with your shit, especially if you black. You can't date out your race and gotta turn on your race.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just to fit in with who you trying to. No, that ain't gonna work. I mean, I ain't gonna say it ain't gonna work, because there's probably some people out here that the shit working. So let me not say that ain't gonna work. But I don't think that's a good idea. That's a better way to say that. You know what I mean? It could work, because motherfuckers make whatever work that they want to make work. Especially soon as they think you swear it ain't gonna work, they can flip the script right then and there. You know what I'm saying? But that shit is just it's a slippery slope, and you gotta be built for it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be built for it. If I come in the house and I got white folk in my family, but if I come in the house with a white girl, they gonna say something. I mean, they ain't gonna probably say nothing right to me, but it gonna be chatter. You know how this shit go. It definitely gonna be chatter. But then it'll put myself in a position, because I can't talk no pro black shit no more. According to some people, I be done sold out.
Crazy thing, my mom, you know what I mean? If I even did that, she would look at me, but she ain't never did that with my bro. Like, she, you know what I mean? But I already knew I wasn't like that anyway. Because I never had, like, I had white, you know what I mean, friends that had white girlfriends, but then they'll come over with their friends. But then, you know, females automatically think, oh, that girl is with that, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it wasn't like that, you know what I mean? It was just, but she was like that too. We're like, oh, you know what I mean? But it was kind of, but in her head, I know she wasn't kind of racist, because, you know what I mean? She couldn't say nothing to my bro, I guess, because he was doing his own thing. Like, you know what I mean? Really,
Right.
you know what I mean? But she ended up, but I never, like, I kind of low key never really, you know what I mean? Kind of like, fuck it. Like, you know, I'm just going to do my own thing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not really, but you know, that's just stupid to
I
me.
ain't against it. Me personally, I ain't against it. I just know
it's mixed, because
you know what I'm saying. It come with shit.
black
Definitely
families,
come with shit.
black families are like that too. Some people be like, oh, white girl this, and then some of them will be like, no, like, you know what I mean? Let him do whatever he wants. You know what I'm saying? A girl is a girl and whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but the truth of the matter, that is what's going on. A woman is a woman, long as you know what I'm saying. Long as she can accept you, long as her and her people can accept you, and long as you and your people can accept her, it do supposed to go like that.
Yeah,
Because
woman is a
you
woman.
know, if it get down to it, God ain't no dummy now. Whoever think God is a dummy, they're dummy. God ain't no dummy. If God ain't want mixed races, he could have had black people had square woods, and white girls had circle, you know what I'm saying? Circle, you know what I'm saying, without going too vulgar and shit. He could have made everybody's sex organs a different shape, and you wouldn't be able to do it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But or he could have made you not be able to impregnate another race, and you know what I mean, whatever. So God ain't stupid. It definitely probably was meant for different races to deal with each other, but you know, I mean, they just come with shit. Like I said, they come with shit. Shit come with shit. I definitely wouldn't want to fuck with no white girl that her family don't like niggas for real.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's
But,
not
man,
good. Or
same thing with a white.
if my family hate white people,
Yeah, I
why
would.
would I put somebody in that position? You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to just go in. I'm ready to fuck up family shit. Anyway, not saying you gotta do what your family say, but you gotta make sure that person gonna be able to be comfortable.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people like, shit, I got you. Man, don't worry about what nobody say. It's about me and you. But it's really not, because if it become an uncomfortable situation, or if it become a situation where you got to get away from your peoples or get away from who you is as a whole, you become lonely, or you got to go around all other people. You got to kind of lock in with people that feel the same way as you, but it really ain't going to do nothing for you.
Right.
I don't think anyway. You know what I mean? You go around a whole bunch of people that just, you know, got a vendetta against people who's against interracial shit, and I guess you just start a whole colony like that. I mean, I don't know how that'll turn out, but you know, like I said, I don't got shit against interracial dating. I just don't like when people don't understand what come with it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Shit come with it, because it's going, number one, race conversations gonna come up. Race conversations gonna come up. Like I told, I ain't like that time when I was about to talk with my uncle. I mean, like, don't do this.
Right. Yeah. Don't
He was
say
like,
that.
don't, you know what I mean? Don't do this. Don't do this. And
Oh,
you know, I was kind of drunk.
Hazy.
I was, yeah.
Hazy. I was even drunk, and my brother tried to tell me. I said, "Listen, bro, don't even come try to talk to me like." Because I hate when people try to talk to me like, "Oh, he didn't mean to say that. This is what he meant to say." Don't do that. Like, you know what I mean? That's
Right.
pissed me off. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Trying
That's
to
what
tell
I'm
you what somebody meant or didn't meant.
That's why I'm happy the time that we're in right now, because you could be yourself and still be a progress businessman. You ain't gotta kiss nobody
Right.
else. Like these niggas was kissing niggas ass back in the day. Them fucking days is over. You know what I mean? That's it.
Right.
Whoever's doing that right now is a fucking dummy. You know what I mean? Real shit. That's why you got people who do shit like this. And you know what I mean? Because if this was one time, that's what these people understand. If this was back in the 90s, early 2000s, y'all could have got this nigga locked up and probably got him in the chair. You know what I mean? But now you got a whole bunch of white people be like, oh, this is what happened and this is what happened. You know what I mean? Back then, it was so racist where a white person would see this shit and not say nothing. You see what I'm saying, Hazy? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll hold back because the person is white and give out fake evidence and make it look like it was one way and then look at like an idiot come to court and start crying and said, no, this is what really happened. Like those days are not like, you know what I mean? They really can't make them do that no more. You know what I mean? Cause that also they have their career. If that was somewhere else where none of those kids will have a career and have nothing going for them, then there would be some type of lie that they could do something. You know what I'm saying? But it's the way they did it. It's the way they did it though to have us thinking, oh, the nigga just went over there and said, yo, anyone y'all motherfuckers, you know what I mean? Like, y'all gotta stop that. You know what I mean? Stop doing that.
Yeah.
Stop doing that, you know? Stop doing that. That is crazy to me. I'm not gonna lie. That is crazy.
But if I was single and I want a white girl and I want to fuck with a white girl, I'm gonna do what I want.
Right.
I mean, if I want to go fuck with a white girl, that's what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Nobody gonna tell me that I can't. But 9 times out of 10, I probably wouldn't on no. Well, I can't even say that. If I was to meet a white girl, not now, but I'm just saying on some single shit. If I was to meet a white girl and she's solid, I'm gonna rock with her. If she rocking with me, I'm gonna rock with her. I rock with whoever rock with me. You know what I mean? If I push up on somebody and they say, yeah, it's on now. You know what I mean? I'm rocking with you. Just on the strength you said, yeah, we ready to run it up. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter who you is, how you look at nothing. I don't give a fuck if it's an ugly bitch. You know what I'm saying? I go holler at her and she say, yeah, and she rocking with me like that. All right, we rocking. That's just how it's going. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But 9 times out of 10, I probably wouldn't. You know what I mean? It probably gonna end up, 9 times out of 10, they're gonna stick with each race. But I'm fuck with a couple different races though. Not on relationship tip, but on some smash and shit. But it ain't like, you know what I mean? I would have had nothing against fucking with none of them. It ain't go that way.
Motherfuckers out here, man. There's a lot of crazy shit going on. I don't think people should be getting at people and trying to break it because that's what it's gonna be like. Man. The way Texas is gonna be, is people gonna be looking at people that's in mixed relationship like they criminals. And it shouldn't be like that. That's what they is. That's what they is.
Hey, I remember I was in high school. Yo, I was cracking up laughing one day. Yo, we was all outside smoking some blunts on a baseball diamond and shit. We used to have to go on a baseball diamond and smoke at school. This nigga looked up at us, dead ass serious. I'm talking about, this nigga was so fucking serious. God rest his soul, nigga named Mario. The nigga looked up at us and said, I heard Chinese pussy go sideways.
That's crazy for that. That's crazy for that.
Hey, TMG, I'm talking about I laughed for probably like 14, 15 minutes off of saying that because he was serious. He wasn't joking, He was dead serious. This nigga said, I heard Chinese pussy go side. I said, you ain't never seen no Asian in porn, The fuck is wrong with you? Nigga, was it sideways?
It's crazy.
Hey, I said, was it sideways, nigga? What the fuck is wrong with you, nigga? You crazy as shit. Was serious though, was dead serious, Oh man. But like I said, that
That's
shit
why niggas always
it's a
making fun
matter
of.
it's a matter of preference and a matter of understanding what come with it. Cause once kids get involved, you put your kids in a situation too. You know what I'm saying? You putting your kids in a situation because it's who people might not accept them on either side, or they might have that identity crisis.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Even though, honestly, and I ain't gonna lie, mixed babies a lot of times be some of the most beautiful babies, and when they grow up too, you know what I'm saying? They be some of the most the beautifulest girls, some of the handsomest niggas. Pause, no homo, but I'm just saying, you know what I'm talking about? It be the perfect combination. You know what I'm saying? The perfect combination, and it be go ahead, and you know what I'm saying. So you'll think that they won't have no problems, but they do be having problems. It is what it is. It mad girls that like mixed niggas and mad niggas that like mixed girls.
Where we living in.
That shit,
I know
you
why.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how it always been. Motherfuckers always like the light skin. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
but it's still motherfuckers be having identity crisis, man. They don't know. A lot of times it get to a point where you fit in that.
Don't want no more light skins, yo. They say fuck the light skins. This is only because, and I mean is that they don't want no more light skins, yo. They just want straight white. And that's what these motherfuckers are trying to create a race for. They're trying to fuck up everything.
Just long as you don't do the shit for the fetish. I guess it's cool long as you ain't fetishing. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no fetish. You all right. If you dealing with a fetish, then you might be about to get yourself in some bad shape. Because there's a whole lot more that come with it than just, you know what I mean, getting more than sexually. I was about to get explicit. But it's a whole lot more to come with it than sexually. So I wouldn't advise nobody do it based on a fetish. For real. Fuck with who you want to, but don't do it on no fetish tip. Do it because that's the person. You know what I'm saying? Some niggas are just any white girl, any Puerto Rican, any, you know what I'm saying, any whatever. They as long as it's that, they don't even give a fuck. And that's not a good habit.
True though.
Is it
You're lying.
raining?
You ain't lying. It was really on. Raining. You ain't lying. Some niggas don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? That's how they get
They just,
Just go for anything.
some niggas won't fuck with a black girl to say they life no more.
Nope. And you can't. And like
Female be done hurt her.
in this
Female
era,
be done crush their feelings. They be done with all of the black women. They don't, you know. That ain't necessarily no wise move either. Any female that did me greasy in my day, I don't even remember it, to be honest. It gotta be real bad. And some bitches done did me greasy back in my young days and all of that shit. I mean, that shit, you just move on. I ain't gonna think I'm gonna be
move
mad
on.
at every girl.
Yeah, you
I'm
move
gonna be
on.
mad at every black girl because
Right,
a black girl did me greasy.
right. These niggas be mad at every black female they see after they got fucked up. These niggas be so mad.
Hell no, man. Fuck that. And a lot of females do that shit too. Niggas doing wrong, they be like, fuck it, I'm gonna date out my race. Like, like as if you can't find nobody because you made the wrong decision. That's one thing I be trying to get on the women. A lot of these women, yo, they be acting like they ain't do what they wanted. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times the woman don't these days, I say since the early 2010s, since about 2010 on up to now, the women don't let the man choose them. They don't just be like, let a nigga holler at them and see what they about. They only gonna fuck with the nigga that they want out of the niggas that holler at them. So really, you doing what you want to do. So when you get a bad result, don't try blaming on the men. That's what you wanted. You chose that. You probably turned down 2, 3 other motherfuckers that probably would have had you happy, but you had a preference what you wanted and you chose it and it went the wrong way. So don't try to take it out on everybody now like it's niggas fuck because you did what you wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times motherfuckers doing what they want, and then when the result go bad, they not gonna own up and say, you know what I mean, they did what they wanted.
Right.
Motherfucker, you the one chose.
You're lying.
You know what I'm saying? You the one chose. You know what I'm saying? And then what about when they go south on another race or something? You gonna keep your mouth shut now. You're not even gonna tell nobody that the shit went south because you too embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? You still gonna blame it on the dude, but you ain't gonna tell nobody that it went south.
Right.
You gonna keep that shit a secret.
True, yeah.
So with the women, I think it's more so, you know what I mean? Just I ain't gonna say give everybody a chance. If motherfuckers got obvious shit that make you be like, hell fuck no, then of course don't fuck with that. But I mean some of the dudes that you turn down be the one. It just is what it is. But you know what I mean? You need a lot of time they need everything exactly perfect how they want it. Everything the way they meet gotta be perfect. You know what I mean? The nigga gotta be already on top of his game. He got already have his money up and had shit going for him and all this and that. Like motherfuckers forgot what it is to build with somebody.
But I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know
So a
if
lot
women.
of times you can meet a motherfucker, y'all can build something.
Yeah.
You can get that nigga the motivation to be exactly who you looking for. Sometimes all that nigga need is somebody have faith in him and
Yeah. A
he
lot of
act
girls do
like
that.
that.
It's true what you're saying though, Hazy. A lot of girls used to say, you know what? I'm gonna put him on and make it's what I'm saying, make it happen. And then that's what it happens.
Right.
Yeah.
So, sometimes it just, I think we get too used to everything being exactly perfect, like, and then as if shit gonna start off perfect and just stay perfect forever. Like it ain't gonna be somewhere along the line it got to be that struggle. So if you want everything perfect at the beginning, then the fucked up shit coming later. You know what I'm saying? You can just go ahead and deal with it early and lead to something. I mean, but it's also to each his own or to each her own. You know what I mean? Whatever you gotta do. Just gotta do it. Whatever you like is what you like, but just don't complain when you know what I mean, you make your own decisions. It's your decision. Once you free to do what you want, own up to what you did.
Right.
Point blank period. You can do what you want. You can choose who you want. You gonna choose just like you hear all of these everybody on online now be talking about basically, what they want out of a man, what he gotta do. He gotta have this, do this, and do that.
Right.
But then it's 100,000 women that want that same dude, but it's very few of them dudes, right? But then you gonna get mad when he go fucking around.
Right.
When you the one chose a nigga that all of the girls want.
Right.
Duh.
You be shutting.
What you think, you know what I'm saying?
That's when they be hitting them with allegations and all that shit.
Uh-huh.
Y'all be crazy.
Yeah, I calm your ass down with this court. They be like, I calm your ass down with this judge. With these police, you want to keep. Oh man, it's a dirty game.
When I done with you, none of these girls ain't gonna want you.
That's how it be. Niggas too though. Nigga be like, shit, I ain't gonna have you. Nobody gonna have you.
Right.
Stupid shit, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're in line.
It's about wise decision making when it comes to dating. You know what I'm saying? Some women forget you can just, you know what I mean? You might be single. You can deal with a dude for a while. You don't gotta get married to him or not. You might just, you know what I mean? Y'all might just do y'all thing for a little while and then, keep it on pushing.
Yeah. But the reason why some of these,
everybody
why
ain't gotta
I'm
be
gonna show
perfect.
you why. You see why women think that, you know what I mean? Because some of these niggas them out here are paying for pussy, so they're making the women them go and talk like that. Like, you know what I mean? I'm talking about these rappers too. Like, you know what I mean? They'll have these models that they're flying, I'm paying for them a weekend to come in the country. Like, you know what I'm saying? So now you got these girls that know that and they're like, hey, these niggas are doing that. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Some of them that's
and they
on
think
them.
that's the standard.
Yeah. So that's on them niggas too. You know what I mean? Real shit. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Niggas
They fucking, they taking away the value of women, period, because you making women, it's like pay to play. It's like compromising your values. Like if a nigga got some money, he can buy you. Like he won't just buy another female too.
Right.
What you gonna do? You gonna flood him forever? You gonna what? You gonna hawk him so he can't move around? You gonna be in his face all day, every day? No, you still gotta do what you gotta do. And that nigga might go in and fly another bitch out or something. Who knows, man? Or he might, you know what I mean? He might get wise and like, man, shit, fly with another nigga too. Another nigga got more money than me. Because if a female go for money, then what happened when the nigga got more money than that? And he wanna. She gonna level up? What about the next nigga that got more money than him? What you gonna level? You gonna keep leveling up. And then forget that niggas, paying attention too, and you gonna still think you got some type of worth. Type of shit is that?
That's crazy. That's what some of them think. I don't know how they think that, but that's what they think.
Yeah, they be forgetting that, shit happens. You can lose value from a lot of shit.
Right. But, half of these, I don't know why some of them think like that because men are crazy anyway. Some of these men that make it bad because they out here telling these girls like yes, you know what I mean? And they be out there telling these girls, yes, I got there. Like we heard our people talk about this, you know what I mean? Tell us that they'll go out and pay. They don't really need a girl. They'll go and pay for coochie. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
that's what I'm saying. That's when right then you're thinking like, damn, that's all a nigga wants. You don't really want. You know what I'm saying? So,
I don't even know what. I don't even want no pussy that can be bought.
Right.
Because
want something
I
that
don't like fucking at the nigga. I don't want to fuck at the nobody. In the young days, you know what I mean, that shit was cool. I ain't gonna say it was cool, but it was more safer back in the day definitely than it is now. You know what I'm saying? You definitely don't want to be fucking no girl that taking a couple dollars because how many niggas giving her a couple dollars? How much money she got?
right. Right.
She might be caked up.
Right.
Niggas been tearing her little ass up. She got 400K, nigga. That mean niggas been hitting that shit for some years now.
Yeah,
Different niggas.
mileage on that is done. I know.
Yeah. So I don't even want that. You know what I mean? I just, on the female tip, you just want somebody, number one, somebody that's solid. A woman that's a woman. You know what I'm saying? That's a woman
That's gonna treat
through and
yourself
through.
like a
And somebody that's solid.
yeah.
That gonna rock with you. They ain't gotta be perfect. You know what I mean? Nobody gotta be perfect because a nigga ain't perfect neither. You ain't gotta be perfect. But we gotta be able to work towards something, or we gotta be doing, you know what I mean, doing something,
Right.
working, building this family, or working towards a family, or something like that.
Sure, you gotta be building something. Can't just be
Something. You know what I'm saying?
I give you this and you're mad because the kids are getting more than you and you just want to go there and shop and all that other bullshit. No.
No, I ain't with that material shit. I never went with a material girl. You know what I'm saying? I never went with a material girl. I ain't doing none of that. Even I don't even give a fuck if she got the money. If she too super material, nah.
Yeah, that's the thing. The
You know what I'm
material
saying?
girl.
Unless she know how to shop. Now, if she know, because I be on some shit, I know how to shop too. You'll see me with some shit and think a nigga, I mean, caked up, but I'm not. You know what I mean? I just know how to shop. So if it's a female like that, but if it's one of them female that Birkin and all that shit and got to have this and that and all that, I mean, it's cool, it's fly. Don't get me wrong. I respect style. I respect fashion and style, and I respect the grind of the hustle of the top shelf. But that if that's what's important to you, eh,
Right?
eh, uh,
That's what important to
eh,
you.
you can have that. You can go get the nigga that gonna buy all that. More power to y'all.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? More power to y'all.
Right.
But who am I to give relationship advice? I'm just a regular guy.
Yeah,
Me. None of these females want me. They see me. They like, man, this goddamn Muslim or something, or some type of something.
Yeah, bro. I don't know. It'd be crazy though, but these niggas be making it bad for others with the shit that they do. You know what I mean, that they be,
Leading with they wallet.
yeah. So
That's never a good idea. That's never a good idea. Leading with your wallet. Not saying it ain't, you know what I mean? You can do some things for a female and all that. I wouldn't say don't do nothing. Even if you ain't smashing,
yeah,
but if you might take a female out or something,
yeah,
that ain't so bad. You know what I mean? But if you leading with your wallet, like you think the money going, if the money it can keep her there, I don't know how I don't know how solid that is. She might be there for the money and not the person.
yeah,
Because a lot of females ain't gonna want to turn the nigga down. They got money and fuck around the chance meeting another nigga that might don't got the money. You know what I mean? Or not meeting another nigga with money. You know what I'm saying? They'd rather just stick with the nigga with the money, and you know what I mean, whether they like him or not. So that's tricky.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's real tricky right there. You know what I'm saying? All that leading with your wallet shit, that shit always turn out bad.
Some
From
niggas
what
will
I
just,
seen.
some of them will just stick around for the wallet until they get used to the nigga and just say, you know what? At this point, I care about him because he bought me this and such and such. And that's crazy.
But look, I don't even see them.
That's crazy.
I don't even see them caring about them at the spent all of that. I just you know what I mean? From what I seen in my life, y'all got Uncle Yo God rest his soul. I think he just died in 23. I think Uncle died in 23. 22 or 23. 23. Because you know, I think he might have went from fucking getting the COVID shot.
Right.
I suspect, allegedly. Right. But my uncle was a dude that laid with his wallet, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he was a big dude. He was like, when I say a big dude, I'm talking like 400 pounds.
I know
Big.
what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Big dude, like fat, you know what I mean? His name was Fat Boy. They twins. I had two uncles. Both of them was 400 pounds, but always back in the day, niggas both they was electricians. They always had that money.
Right.
You know, they always had that money. That money. When my uncle got married, and your wife, cherished her, yo.
Mm-hmm.
But in the later years, yo, she skated, yo.
She what?
But she blamed it. She blamed it and said because he got the jab, yo.
Yeah.
She skated, yo. She skated. When that nigga was in the hospital, she ain't even come up here, yo. When he was in the hospital on his deathbed, and she moved out of town. She ain't even come back. They still was married. Oh no. Nah. Did they get a I think I heard they was getting a divorce or
Oh,
some
that's
shit.
crazy.
Yo, but she ain't
Crazy.
even come while he was on his deathbed, yo. Then had a nerve, foul motherfucker, then had a nerve to come up here and fight for the
The money.
state and shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yo.
Oh,
Shit crazy.
the fuck? After you never
There's
came.
way more to that story. There's way more to that story, but I don't want to get too deep to it
Oh, no, that's
because
fuckery though.
my mother ain't gonna really like me. My mother probably wouldn't like me that I said that right there, but you know what I
Right.
mean? It was just a lot of foul shit with that shit. You know what I'm saying? And it showed me that the money don't really matter
Yeah.
at this all said and done. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
What you saying? Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's crazy. Wow.
There's a lot, you know what I mean? There's a lot of wild shit with that, yo. It's just a lot of wild shit, yo. I guess you know some niggas feel like, you know what I mean, once they get the bread, like they good, like they shouldn't have no problems. But the fucked up part is the female will be getting your bread and go fuck a broke nigga.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's true though. That's
Point
why.
on
That's why
everything, yo.
it's true. It's true. It's true.
If you if you think that gonna keep her legit, no.
Because you know why?
I said
You
it
know,
ain't.
especially the ones that if a female know you got her through some money, yeah, she gonna fuck a break. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because she know that you probably picked up a girl the same way with flashing money. You know what I mean by using
Yeah.
it. So she gonna think like, this nigga probably out there doing this anyways because especially if that's how she get down where you know what I'm saying? There's always you're right, Hazy. There's always a girl doing that. Always. I mean, especially if that's how the girl come up and that's how you come up with her doing all that, like as a girl like that.
Yeah, I've been learning. Well, yeah, I never led with my wallet nowhere. Even when I was getting bread, I ain't, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I used to like now I had my fun when I was single. Me and my cousin, I was living with my cousin and shit at the apartment.
Right.
I mean, we used to be stay going out and shit, eating good and shit with females and all that. But I ain't never took a girl shopping. that I what you know what I mean, that I wasn't fucking with heavy, and I ain't never. I mean,
Yeah,
was on no.
like them other niggas do. Meet the girl and took her
Yeah, I
shopping.
never did that.
You never see her again.
Man.
Nah, fuck you. I never be either. Yo, I used to think
What?
it's crazy because girls used to go around and see niggas walking with their girl and clown them. You know what I mean? That was shit.
Right.
That thing was crazy. I know what you're talking about. Nah, that never happened. That happened. I ain't gonna
No
do that.
materialism.
Nope.
No materialism in my life. Don't bring that to me. You know what I mean? We can get the shit now. Don't get me wrong. We gonna get some shit, but don't be acting like that's what's important. You know what I mean? A spot, some good food. You know what I'm saying? A running vehicle, a vehicle that run good, shit like that. That's what's important. Some type of business or some type of income coming in or some type of plan.
Yeah. Some type of
That should
keep
be the
it
main
going.
shit. And then
Yeah.
after that, whatever. You can get anything if I got it. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
materialism is not it. That's not it. That's not the shit. You know what I'm saying? That's not the shit. Only thing, if I'm before the last female I was fucking with, like 01, 02, 2000, 2001, 2002. She was solid. So and I was still celebrating holidays back then. And when I was fucking with her,
Right.
she had kids. She was older than me. I think I was how old I was when I met her. I was 22 when I met her. She was like 30, 32, 33.
Yeah.
She had 4 kids already. 3 of her kids, they father died. She had two baby fathers. One, her oldest kid was by one dude, and the youngest 3 was by another dude. Her youngest 3 kids' father died.
Right.
I was getting money when it came around Christmas time. Yo, I did them lovely, nigga. I'm talking about, yo. I was at Toys R Us. I forgot I was in a car. It wasn't even enough space. I had to call niggas up Toys R Us to come meet me, yo, to help me carry all of this shit. Yo, I had too much shit.
Right.
I had so much shit. I told you one time, the police had jumped out on me and searched me and all of this shit. The house was filthy, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I ain't had nothing on me. He ain't had no reason to run up in there. It was a sergeant. But yo had looked in there with the flashlight. It was dark. All of them upstairs in the bed. It was dark. Yo had went in the door with the flashlight and looked around.
Mm.
When he looked in there, he saw the Christmas tree. And it just was gifts all over the fucking place. That nigga just left the fuck out of there. He just left it alone. I already know he left it alone because he see like, man,
Yeah.
them kids straight. You know what I'm saying? Like them kids straight. I ain't even gonna trip about that shit. He just left that shit alone. I did them good. I don't think they ever had a Christmas like that, yo. Ever. I don't think you would have thought I'd big money for real.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying? That's about it as far as materialism with that. You know what I mean? I made sure our kids was good and shit, but as far as just running around, just kicking out bread to females and all that, nah.
Yeah, that's only a kid. That's what I'm saying. That shit right there, is you're right. It just for kids, but just kicking on random shit like that. Nah. Niggas are like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I wasn't mad at the niggas that I used to catch niggas that spend money on girl and don't want to pay back niggas money. I was one of them. That was one of them Wire episodes that I love. Remember that episode of the Wire?
Oh, who did that shit?
Taking the money and taking his girl over.
Was D'Angelo or one of them?
No, it was one of his boys trying to cheat. I mean, I met the feds get caught. What's going on?
Matter of fact, Shorty and them, they got the little dude that the little dude Randy and the little dude Randy got a podcast show on YouTube. He got a YouTube channel, yo. The little one that they try to firebomb in the house. He was telling.
Yeah.
And they set the house. He got a YouTube channel. It's called Maestro.
Right.
And he be having all of them little. He be having everybody from the wire on there. Yo, you might want to check it out. They, you know what I mean? A lot of them niggas got older. Yeah, he had the little. Matter of fact, I think 2-3 days ago, he had the little dude on there that killed Omar. Remember the little young nigga that killed Omar?
Yeah.
He had him on there the other day. You know what I mean? He had Dookie and them on there. He be having everybody, Poop and all them, Wee Bay, all them. He be having everybody on this podcast, yo.
Right.
Might want to check it out. It's called Maestro. That's the name of his channel, Maestro. Maestro.
Maestro.
Yeah, check him out when you get a chance, especially if you fuck with the wire.
That's crazy. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, you know, that type of shit right there, taking money from people back in the days when you do shit like that with girls would cost you. You know, you can't play with that shit.
I know a nigga leave with his wallet. Every girl he had, somebody was fucking him.
Yeah, that's when, man, tell me, those are the type of girls.
Every last one.
Those are the type of girls niggas will fuck easy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, every last one, yo.
A girl not quick to put their hand out and always want niggas to take them out and buy them all. It's expensive, bag and all that shit. A nigga will fuck that easy, like real talk. That's what I'm saying. Is a girl
really is way worse than that, but I won't get into it. I ain't even, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I
just learned my lesson out here and keep it on moving. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to ridicule or, you know what I mean, do nobody bad, but I've been seeing the results of that shit.
Right.
That shit ain't cool at all. That shit got to hurt. You know what I'm saying? That shit got to hurt. Cause I just think about certain little shit. You know what I mean? Hell no, that shit got to hurt, boy. Especially when you know what I mean, you come up for a lot of bread.
Right.
And you don't think that, you know what I mean? You think that that's what you're supposed to do. It's supposed to be that way. And then kind of find out that shit ain't work. Oh, man.
Right.
That shit got to crush a nigga's self-esteem.
Tell me about it.
Yo, that shit got to crush a nigga's self-esteem, yo.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is bad.
I'm saying, if you leave it your wallet, you're gonna get yourself. It's when you don't leave, and when you, and it's crazy because niggas that come up in the 2000s and in the late 90s, they do that. You know? They do that.
Yep, I know.
Not gonna lie. You know what I mean? Because that was once upon a way to get easy pussy. You know what I mean? Is buy some girl shit, but a lot of niggas never did it. Like what you said, I was one of them niggas. You know what I mean? Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, the females will tell you. The females I used to fuck with will tell you. Now, don't get me wrong, we'll be good now. I got bread. We ain't gonna be hurting, like, but I ain't just, oh, no. Hell no.
Right.
Hell no. I'm sorry.
That's gonna come
you
on.
Gotta make this shit make sense.
Work your way like that. You're crazy.
Hell no. Too much shit. Plus, a lot of times, females not smart with money anyway. They'd be wasting.
Yeah, they just want to spend for no reason.
And don't, you know what I mean? Don't be thinking forward and shit. You know what I mean? No, don't get me wrong. It's something that do. I ain't trying to put every female in the same boat because it's, you know, it's individuality out here.
A lot of good business women.
But a lot of times, when
men are like that too. These days, men are like you know, that's why there's more females saving more than men. Because men are spending like men like that too. So that's I get what you're saying on that. But you know, the majority of some of them, especially when it comes to material things, they want it all.
Yeah, fuck that. Put that bread up. We can do a lot more.
Right.
Later on. You know what I'm saying? If you can just sacrifice now, chill now, later on, everything will be lovely, pride. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Shit. One last thing I want to say about with the females too, with the, like, far as niggas, far as not dealing with niggas and shit, females got more better access to niggas now because of the internet. See, back in our day, they had to be somewhere and the nigga had to holler at them. And then they had to give them their phone number and all of that shit. And you know what I'm saying? Nowadays, you can just go on the internet and just see who trying to get at you and just tell 300 niggas, no,
in the DM, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can afford to do that because niggas is too much access.
Right.
Back in our day, in the young days, you had to, I mean, holler at a female. You had to be where she was at. You know what I'm saying? You had to be right there in person, or somebody had to be like, I got somebody for you. That type of shit. You know what I'm saying? But nowadays, the access is crazy.
Yeah. You ain't lying. You're not lying at all.
So they can afford to turn niggas down and all of that shit. But
yeah, they can afford it. Yeah, like they say, it's crazy how it is, but you're not lying at all. Exactly how it is. Yeah. Easier access for them, yes. Easy hookup. They get to see whatever they get. It's like what you said, it's right there. You ain't gotta, you know what I mean? Let me go over here. Let me go to this popular spot where everybody hanging out. You know what I mean? And that's what happened. Shootings used to happen because everybody go to the popular mall to look at a girl and then you might see some nigga that you ain't like that's from this girl and then here goes the problem. No, it's just like, you know what I mean? And it's kind of a way, it's kind of easier for a female to lower. That's why a lot of niggas get caught up like that because they thought they was going for a female, but they were all the time they was talking to a girl on the avatar, but it was a nigga. Yo,
nigga Fisher.
Yo, you much niggas got knocked off like that over here, AZ?
I can believe it.
And I know it happened like that because I heard stories like that in Baltimore too. Because they were showing, you know what I mean? What is it? That's what I'm saying. Program, bro. Niggas don't use the internet. You know what I mean? Like, especially when niggas on the internet buying pussy and all that shit. Oh, they're using the program. That's why they low key come up with these only fans because they know these niggas was running program on these other apps, these other fake profiles, like you know what I mean, catfish and all that other shit. And get niggas, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they cut all that shit up. Yeah. Niggas setting up, they give niggas everything for what they got. Like telling you, yo, like I'm telling you,
look,
niggas get everything gone, yo.
Look. Let alone on top of that, niggas can track your phone and shit.
Yeah.
So they can know when you getting close. When you think you putting up on a female, they like, oh yeah, he 3 minutes away. Get ready.
Yeah. Come on, you done.
Niggas don't think. Or you take a female to your spot, she drop her low.
Yeah. Man.
If it is a female, you know what I'm saying? She drop her low. It can be them running the account the whole time. Once they know they got the nigga ready to come, they be like, come on, they can really put the female right there. Like, shit, talk to them. I mean, tell them where to meet you.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. Or tell them, you know what I mean? Tell them where to pick you up at.
Yeah.
Nigga pick the girl up, she drop her, you know what I mean? Nigga following her phone the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Getting knocked off, bro.
Getting knocked the fuck off. Chasing some pussy.
Right. Real talk.
But nowadays, it is harder to tell when females on that type. Well, back in the day, it wasn't a lot of that. A lot of niggas was getting dealt with from jealous niggas, you know what I mean? Beefing like that, but it wasn't a bunch of setups.
Yeah. Niggas mad because this nigga fucking this girl. I never got mad at that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you lie and you gave some nigga the coochie, oh well, that's on me. I lied. You know what I'm saying? But if you over here trying to do some other shit and you know what I mean, intimidating and getting like and cornering her and all that shit, then we gonna have a problem. You know what I'm saying? But if she just meeting up with you and not once, not twice, like you know what I mean? As I said, not even the first time, I'm out of there. Like you know what I mean? I'm not trying to compete. I'm not trying to compete with that. That's just me though. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Never like that. Trust me, I knew it. You know what I mean? I knew that for a fact because you see what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? My BM, you see what I'm saying? Before Miss TMG, she mad, but I never did none of that. You see what I'm saying? That's what I said. That's why I respect what you said. I respect what you said about black women. Niggas think every black woman is the same, so they go around. I wasn't like one of them niggas, Hazy. You see what I'm saying?
I don't know, because If that was the case, you would never be able to have no relationship.
Right.
Hell no, it definitely ain't every last one. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, it's a lot of them solid, but a lot of them so broken, they telling niggas no because they broken. It ain't even that they don't want to fuck with a nigga or nothing. They be scared they gonna get hurt again. But that's that old thinking every nigga is the same and shit. That's how I got back to. That's how I was talking about. You know what I mean? Stop acting like you ain't made your own decision.
Right.
You mad at all of the niggas? You know what I'm saying? Oh shit. You mad at all of the niggas when you chose all of the niggas that you wanted the whole time.
Right. Yeah, real time.
Oh shit. You at the 7-hour mark, man.
Yeah. But I'm probably gonna hit off. I'm gonna hit off this one. Yeah, you're right.
All right, yeah. I was trying to make it easy for you. I know sometimes you don't be. I mean, we be chopping it up. You don't even want to just cut a nigga off and shit and be like, yo, I'm wrapping it up. But shit, I'll make that shit easy for you, man. I know the shit.
Yeah, you're right though, Hazy. I'm gonna holler at you though, family.
All right, much respect. You already know. Next go round, I'll be in there.
All right, family.
Respect to you on the fan. Be cool.
Yeah. I'll see y'all in the next one, y'all. I mean, don't get caught up into this race war or whatever. People out there, be safe. I mean, and think before you do stuff. You know what I'm saying? All right.